not the same place as seasons later.
I know. There's some things they couldn't cover.
That's fun for the super nerd. Okay, well, I think we should play this clip of Michael introducing Ryan to Craig Robinson, who plays Daryl, the manager of the warehouse.
This is one of my favorite introductions of a character in Office because
Ever.
The sort of journey that his name takes with Michael, of how Michael comes up with this nickname for him, is so ridiculous. And Craig Robinson does such a great job in the scene of just throwing it away.
He's so amazing. All right, we should watch it. We'll discuss.
And here we have Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Come on over here. This is Ryan, stepping upstairs.
What's up?
And it's the foreman, Mr. Rogers.
It's not my real name.
No, it's Daryl. Daryl is Mr. Rogers. Daryl Rogers.
Yo, Philbin, then Regis, then Reg, then Roger, and then Mr. Rogers.
What is the amazing history? How many years has Michael been calling him by not his name?
I know.
Of Daryl.
I know. It's so good. It's so good. And you so see in Michael's brain how he got there.
Oh, it makes
Daryl
total
Philbin,
sense.
Philbin. Oh, Regis Philbin. Oh, yeah,
Reg.
Raj.
Mr. Rogers.
Right, Raj. It's so ridiculous. It totally works. And I have to wonder, this is like when I would love to do a dial-in phone call, but to call Mike Schur, because Mike Schur was one of our writers on the show, and he is married to J.J. Philbin. J.J. Philbin's dad is Regis.
Oh.
And I know Greg had told me that some of the people's names were formations of different people who had family and stuff on the show.
Well, you know, Jim Halpert is Greg's friend, Jim Halpert.
Yes.
His name is, his first and last name, and Greg asked him permission to use his name, and the guy was like, oh yeah, sure, it's no big deal. He came to set one day. He's like, yeah, it's no big deal. 9 years later, it was kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
He would call places and be like, Jim Halpert. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, roll. Okay, right. I know. And Phyllis Lappin, Phyllis's last name Lappin. Lappin is the last name of a friend of Greg's as well. And so I have to think that Daryl Philbin was maybe Mike Schur's nod to his father-in-law, his wife's side of the family, but then became this great runner for Michael Scott, which is so great.
It's so good.
All right, here we go. We're moving on, Jenna.
We're moving on. What happens next?
Well, they go back up in the office, right?
Yes.
They go back to work.
That's when he says, okay, who's starting? Stanley, of course.
Yeah.
And it's like, why of course?
Yeah, Leslie David Baker's like, excuse me, like kind of look he gives him is so perfect.
Now, if I remember correctly, Leslie was truly a horrible basketball player.
Yes, Leslie was like, oh, I don't play sports.
Yeah, so not a sports guy.
That was really perfect. And Phyllis was so excited. She wanted to be on the team in real life. I'm talking Phyllis in real life was like so excited to be part of the basketball team. Phyllis in her youth was a burlesque dancer.
This is true.
And she has quite the moves. And there's a tiny clip as they warm up before the game where she's moving her arms and stuff, but her warm up seemed very like
burlesque.
Yeah, dance-like. But there's a few times throughout the game when she finally gets to participate and you see her smile, and that's genuine. Like Phyllis is like, I'm in the game. I'm so excited. I do have to say before we get into the game part, one thing is that you see my character looking through the supply closet, and I'm looking for the first aid kit. And I'm like, where is the first aid kit? And then Dwight doesn't even look around. He just holds it up, right? And I have this line that to me is kind of like that Todd Packer line in the first part of the episode that is so loaded with information.
Yes.
Because I say, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm the safety officer, not you.
Yes.
So like, how many times has Dwight tried to usurp Angela's power? How many times has he taken that first aid kit and tried to be safety officer? What is their backstory there?
Yes.
I would love to know. I love that we don't know. We just know that they are adversarial in this moment and that they both love power and control.
Later in season 2, in the episode Email Surveillance, we will learn that Dwight and Angela are in a relationship.
Yes.
So we actually got a lot of comments about this. There were a lot of people who asked, were Dwight and Angela already in a relationship at this point?
I don't think they're in a relationship yet. I think it's the beginning. I think, you know, they both they like each other, but they also are annoyed by each other. So they have this weird, like, yin and yang pull. And I think it's the beginning.
I feel like the more they gave that bit to you guys to play, then it gave them the idea to write this as some weird, twisted romance.
Yes, and when we found out we were a couple was at the table read. And that happened a lot for us on this show.
Yes.
Is that the writers would come up with things and we would sit down at lunch all together around a table and once a week and read a new script. Usually on Wednesday, we would read a new script and they would be handing them to us as we walked in the room. Sometimes the paper was hot.
Yes, I remember.
And we would cold read these out loud. And a lot of times we discovered information as we read them. And that was definitely one of them. When we see the Birkenstocks moving in the dollhouse in the backyard, we were like, oh my God!
I remember I found out Pam was pregnant during a table read. And being like a fan of the show, I would want information like anyone else.
Yeah.
And I would get it early, but I would still have to wait for that table read moment to find out.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't say, okay, this season, here are the 5 things that are going to happen to your character.
No,
you had to wait for each week to see how the drama unfolded.
Yeah, it was really fun. Oh, I have to tell the story. So, as Michael picks his team, we then see a montage of all of us throwing things into the trash can. It starts with Dwight. He tries to make a shot. He misses. I thought his face was so cute when he did his fingers I missed it like this, so close. And he got to be on the team and he was so happy. And then, of course, Stanley misses. Oscar gets it in no problem, and people go around making these baskets. Well, we did B-roll. We always had A camera, and we had B camera on the show. And the B camera would pick up all these little moments happening in the background. And so they had all of us toss things kind of nonchalantly into our desk trash can. And I made mine on the first try, and I made like 3 in a row. And they didn't even include it because they're like, it just doesn't track that Angela would be like a ringer or anything. And of course, Brian made his.
Yes.
And that is something you guys should know, is that where our trailers are where you hang out between scenes, right? Where our trailers were, they put up a basketball hoop. And we would play horse in between scenes. If we had a break, we would all go out there and play horse. And I have a photo of us. And Brian was an amazing shooter.
Brian's an amazing athlete.
He's a great athlete.
Great golfer.
So the cast knew this. And so when this episode came about, we all knew what a great shooter he was. But
the writers and Greg didn't know.
They did not know. And so in between scenes, he would grab a basketball and just start shooting. And he was just sinking them left and right. And it became a thing at the end of the episode. So you'll see him, they just let the camera roll. He makes one shot, gets it in from kind of close to the 3-point line.
Yeah.
But then he keeps taking a step back. So by the end, he's well at 3-point range.
Yes.
And he made, I think it was 13 or 14 in a row.
Yes.
And they got
it. Show 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah, but he actually made, I think it was 14. And we all were there with pins and needles. And when he missed the 15th one, we all cheered. It was so cool.
Okay, should we take a quick break?
I think we should. Jenna, you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout, or when you feel run down, or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
Hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Should we also talk about the Jim Pam part of this episode?
Yes, because they have such an awkward, flirty scene that is so funny to me. First of all, I love that the subject of their flirt is the mall or wave runners. This is so relatable to me because I have family that live in like northern Texas, and on the weekend you go to the lake, or you go to the mall.
Yes, exactly. These are the choices. Jim is going to go to the mall for the weekend if he doesn't have to work.
The outlets,
the outlet malls.
Yeah.
And then Pam said that if Roy wins, they're going to take the wave runners up to the lake.
Yeah, I love it.
And Jim says, well, I think Roy's going to be working. So I think you're going to be coming to the mall with me, just if you want to save big on brand names. Super cute. But I have to say, that whole wave runner backstory, that was based on a backstory that I wrote about Pam and Roy that ended up making it into the show in this very subtle way. So I remember trying to justify, just as myself, why is Pam still engaged to Roy after 3 years? Because in this episode, you find out, like, they've been engaged for 3 years. Her little toaster oven is broken.
She's sad.
She got it. Her engagement party is broken.
Yeah.
They're still not married. So I asked myself, why? Why are they not married yet? It's been 3 years. What's the reason? In my head, I came up with the reason that they had been saving money for the wedding.
Wait. I have to pause. I love this about Jenna so much, you guys. This is her actor prep.
This is my actor prep.
She did this solely for herself.
No one asked me to do it.
No one asked her to do it.
I wrote it in essay form.
Again, Jenna, first of her name, keeper of the notes.
I would love to find this document. It was my Pam document.
Oh my God,
and I have all these little things I made up.
Oh my God, you have to find it. Okay, so go. So what's your backstory?
So my backstory was that they had been saving money for the wedding, and about a year into their engagement, without telling Pam, Roy spent the money on a pair of wave runners with his mom.
This is perfect, Jenna.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
And he, so he and his brother bought these pair of wave runners with their wedding money. But, Roy was like, we're going to have so much fun with these. So it broke Pam's heart. These wave runners. Yeah. And I told Greg this story, just bantering with him. And he was like, oh my gosh, I love that. We got to put that in. We got to put that in the wave runners. Yeah, in the wave runners.
That is so good. I love that. I feel like as I talk to some of our cast members about our time on the show, we all had moments where we gave ourselves a little backstory like that. And obviously we won't get into it here. Mine was sprinkles.
You invented sprinkles.
I did. But I did not know you did that about the wave runners. That is absolutely what Roy would have done.
Yeah.
He would have been like, listen, that money we were going to spend on the wedding, I got a really good deal on wave runners.
Yeah, he surprised her with some wave runners.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
What Pam's always wanted. And I have to say, this is a funny thing. David Denman and I really hit it off.
Yeah, you did.
We are good friends in real life. We especially hit it off in this episode. And it was weird because I think I had spent a lot of time talking to John Krasinski between scenes, and now I was talking to David Denman.
And John was like, hey, where's my
friend go? Yeah. But he became a really, really good friend of mine outside of the office. And I think it's probably a weird thing for people to imagine that one of my best connections on the show was with David Denman.
I'm sure
my jerk boyfriend Roy.
Your jerk boyfriend. I'm sure right now if you guys went out for lunch and you and him walked in, people would be like, why are you with Roy?
It's so true.
Where's Jim?
I know.
I had lunch with Rainn Wilson and people lost their mind. They were like, oh my God, it's my ninja.
So next up, everyone goes down to the warehouse for the big basketball game. I feel like we should say from a production standpoint, we spent 2 days down in the warehouse playing basketball.
That's right.
And there was a lot of the guys just playing basketball, and they filmed them to get like random shots.
Right.
But then there were all of these scripted moments that they had to get.
Right. To make the game make sense.
Yes.
Exactly.
Can we speak about some highlights from the basketball game?
Let's do it.
Rainn's crazy nose guard.
Oh my God. I knew a guy in high school. Ken, he had to wear one. They're they're special.
I guess this was Greg's idea.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted him to wear this nose guard, but you know what I love? We never mention it.
Nope.
We don't know why he's wearing it.
Nope.
Was he injured once, or is he just afraid of injury? We don't know.
We don't know.
But of course he would wear it. when Rain takes his shirt off to be Skins.
By the way, Rain, I think, loves taking his shirt off.
He
'cause
loves the
loves
shock value.
the shock value.
White pasty body.
And he liked to stick his belly out and like pat it, like,
Yep.
look at it. Speaking of Rain taking off his t-shirt, I have a note card about that shirt that Dwight wears in the basketball game.
All right.
Now, this was really popular. I saw people commenting on this online when I looked back at the episode. All right, so Dwight is wearing a Japanese anime t-shirt in this game, and it's of Koni Kotaka.
All right.
Yes, you're like, all right. You're looking at me like, did you say that right? Here's the thing, I'm not sure. Someone Google it, Koni Kotaka. But it comes back in Hot Girl.
It does?
Yes, this is a Dwight deleted.
When?
Okay, it's a Dwight deleted scene. But as you know, I found all the deleted scenes
Yes.
on probably some illegal site online. And now
Because you still don't have a DVD player.
I don't. And now the cops are going to come for me. Did they come for you? Anyway, I'm such a rule follower. I'm like, oh no. Anyway. Okay.
You're a rule follower, but you refuse to wear your pantyhose. So which one is it, Angela?
Okay.
Do you
fine.
follow the rules or do you break the
I
rules?
follow the police rules. But,
Okay.
but I'm going to put what I want on my body.
Whoa! Snap,
Okay.
Angela.
Okay. Anyway, here we go. So, okay, listen, in this Dwight deleted scene in Hot Girl, and I'll talk about it here. So, listen, guys, when you get to Hot Girl, just know I talked about it. Okay?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about this again. All right, you're getting a Kinsey tidbit about Hot Girl a little early.
Yeah, but it's
Because it's tied in.
yes, it's because I love that our writers kept doing these callbacks, even if you didn't get to see him as the viewer. That was part of Dwight's character. So this T-shirt that he wore in basketball comes back in Hot Girl as a reference. He holds up a picture of Koni Kotaka and he says, "She is my perfect date." Ready? Here's a description of Koni Kotaka that I found online.
Okay.
And remember, this is Dwight's idea of the perfect date.
All right. This is the perfect woman. Dwight K. Schrute's perfect woman is go.
Okay, ready? Here's a description of her. She was orphaned at the age of 10 when both of her parents were assassinated, then taken in by a wealthy but very cruel businessman. So she practiced Aikido in secrecy for years until she could avenge the death of her parents.
Wow.
That's Dwight's perfect date. Can we also just for a minute, none of us knew what it was going to look like when Stanley dribbled the basketball.
It was in the script that
Yes.
he is not good at dribbling. That's all.
That's all, and that Michael would look and just have this moment of like, ah, crap.
Yes.
Like, are you kidding me? And that dribble that Leslie David Baker did
With his
hand
hand behind
out, ridiculous. It
ridiculous.
was so perfect. It was
Literal perfection.
yeah.
There's another moment in the basketball game that's coming to mind. There's a moment where Michael is supposed to, as a joke, it was in the script, he's supposed to like throw the ball from really far,
Right.
and it doesn't go in.
Yeah.
And then he's supposed to like be all upset, like, I usually make those or
Yeah.
whatever. The first time, you remember what happened the first
Yes.
time? He made it.
He made it. He made the most ridiculous like alley-oop from the other side of the warehouse, and we all cheered.
We cheered.
And they were like, "No, you guys can't cheer. He doesn't make that." And Steve,
It was so amazing.
I'm sure Steve was like, "Oh man, I wish that could go in."
I know, that should be a deleted scene for
I know.
sure. That was crazy.
Oh, you have to tell about when John actually got hurt.
Yes.
We actually had a real injury, and they just kept the camera rolling.
They did. This was not scripted. It's the part where Roy knocks Jim in the nose and his nose is bleeding.
That was just David Denman blocking, like getting a ball
Yes.
and blocking out.
There was some real basketball competition
It did
when they were playing.
So the dudes got a little testosterone.
They got a little duty.
Yeah, they got a little duty. But he did. He threw his elbow back,
Yeah.
not knowing that John was there, and clocked John.
And his nose started gushing blood.
I think that sound you hear is his nose.
I asked Dave Rogers.
Our editor.
Yes, because I remember the debate when they were editing this episode.
Well, we heard it in real
You can
time.
hear it in real life.
We were like, dang.
Yes, we knew. We were like, is his nose broken?
Yeah.
And we had to pause and like ice pack him.
First of all, they didn't stop rolling.
They
And
kept
then
documenting
They
it.
kept documenting it, and so we see that John ran off because he was in pain, and his nose starts bleeding. And I didn't know what to do, so I picked up that freaking first aid kit, and I walked over to him, and then I was like, wait, what am I doing?
There's nothing in that
There's
kit.
nothing in that kit. It's like empty. Was that sound really?
Apparently, the live audio was not strong enough to use, so they pumped it up. They
Oh.
added a popping sound
They did.
so that it would more sound like what we heard.
Right.
in real life, because I did ask Dave.
I was worried John broke his nose.
We all were.
Yeah.
And then they also told me at a certain point they had to stop it where they stopped it because blood was dripping on
much
the
blood.
floor.
Yeah.
And it looked a little gruesome.
Yeah. All right. I have another note card. I read a great article where David Denman was asked if he thought he could beat John Krasinski in one-on-one basketball.
Oh, in a real basketball game.
Who
All right.
would win?
What did he say?
David or John? So this is a direct quote from David. John, 100%.
What?
100%. His whole family, I mean, they're giants, and they're all a basketball family. So no, I'm not even going to pretend to play opposite, that I would have a shot.
John Krasinski is one of 3 boys, and John is something like 6'3". He is the shortest of his brothers.
Yes, so here's the thing. John had always told us I'm the shortest in my family, and we'd be like, "That's crazy, you're 6'3". And then I went to the premiere of Leatherheads, his movie, and his whole family came, and I met his brothers, and it was ridiculous. John is the shortest. It's so crazy that he's the runt of the family. He has a brother who's 6'6" and one who's 6'10".
What? His one brother is 6'10"?
Yes.
I knew they were taller than him, but I mean, that is insane.
That's
John
insane.
might be like 6'4". We had a lot of really tall men on our set, actually. David Denman is very tall. Rainn Wilson.
Brian.
Yeah, I mean, big guys.
Big guys. I will tell you, on The Office, I wore 3-inch heels because I was so short whenever I was in scenes next to Rainn Wilson. And if you look at Dwight and Angela's scenes, a lot of times he is seated and I'm standing.
I feel like there were times when they made you stand on a box. Is that true?
Yes.
Did you ever stand on a box to do a scene with him? Or you would be on stairs and you would be like 3 stairs up?
They had a whole apple box they would fly in for me on the ready. I was standing on a box all the time. Okay.
Moving on.
Don't look at my note cards, Jenna.
I'm not looking at your note
I
cards.
want you to be surprised. Okay, so I have a note card, Jenna, that, you were talking about the boys playing basketball, but actually, there are 2 women in this game.
Of course, yes. Phyllis and Marge.
Madge.
And Madge. Marge is from The Simpsons.
That's right. Madge. And her name is Madge Madsen, and she is played by Carly Rothenberg, who did a fantastic job. What I love so much in the game is, I don't know if you noticed when you watched, but Dwight was assigned to man up with Madge. So there's all this great, Madge and Dwight. And Dwight, regards Madge the way I feel like 12-year-old boys regarded me. Like when the boy like shoves you and is like, "Hey," and you're like, what's the deal? He's really physical with her if you watch the game, and she totally gives it right back to him. So anyway, I love that Madge and Phyllis get in the game. I just thought that was really fun to watch.
Also, we have to talk about Michael's free throw moment.
Oh my God, that made me laugh so hard.
That is an example of Steve Carell's impeccable comedic timing.
Yes.
He does not rush. He makes you wait for it. You know when he's setting up this ridiculous free throw that it's not going to go in. We all know it's not going to go in. And yet somehow he makes us wait so long that it's even funnier.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
It
It goes all the way out of the warehouse.
He throws it over the whole hoop.
And it's great too, because someone has to run and get that ball.
Oh.
You don't see it happen, but you know that moment when you're playing basketball and someone way overthrows it, and you're like, God, now I have to get them.
The basketball episode, I think, has some of the best quotes of the whole first season.
So many good ones.
So many good ones. You have one of the best ones that really I've seen on T-shirts and coffee mugs. So
I used to sign headshots with this line.
Do
People
it.
would ask me for my autograph.
Do it.
Please don't throw garbage at me. I love it. I feel like it sums up Pam's entire relationship with Michael. The fact that she has to say the words, "Please don't throw garbage at me," to her boss. It says it all.
It says it all. And also, it's not the first time she said it.
No.
No.
Or something like it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And he throws that at your head and goes, "Off the backboard."
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
Just please don't throw garbage at me, Michael. Everything she's had to endure is all in that one line.
Yeah.
She's been working there for probably 3-4 years now.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years of garbage thrown at her head. And a relationship that's going nowhere. God, it's so
Poor Pam. All right. I don't know. What else can we talk about basketball, you guys? I do love that this episode ended, of course, with Kevin sinking all of those shots. It was so great. and yet nothing in the office is resolved. And are they all going to have to work Saturday?
He says no one has to come in.
Oh, that's
Saturday.
right. That's right.
That's right. He says he's like we're going to be downsized if we skip one Saturday.
Exactly.
And everybody is
I
like,
know.
wait, what?
So you do end on this sense of like nothing's okay.
Nothing's okay.
Nothing's okay.
Nothing's really different.
And nothing is different. Nothing has been solved. Okay, so that was basketball.
That's the basketball
That's the
episode.
basketball episode. I loved watching it again.
I have loved watching the show again in general. People come up to us all the time, especially now that the show has been out on Netflix and there's a whole new generation of fans. People really wig out. After so many years, I think I had lost some perspective on how good the show was. I mean, like, I knew it was good, but I hadn't watched it in years. And so because of this podcast, I was forced to sit down and watch these episodes. And now when people come up to me and tell me the show is good, I'm like, I know. Oh my gosh, it's so good, right? I mean, can you even believe it? Can you believe I was on it? That was me. I was on it. That was
so cool. That's so cool.
It's amazing. Let's chat about it.
No, absolutely. And I get why it's comfort for people. You know, I really do. You can put it on in the background and it's there. And you know, we've talked about this before, but like Dwight's always going to be Dwight and accounting is accounting. And you've got Pam and Jim there, and they become your little family in the background as you wind down from your day. I'm so thrilled that the show still keeps finding an audience. It just is so wonderful for me and for you and everyone involved.
But I have a tiny gripe.
What?
After rewatching this show.
What?
Do you know that not a single actor on our television show ever won an Emmy for their performance on The
We're
Office?
going there.
Including
Wait, I was
Steve
trying to wrap it up.
Carell.
I was trying to wrap it up with a bow.
No,
And Jim's
I
like,
have a
wait,
gripe.
let me bitch for 1
I'm
second.
ending with a gripe.
Oh God,
I
here we
think
go.
it is an absolute crime that Steve Carell was never awarded the top prize in his industry
For
of
the role of
television
Michael
acting
Scott.
for the
Yeah.
role of Michael Scott.
I agree.
Because I kind of dare you to name another comedic male performance sort of as revolutionary and heartbreaking and funny and
Yes.
as his performance on that show.
No, it was brilliant. He won the Golden Globe. The show won Best Comedy Ensemble. We won an Emmy. We won some SAG awards. But Steve never won an Emmy. And the final year, he was nominated because his character was ending. His time on The Office was ending. It was his final nomination. It was me, you, and John Krasinski in a row on the aisle. And Steve, I think, was right in front of us, or he was down a row. And they had a camera on us as they announced the nominees, and then they announced the winner. And the camera was right on us. And when they didn't say Steve's name, I said, mother effer, out loud. And I don't curse, guys. I'm not a big cursor. And it just flew out of my mouth because I couldn't believe it. And then I was instantly horrified because I thought, oh no, was I just on national television saying mother effer? I'm about to get a call from my mom. I know it. And her ladies in her Bible study are going to be like, Angela said mother effer. But they cut away very fast. So I don't think you saw it. But that's how we felt. We couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe it.
Because his work in this show is brilliant. And our cast and our writers and everyone, they just did such an amazing job. There you go. Not ending with a nice bow, but there you go.
There you go. Next week is Hot Girl.
Hot Girl,
Amy
Amy
Adams.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. That's us.
Hey there.
We are here.
We are here, and we're excited because today we're talking about Hot Girl.
Hot Girl, Season 1, Episode 6, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Amy Heckerling.
I was really excited to meet Amy Heckerling. You know, growing up, guys, I might be a child of the 70s. No judgment. The oldie sitting here. No, and she directed Fast Times at Ridgemont High and Clueless. Clueless. So I was excited.
I remember there was a bit of a buzz
Yeah, there was a little bit of a
that she was
buzz
coming in.
Yeah.
Very excited.
I didn't know how to make small talk with her, and guess what? I failed. All right, Jenna, hit us with a synopsis.
All right, synopsis of this episode. Michael allows a woman selling purses to set up in the conference room for the day, and Michael and Dwight compete for her attention.
Mm-hmm.
Very simple.
Very simple.
And yet,
so loaded for
Yeah.
Pam. Oh,
this was really a big Pam episode.
it really was.
So should we start with some fast facts then?
I know you want to.
You know, my fast fact, number 1, this is the first episode written by Mindy Kaling.
Yes, Mindy Kaling's so smart, so funny, and she was one of our most prolific writers on The Office. She wrote a total of, Jenna, ready?
What?
22 episodes.
Wow.
I know.
That's like she wrote an entire season of The Office.
I know.
Of our
I know.
night, because the season's usually about 22, 24
Yes.
episodes. I have a fan question about Mindy.
All right.
This is from Bear.
Hi, Bear.
Yes, Bear asked, this episode was written by Mindy Kaling. What was it like to work with her as a writer versus an actor?
Oh, Bear, good question.
I know. You know what? I loved when Mindy was the writer of the episode, because the writer of the episode on our show would stay on set all week and produce their episode with the director. So they kind of worked very side by side with the director.
Yes, and they were sort of the liaison back to the writer's room. I love that our show did this. Not all shows do that, and I really think you benefit from having the writer of the episode on the set with you.
Well, Mindy, it was so easy to make Mindy laugh. Like, she was so ready to love everything you were doing. You were filled with such confidence when Mindy was on the set. And she also was really good on the spot coming up with new jokes, because that was another thing that the writer of the episode would do. They would pitch you improvisations on the spot.
Yeah, and Mindy, for me, as someone with like an improv background, I love being able to pitch to Mindy because she's so smart. So I could like say, hey, Mindy, could I, try this? And then she would just instantly be like, oh, that'd be great. Or how about you do this? Like, she was such a wonderful creative collaborator.
I always felt like Mindy was such a big advocate for the character of Pam as well. I think she was in the writer's room pitching storylines for Pam, and this was a very Pam-centered episode, as we said. Pam has feelings. She has a lot of feelings.
Pam has a lot of feelings.
She does. This leads me into my second fast fact. I was texting with Mindy about this episode in preparation, and she told me something.
What?
The original title of this episode was Purse Girl.
Ah,
Do you kind of remember that?
I actually do, because I feel like I have referred to this as Purse Girl a few times because it's in my brain.
Yeah. She also told me that her original draft of this was 39 pages. Wow, which is a lot, because usually the number of pages that a script is, that's how many minutes of screen time it is. So her script, if we did it exactly as written, would have been 39 minutes, which we would not have been able to air.
I really wish we could have done that, and I wish we could have filmed all 40 pages of that instead of 22 minutes.
I remember they used to have those very long table drafts, and then they would cut a bunch of stuff out, and they would make something they called the candy bag.
Yeah.
And those were all of the cut scenes, or they were additional takes on scenes. So whatever talking head wound up in the script, there would be 5 different takes on that talking head in the candy bag. And so we would sit down to do our talking heads, and they would say, all right, well, we're going to do the scripted one, but then we're going to do 3 of them from the candy bag.
Oh, I remember going to do a talking head, and they handed me 3 pages of alts, like right in the minute. I'm like, oh, right, okay, I'm going to have to have a photographic memory.
You have to really be on your toes. I think that's something that,
It kept us on our toes,
Yeah.
for sure.
I loved it.
I loved it too. And then they used to let me play around and like sort of like put my spin on it too, which was always fun. All right, Fisher, what else you got?
All right, I think it's time to talk about Amy Adams.
Okay, I have a lot of note cards here in front of me.
I
so-
see, and a lot of them have the words Amy or Amy Adams on
Okay,
them.
you tell me when you're ready, because I've got
All
a
right.
note card ready to go.
Well, this is our third fast fact.
Okay.
Amy Adams
Mhm.
was the purse girl. Mindy told me that Amy was her favorite from the very beginning. This is who she wanted to cast as the purse girl from her audition. But something that I think people don't realize is that Amy Adams wasn't Amy Adams when she was cast as the purse girl. She became Amy Adams later. And that's an interesting story, actually, because we filmed this episode in the fall of 2004. But they didn't start airing until the spring of 2005. And that fall, she was nominated for an Academy Award for her role in Junebug.
Right. When she did this episode of The Office, no one had seen Junebug yet because Junebug came out in August of 2005.
Yes.
And I remember her first day on set, we were talking and I was like, how are things going? She's like, well, it's good. I mean, I was on a show on CBS called Dr. Vegas, but they let me go.
Oh, that's right.
And she was like, I kind of got fired. And I was like, no. And she was like, yeah. And I was really down. And I was bummed out. But then, I did this little indie movie called Junebug, and I feel so good about it. And it's going to come out later in the year. And I was like, oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Let me build you up, Amy Adams. Amy, you're going to be just fine.
And she was.
And she was. But Amy is one of the nicest people. She's so, so sweet.
Oh, I loved Amy. It was so fun working with her. There were a lot of questions from fans asking if we planned to bring this character back after we shot it. Well, we didn't think we were going to have a show.
Right.
There were no real plans to bring her back, but then when the show got picked up, they wanted to bring her back, but now she was Academy Award nominated Amy Adams. So I was like, well, I hope we can get her back. And we did. She came back for 2 more episodes.
Yes. And she was such a great foil, too, for Pam and Jim and all of that. I loved watching that play out. Not only was Amy Adams super nice on set and just like such a pleasure to work with, but I don't know, probably like 2 years later, I ran into her. I had a friend visiting from Alabama, and you guys, I don't ever go out. So my friend was coming in town, and I was like, oh, I'm going to take her somewhere fancy. That hotel, Chateau Marmont, that's fancy. We'll go there. Because I just had it in my head.
Yeah, it's like the Hollywood fancy place.
It was a fancy place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like half an hour from my house. It was such a haul. But I was like, no, I'll take my friend from Alabama there. So we went, and we were having dinner. And Amy Adams was at a table, and she sent over 2 glasses of champagne to my friend and I. And I was like, they were like, oh, this is
classy move,
so
Amy
classy.
Adams.
And I was like, who's this from? They were like, it's from Amy Adams. And she waved, and then she came over and we chatted. Amy Adams is just a class act.
I have a funny Amy Adams story about how people think that we look alike. So she and I were both at this party thing. I can't remember exactly. I think it was like honoring directors in the industry, and we were both there, and my friend came up to me and he said, I am so humiliated right now. And I said, what happened? And he goes, I just went up and bear hugged Amy Adams and said, Jenna, you look beautiful.
Oh, no.
Because he mixed us up. And people have this thing where they think she and I look a lot alike. We really don't look anything alike in person, although I guess I just told a story about someone who mixed us up in person.
I mean, there is a resemblance. She's perfectly cast because there is a resemblance. And you're both like beautiful ladies.
Thanks.
But I see a resemblance.
I feel like we could play sisters.
You could. All right, Hollywood, you heard it here first. I guess that's how I talk when I'm talking to Hollywood.
I guess Hollywood, beware.
Hollywood, this is Angela Kennedy.
I don't love it.
I would rethink your character, your Hollywood voice lady.
I think you should work on it.
Okay,
Give it an accent.
Oh,
should it be British?
Hollywood. No, oh my God.
Oh, that's Australian.
Oh, what was that?
I
That
can't
was like drunk Scottish. What is happening?
I can't do accents, and I also can't sing.
I can do Australian, but I grew up overseas, and all my best friends are Aussies. So right now, I'm just sitting here talking to Jenna. We're going to talk about Pop Girl.
Yeah, it's really good, Ange.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much.
I'm shocked. I'm genuinely impressed.
Okay.
See, that was so good, but your Hollywood voice is a no.
I know. You know what? It's whenever I'm trying to be slick. I am just not programmed to be slick.
This is true about you.
I know.
Before we go to a break, since we're talking about Amy Adams and how wonderful she is, both on and off set, we have to tell the story about how she helped us meet Meryl Streep.
Oh my God! I cannot believe I didn't put that on a note card.
I can't believe it
What
either.
is wrong with me? You know
I don't know.
I got here, there were donuts, I got excited, I forgot. Okay.
So one year, we got to go to the Golden Globes.
Oh.
The Office had been nominated, and I have to say, first of all, Angela, I am so grateful that I got to go to these award show things with you.
I know. Well, here's the thing. We didn't go to fancy parties. You guys, we're not fancy people.
I'm an intimate dinner party person.
Well,
I like a small group.
I think the fanciest parties I'd ever been to were just like when one of my friends would have a big wedding.
But I am so glad that I got to navigate all that stuff with you, because I would normally kind of freeze up at something like that. But I was there with my BFF. We would have a couple glasses of wine. We would sometimes get a little, well, because one thing we should say is we were not allowed to bring a +1.
Well, we were not big time enough.
No.
I feel like we were barely invited. Truth be told.
Even though our show was nominated, it did feel like that. Well, first of all,
Wait.
What?
Do you remember where our table was?
Very far away from
Our
the stage.
table was behind a pillar, Jenna. I had to sort of lean all the way like towards Brian's lap to see the stage.
Yeah, so the Golden Globes are really cool because they have awards for both movies and television. So
There are cool research, you see.
yeah, as TV people, we were in the room with Angelina Jolie suddenly and Brad Pitt and all those people.
We were nowhere near them though. They were down at the front and we were in the nosebleeds. But hey, we were in the room.
Well, I will say, I remember going to the bathroom and Angelina Jolie passed by. She took my breath away. I thought, well, now she is from the gods. I get that. I mean, that is a movie star.
Well, you turned to me because we were like in line for the bathroom and she just sort of, it's like she glided. It's like she floated past us. And you turned to me and you go, now that's a movie star.
I did. I saw like an old lady. Now that is a movie star.
And I was like, I don't disagree, Jenna. So Jenna and I are not two people that are invited to a lot of fancy parties. And also, if there are going to be two dorks at a party, chances are they're us.
Oh yeah.
That's just us anywhere.
We've done some real dorky things.
We are just kind of dorks, even if it's just like at our neighbor's barbecue. I was glad I got to go to those parties with you because I knew you felt as awkward at them as I did, but you are way braver than I am.
That is true. I have a little bit of my mom's voice in my ear, and my mom would say, if you are at a fancy party, you need to meet the fancy people. You need to use it as an opportunity. Come on, go say hi to the people you want to say hi to. So I always have that in the back of my head. Like, this is my only chance to whatever.
Hobnob.
Yeah, meet whoever I've always wanted to meet, I guess. But what do you do? How do you get into the conversation is always the mystery. So at this Golden Globes,
I'm starting to laugh.
we had our in. We look across the room and we see Amy Adams talking to Meryl Streep.
We lean around the pillar we're sitting behind and we see Amy Adams. You should know at this point, we've been sitting at our table for quite a while. We hadn't got up and mingled other than we went to the bathroom and saw Angelina Jolie walk by and we didn't say a word.
No, I did not speak to her.
We did not speak to her. So Jenna's like, there's Amy Adams and Angela, she's talking to Meryl Streep.
We know Amy Adams.
Yes.
We can go talk to Amy Adams. We know her. She likes us.
Yes, and then maybe we'll get to meet some movie stars.
Yeah, we'll just basically glom onto Amy Adams was our plan.
Yeah. And Jenna was like, come on, Angela, let's go. And I was like, nope, don't want to go. Not going. And you really, you were like, Angela?
I pulled you from the table. I said, we are meeting Meryl Streep. We are doing this. This is a story for my mother. Come on.
And then she said, and you got to be quick. You have to be quick because what if Amy stops talking to her?
Yeah, let's go. And you said, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to say?
How do you walk up to them? What are we going to say?
So I was like, here's my plan. We are just going to walk up to them laughing.
What?
Just laugh. Just.
And I said, laugh at what?
It doesn't
what are
matter.
we laughing at?
It doesn't matter. Just walk up to them laughing.
I think you thought if we just walked up laughing, we would look cool. Like we're like,
I don't know what I thought, Angela. I don't know. I just knew we had to seize the moment. So we did.
Well, I basically was like in shock. I was like, wait, what? And then I looked and Jenna was like 4 strides away, like kind of like
committed.
You're like, come on. And then I sort of half-ass committed behind you.
And we did just that. We walked up to Meryl Streep and Amy Adams laughing. And right at that moment, a house photographer came by and snapped our photo. So we have a photo of us, and it looks like we are having a hilarious conversation with Meryl Streep and Amy Adams.
Well, actually, to clarify, it looks like you and Amy and Meryl Streep are having a great conversation. But because I lagged behind you a little, I was late getting there. And I just look like I'm walking alone laughing. I'm like a good 3 paces behind you, laughing to no one. And you're laughing with Meryl and Amy. But and then the lights like flickered because it was the commercial, and we didn't even get to talk to them.
I did get to say to Meryl Streep, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I am a big admirer of your work. And I just loved her performance in Kramer versus Kramer.
Yes.
I studied a lot of her work. And so as like a theater geek, actory person, we've talked a lot about my love of actor prep. That was a big moment for me.
Well, I'm glad you had that moment. I did not meet her.
Wait, you didn't meet her?
No, I didn't meet her because they were dimming the lights. And so by the time I got there, I was just like, bye.
Well, she's one of my best friends now.
Oh,
from that moment, I've never spoken to her again.
You've never spoken to her again. My guess is that Meryl Streep doesn't quite remember that moment the way we do.
I know. Well, we have a photo of it.
We do have a photo.
All right, guys. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to break down the Hot Girl episode.
Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex
and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. With white cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello. It's delicious here yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 2% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. All right, this episode starts with Michael on a phone call with Jan. She's explaining that they're going to introduce a new incentive program, and the top seller in the office is going to get a prize worth $1,000, and that Michael can choose what that prize is. The end.
So I love that this episode starts with the line, "Are you listening to me, Michael?" by Jan, because he's just like futzing around with pencils and he has her on speakerphone. But I love that the first scene, you just think he's being an idiot, and then you hear this voice say, "Are you listening to me, Michael?" and I just love it. I love it.
The next scene when Dwight is standing over Michael's shoulder in the talking head, it begins as a talking head and then it reveals that Dwight is kind of like hovering. That's the first time we did that. But then we will do that many times in the show. It's one of my favorite things is how Dwight stands over Michael's shoulder. That's also when Pam comes into the office to say someone wants to sell handbags, and Michael is totally against it, of course, until he sees how attractive the woman is. A lot of people wrote in and wanted to know, where did these purses come from that she's selling? So I called Phil Shea,
Our prop master.
yes. He told me that he bought them all in downtown LA.
Oh, at like the markets downtown?
Yes.
Oh, the knockoff purse markets?
Yes.
Because some of them looked really nice, but also they looked a little like pleather.
I don't think anyone kept them. I didn't keep one. Did you?
I didn't know we could. I probably would have taken one.
It was early on when we weren't brave enough to ask to take things yet.
Yeah, no.
Later, when the show wrapped, I did take Pam's everyday purse. It's just
Aw.
something that had been sitting, even if I didn't use it in a scene, it sat on Pam's desk or it was in her drawer.
Yeah.
So I have that. I have Pam's everyday purse that she had for most of the season.
No,
But I didn't keep a fancy purse. There's this scene where Michael has to refer to Katie the purse girl as Pam 6.0.
Mm-hmm.
This was not an improvisation. I have the script.
I know.
From Hot Girl. I have all the scripts from season 1. I saved them, speaking of saving things. And I looked it up. She is like the improved version of me. Like she is. Yes, she is.
She is not.
She is.
As your best friend, I am not going to let that slide. She is not. But in this episode, they had really zhuzhed her up. She had a push-up bra on and her hair
Doesn't
all.
matter. Even
Jenna.
on our plainest day, Amy Adams is Jenna 6.0. She is.
No, she's not.
It's okay with me.
No, I'm not. No.
Well, oh, okay. Well, whatever. Should I have not said that?
No, I think it's a funny story. But as your best friend, I'm not going to let you say Amy Adams is a better version of you.
It's like we look similar, but then her nose is a little daintier, and her cheeks are a little rosier, and her hair is just a little brighter red. You know what I'm saying? It's just like she just turn it up a couple of notches on the dial, and you get Amy Adams. Like if you're creating me, right, you get to me, and then if you turn the dial a couple more notches, it turns into Amy Adams.
She's Disney you.
She kind of is. She's the Disney princess version of me.
Yes.
Angela, do you have a note card? Because you're like handling a note card right now. I feel like you want to say a note card.
I mean,
It's in your hand, and then you're touching them. What is it that you want to say?
Are you annoyed that I'm touching?
No, I'm giving you a chance to speak.
Oh. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, is that what? Oh, so it's British when you're offended.
Oh God, no! Stop! I was just going to say that Michael Scott has a talking head that I love so much. And these are just one of these talking heads that they're in every episode, and getting to rewatch them, I'm like, oh my God, that's brilliant.
Is it the small businessman?
I love
Is it the things that he reads?
I love that he said he loves American Way magazine, the in-flight magazine. And then he goes, they did a great profile on Doris Roberts and where she likes to eat when she's in Phoenix. It just made me laugh so hard because I read those. I just want you to know, American Airlines, whenever I fly with you, I get the American Way out and I look to see where people eat. It made me laugh so hard. And then he's like, illuminating.
I love those magazines too. I read them, and actually one of the coolest things that ever happened to me is that one time I had an article in
an in-flight magazine?
Yes, just like the Doris Roberts thing, I got profiled.
What? Jenna, I would be so excited. Why didn't you tell me? That is so cool.
No, I told this story about playing poker in Scotland.
Oh, wait. I know this is a total tangent. Guys, I'm sorry. I have to take Jen on a tangent because I love the story.
Yeah, should I tell the story?
You have to tell it.
Okay.
Because first of all, it makes you sound way cooler than you are. No offense.
I
but
know.
It kind of makes you sound like a rock
It's
star.
my biggest rock star moment of my life.
It's
100%.
Okay, so I had no idea. I know you're going to tell that story, but I need to see that in-flight magazine.
I'll show it to you. It was for United, magazine. And they had this story where they wanted people to tell the craziest ways they've ever fought jet lag. Okay, so Lee and I had this little romantic trip that we took to Scotland. This was before we had children.
I remember this because you told me you were going, and I was like, well, it's not a lot of days.
Yeah, we only had 5 days because we had a 1-week hiatus from work.
This is what people without children can do.
Yeah,
They
we
can
can
just
jet off to Scotland for 5 days. So we were going to spend 2 days in Edinburgh, and then we were going to go into the countryside for the other 3 days, do a tour of a, like a Scotch
Scotland.
factory and everything. Really fun. So we get there, and we thought we will take an overnight flight. We will sleep on the plane, and we will arrive at noon, rested and ready to tour Edinburgh.
Yeah, right.
This did not happen. We did not sleep on the plane, and we landed. It was noon, and we were thinking, how in the world are we going to make it through this whole day?
You were exhausted.
So tired. We're touring a castle. We're walking along little shops. We bought some hats. And at a little hat shop.
Oh, wait, I know I'm raising my hand because Jenna, you texted me and I remember you saying, we're so tired, we're going to try to power through. We're going to try to power through so we don't fall asleep.
Yes,
In the middle, you can't fall asleep in the middle of the day, then you're
no,
ruined.
then the whole 5 days you're just going to be sleeping during the day and up at night. So it's 5 o'clock and we are so exhausted, just so incredibly exhausted. We thought, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into a little pub. We're going to get a bite to eat. We're going to have a drink. We are going to force ourselves to stay awake until 7 p.m. And then we're going to go back to the hotel and fall asleep.
Right, that was your plan. Go to the pub, power through, and then go to bed.
Correct. We get to the pub, we order our drink, and we see a sign that says poker tournament starting at 6 p.m.
All right, I have to interject here. So my BFF, Jenna Fisher, is a flippin' fantastic poker player.
I don't know if I'm fantastic,
You
but I
are
love
fantastic.
playing.
Okay, no, you're fantastic. And I once went with her to the Celebrity Poker Showdown. Story for later, but she's really good at poker.
I came in second place.
You came in, I mean, that's
Behind Keegan Michael Key.
he won. That's a big flex because you beat Michael Ian Black, who still tells me that you beat him in poker. And I mean, you guys,
I also just want to say all of this is before I had children.
Yeah.
I barely play poker anymore. I can't stay awake for anything.
I know, but you are really good. Back in your day, lady.
Back in the day,
Back in your day before
In my
kids,
youth.
in your youth, you were quite the poker player. I think I can win poker with like 2 pairs of threes, and I have all the bravado.
2 pairs of threes. That would be 4 of a kind. You can.
Okay.
You can win poker with
Okay.
that, Angela.
Okay, so see, this is the problem. But I have no idea what I'm doing, and I think sometimes I mess up a table just because I have such confidence and I have nothing, and then people are like, "Urgh." Okay,
Sometimes that's the best strategy.
okay, go. You're in
So
Scotland.
we're in Scotland.
You're trying to stay
so
awake.
tired. We sign up for the poker tournament. Lee, my husband, he plays poker as well. We're thinking, here's what we'll do. We'll join the poker tournament at 6 p.m. We'll be done at 7. This is how we're going to stay awake that extra
You're
hour.
gonna play an hour of poker, and then you're gonna go to bed.
Go to bed. We enter the tournament. We start playing. We start winning.
You're like the 2 Americans who came in, and now you're kicking butt in this pub in Scotland.
So much so that we make it to the final table.
What time is this? How long have you been there now?
It is now midnight.
Oh, Jenna,
We are out of our minds.
exhausted.
I don't even know what I'm doing. It's probably why I was doing so well.
Because you're so loopy. You're playing the best poker of your life.
Lee and I are both at the final table, and we keep checking in with each other, saying, like, should we quit? A couple times Lee went all in because he's like, I'm so tired, just all in, and he would win. Finally, I get down to the final 2. It's 2 a.m.
And it's you and one other person?
One local
Scottish
guy
fella.
who played every week in the tournament,
And here you are,
this American
tired
on her
person.
vacation, and I won.
You won the whole thing.
I won the whole thing. I won 200 pounds.
Wow.
Amazing. Lee and I couldn't believe it. Everyone in the pub was a little bit like, yay. Yay
And
for her.
did you get your name like up on the wall or
Yes,
something?
I got my name up on the leaderboard, and I was supposed to come back for the championship table that was happening in several months. Of course, we all knew I wasn't going to show up. So I think the runner-up guy got to take my place. And then we went back to the hotel, and we slept so well, and I suffered no jet lag for the rest of that trip.
So this was
This
your
was
story.
the story in the United magazine.
Oh,
And I was
Now,
so
see,
proud to be in that
I'm with
magazine.
Michael Scott. That would have been a heck of a read.
I got copies. I sent them to my mom. I sent them to my in-laws. I have one at home.
I want you guys to know I woke up back here in the US of A, and I had a text from my best friend in Scotland, and there was a photo of her in a pub
Wearing my hat that I had bought, by the way.
wearing your hat,
My
that you
wool
bought,
hat.
and like smiling. And I was like, what is going on? And you were like, I want a poker tournament. I was like, you're supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah. But that's, I mean, truly, that is like maybe one of my proudest moments.
Yeah, that's a pretty rock star moment, lady.
Thank you. Well, we should probably get back to the episode. This is the cringiest episode of The Office so far. Not ever. I mean, Scott's tots, but
It's cringy, but Diversity Day is pretty cringy too.
the whole scene where Michael is talking to Katie about coffee, I was dying.
I was dying. What I was also got so weirded out when he was like, all I'm trying to do here is just break down walls. I just try to break down walls. I was like, what is he talking about?
Oh my goodness.
And she plays it so well.
Oh my gosh. Does. And then that scene with Brian over my shoulder asking me if I'm jealous.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed so hard during that scene. What was difficult was that I was supposed to sit there and be doing my work, and he is hovering over me and then insulting me, and I could not get through it. Every time he would start his sentence, it would make me laugh. That was the scene that I probably laughed the most in when I was shooting this episode. And this leads me into a fan question from Delaney.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ever get offended by the scripts personally? Like in this episode, how Pam is compared to Katie the whole time? Jenna, did you take that personally? I didn't.
Well, I didn't either, because I felt like a lot of our comedy was a little bit of a free-for-all. Like everyone was going to have a moment, where they were sort of the butt of the joke, but it was never malicious. It was just, it served the script, it served the story. I never took offense.
Also, I feel like so much of comedy and comedians is self-deprecating in nature.
Yeah.
And so we're a group of people who are pretty honest with ourselves, don't you think?
Yeah.
It wasn't offensive to me. It was the idea that has happened to all of us, where a more attractive person walks in the room and is getting all the attention, and then you feel jealous. But I enjoyed this episode. I loved playing with all those feelings.
I was going to say, it was a lot of human moments for Pam, just seeing how Jim was affected and how that affected her, and it was fantastic. I thought you did an excellent job. I have on one of my note cards. Where is it, Jenna? What does it say?
Jenna was brilliant.
She was.
Thank you, Angela.
You were so good. Oh, I don't want to get us off I know you have your list, lady, but the moment when she's like, what are you going to do? And he's like, oh, I think actually I'm going to see Katie. The look on your face as Pam, what you did with your eyes in that moment was so amazing.
It's
interesting.
So amazing. You know what I gave myself as a direction in that moment in my head?
What?
Was when he tells you that, do not blink your eyes. Just stare at him. You're not affected by that. And smile, because that is great news. Oh, that's great. That was her way of trying to not show how she was feeling, but then it shows everything.
Yeah, it showed everything. It was so great.
The scene with Katie, Michael, and Toby.
Oh, brutal. Oh, Jenna, I watched the deleted scenes this time.
You did?
Yes, so I still haven't gotten a DVD player.
How'd you do it?
I found them online.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a legal site that I went to. I clicked on so many things that took me there. So I don't know. I probably have some inappropriate things on my computer now.
Oh boy.
No, I'm just saying I clicked away. But anyway, I watched the deleted scenes, and there is a longer version of that scene where Steve, I know, is just riffing on that whole idea of sad sack Toby.
Yeah.
And it is so cringy.
Oh, I want to go back and watch that.
It's really good. So what you see in the episode is just 3 seconds of that moment where he's like, oh yeah, you're divorced, right? Sleeping in your car.
I loved the you slept one night in your car, right?
Yeah.
Made me laugh out loud.
Yeah, that's so good.
For a long time.
Yeah, and Paul's reaction is so perfect. In the deleted scenes, Michael goes off on him for minutes.
What's so amazing is that Steve and Paul in real life are both of our kind of very gentle, quiet, kind people on the set, and they have to. Well, I guess just Michael has to bully Toby, but Steve and Paul's real life relationship is so opposite that.
Yeah. No, but it was, oh, and Katie's like, where am I? Ooh, I have some Kinsey tidbits.
All right, let's hear them.
At 8 minutes, 14 seconds, Pam, gets up in a huff from Roy and leaves her salad on the table.
Yeah.
You left her. You didn't pack up your Tupperware or anything, and you had a juice box.
What are you? I had just been insulted. He insulted me. He just said we're dating, and I had to say we're not dating, we're engaged. I'm very hurt. And I walk away. What do you want?
And here's my salad and my Tupperware. Deal with it.
Have you never been at a meal and been offended and just left your plate?
No.
So if you're in a fight with someone over dinner,
Yes.
you get up with your plate and you go rinse it off and put it in the dishwasher.
That's right. I'm going to bust my plate. I'm going to leave my salad.
Well, I would love to see that.
Oh,
I think it would have been so weird if she had taken her food with her. What an odd choice.
I think it would be funny if she was mad as hell and had to pack up her salad.
I have a thing that I wanted to share about Pam's engagement ring to Roy. The props people, when you have to be married on a show, they'll bring you a whole tray of rings
To pick.
Yes, you get to pick your engagement ring and your wedding ring. Now, these are based on selections that have been pre-edited by the director and producers, right? So you can't just pick like a honkin' ring.
Right. It has to match your character's life.
Yes, but they give you a variety of things to choose from, and you have to try them on in different sizes. So when they gave me the tray of rings, I picked a diamond cluster ring as opposed to a diamond solitaire. And I had it in my mind that Pam has always been hurt that Roy didn't get her more of the rings she wanted, which would be more of a diamond solitaire, more of what Jim is going to give her later.
Right.
But she's a polite person, and she thinks it's not right to be offended by the ring or to not like the ring, so she had to very graciously accept this ring. But I always felt like her opinion of Roy was that he didn't put enough effort into getting to know her or what she would like, or he didn't put a lot of effort into the engagement ring
Or the relationship.
but that the ring is really a symbol of his lack of effort and his lack of knowing her. And every day when I would look down at that diamond cluster ring, it would just poke at those wounds that she has in her relationship with Roy. And so when he says boyfriend, that's another way that she's like, that's right. This ring makes me feel like we're not engaged. I've been wearing this diamond cluster ring for 3 years, and it feels like a thing that you give your girlfriend. It doesn't feel like what you give someone when you're proposing, at least for Pam. Does that make sense?
It does. And it also just makes me sad. And now I take back my salad. My salad
so you
judgment.
see how hurt she was.
She was
You see
very
the
hurt.
history there.
Yes,
She can't
yes.
clean up a salad in that moment,
No,
Angela.
yeah, no. In that moment, she's like, 3 years. 3 years I've sat here and you haven't noticed me.
Yes.
That's what's raging inside her.
And this is probably one of the biggest displays of hurt and anger that Pam has ever had.
Yeah.
She doesn't let it out.
No. Okay, I take back the salad
Thank
packing
you.
up. Okay.
Thank you very much.
But do you want to explain to me why at 9 minutes, 23 seconds, E.T. is back on Jim's desk?
Wow.
Yeah. E.T. in his blue robe back on Jim's desk.
So it was on the desk and then off.
Oh, Sam's going to bring up E.T.
Looking at it, so I make suggestions.
Wait for it.
Here's the thing, okay? You just keep talking.
See E.T.? See
Where?
E.T.?
Where? Oh yeah! Oh yes, I see it. What is that?
I don't know.
We need to find out from John.
And Phil Shea.
We will text John and Phil and get an answer. I have a fan question.
Okay.
This is from Mary Beth. The scene where Dwight is talking to Katie about buying a purse when Jim and Pam start awkwardly narrating the interaction. Was that scene scripted, or did John and Jenna just play off whatever Rain decided to do? It was improvised. We were on set and we had a little scripted scene, and then it was suggested that we narrate what was going on. I think it was John's idea. So Rain knew that we were going to do that, so he started doing all kinds of crazy stuff with the purses, like slamming on the desk and like
Putting
trying
his
to
foot
put
in
it.
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. To give us weird things to say. And I really froze. I am not a great improviser in like comedy, improv, sketch comedy. I took a couple of those classes and I always really tanked. I froze. I'm very good at improvising in a specific character, but not if the specific character has to be funny and say clever things. That's not my forte.
It's okay, lady.
You know, you're good at it. That was your thing.
I love it. I love it.
Just to keep us on plot at this point in the episode, Michael buys a Starbucks coffee machine.
$1,000.
$1,000. This is going to be the incentive for the salesperson who sells the most, but then he unwraps it and makes Katie the purse girl a cup of coffee.
He's so creepy that he's used this coffee thing to flirt with her. He's so creepy with it.
I love his line though where he says, Dunder Mifflin in the 80s, before they knew how bad cocaine was, man, did they move paper.
Yeah, did they move paper? So funny.
I love that line. I also remember the scene with Michael and Dwight. Michael tells Dwight that he's going to be giving Katie a ride home, and Dwight asking if he loves her.
Do you love her?
Do you love her? I remember they could not get through that scene. The two of them were cracking each other up. It went on forever.
Not only do I love that Dwight is like, do you love her? I love that Michael's like, I don't know. Maybe. I can't say.
I don't know yet.
Oh,
I don't know.
the two of them are ridiculous. And then you have Roy who decides he's going to try to make up with Pam. And he decides to start tickling you while you're sitting on Jim's desk
It's so awkward.
next to Jim.
I remember filming that scene.
When I watched it, I felt so uncomfortable for Jim. I was like, oh God, Jim.
And then he gets up and he walks away.
Yes.
So here's something interesting about that. I, as Jenna, hate being tickled.
Yeah, you hate it.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
It certainly would not be the way to make up with me.
You make you angry.
You know what?
Yeah.
I would be like, no.
Mm-mm.
And I think that when I was filming that, I had to really wrap my head around the fact this is a way that Jenna and Pam are different.
Yeah.
Pam is won over by it. Pam is like, oh, come on. Oh, no. That is how they make up.
Yeah.
Pam and Roy are friends again, or I guess engaged again after that moment.
Whatever they are, they're back.
Whatever they are, they're back. But for me, as Jenna, I had to really stuff all of my Jenna instincts because I do not like tickling.
Well, and some people really don't like being tickled. I don't like being scared.
Oh,
So, like,
I know.
Well, and my husband, once a year around Halloween,
You don't like being startled or scared.
I don't like scary
You don't
movies.
respond well.
I don't go to scary movies, and my dad was the same way. So you know how they say some people are like fight or flight?
Yeah.
I am fight. and so Josh, my husband, like around Halloween, him and the kids think it's funny to get like a fake arm or a mask and scare me. And I always say to them, one of you will get whacked. You know that. And I have no
You flail your arms when people scare you.
Yeah,
I've seen it
I have
happen.
no control over it. Just recently, my husband, for Halloween, they jumped out to scare me. He had this mask on, and I screamed. And then with everything I had, I hucked my phone at him, and I hit him with my phone. Clearly, like I didn't mean to. It just is like this weird instinctual thing where I just go, ah.
Yeah. You need to hope that you never have to do a scene where someone scares you.
It'll be very.
Because how will you keep your arms from not whacking?
I don't know. Someone will get hurt.
That was the difficulty for me in that scene because tickling me makes me irritated.
Want to whack someone?
Does not make me laugh.
Well, I thought you did a great job, and it was cringy as heck.
Yeah.
Poor Jim.
I know. All right, we're gonna go to a break.
Let's take a break. Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays. What did you do? Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Angela, I want to start by asking you a question.
Okay.
You know the scene where Dwight is asking Katie on the date, and it's in front of your character because you're looking at purses? Your face during that moment, what were you thinking?
I did not even look up.
No, you just kept your eyes down.
I kept my eyes down, and then I didn't look up until he walked out of the room. And you can see when he exits, I kind of look up and look at him leave. You know, in that moment, it was so awkward and uncomfortable. I wasn't given direction to do that, but I just felt so uncomfortable. I just kept looking down.
But Dwangela is not a thing yet.
No.
But it is so easy to superimpose what we know is going to happen between your two characters onto this moment. But people were asking if you knew that your characters were going to end up together in that moment yet, but you didn't, right?
I didn't know. And just in that conference room, it's not a huge space. And him putting himself out there like that to her, I, as Angela, and like even as myself, felt so uncomfortable that I just was trying somehow not to participate in the moment in any way.
Like try to just be invisible.
Yeah, I was in my mind, I was like, just be invisible. I think that, you know, Angela didn't know that Dwight was going to be her soulmate, but I think she did see him as an equal, and she respected his work ethic and probably respected who he was in the office, even though he annoyed her, right?
Sure.
There was a power struggle between the two of them. So to see him sort of humble himself like that to Katie and get humiliated, I just felt like I didn't even want him to think that I had witnessed it. I didn't see it. It didn't happen. It's okay. That's, I think, what she was thinking. And that's why I didn't look up. I was literally trying to be invisible in the moment.
Well, after that, you have a line that is one of my favorite lines of your character where you describe your favorite colors. This is a fan question from Emmy. Angela, did you improvise the scene where you discuss your colors being different shades of gray?
Yes, I did.
I knew it.
Yes, I did. In the episode, Dwight is looking in at the conference room at Katie and Angela sort of talking, and we didn't have any scripted dialogue, so they said, can you just kind of banter? And I didn't even know if it would make it in. You know?
Yes.
And so that scene was improvised, and it starts off with Amy as Katie saying, well, you seem to like to touch things. And then I just responded, I don't like to necessarily touch things. I'm shopping, you know?
I loved that line.
And then she said, well, what color do you like? And this was all improvised. And I said, gray, dark gray, charcoal. And it made it in, and that was really fun. And then that line ended up in a article in the newspaper. It was talking about what sums up the show, and they said, the character Angela's line, gray, dark gray, charcoal, really sets the tone. And I was so proud of that.
It really then informed a lot of your wardrobe after that. You had been kind of wearing these muted colors, but that became your uniform moving forward.
Okay, Jenna, what else do you have?
All right. The scene where Ryan and Michael are cleaning out his car, that was not improvised.
No, that was scripted.
A lot of people asked, all of it, blue blast, smell alike, how many fillet of fish do you eat? All of those lines are in the script. I checked because when I was watching it, it was so hard for me to believe that it was not improvised that I went back to my script and I read it. And I think that it just points to how good the writing was on our show.
Fantastic.
Just how good. And also how good the actors were. I mean, BJ and Steve in that scene, Just absolutely brilliant. Mindy also told me that the reference to the filet-o-fishes is a nod to her disgusting love of filet-o-fish in real life.
Or just her love for McDonald's. She loves McDonald's.
But that she really does love a filet-o-fish.
I loved in this scene too when Michael's like, that was over a period of time, okay?
It was over a month.
It's over a month. And Ryan the Temp goes, still.
Yeah. I have watched that scene over and over again. I think that's a gem. I think if you haven't rewatched this episode, but you're listening to the podcast, just please go watch that scene. It is
so good.
Terrific.
Blue is not a flavor. I have a note card.
Say it.
Okay, this is a great Dwight line when he says, "Shroots produce very thirsty babies."
Oh, yes. That's a famous line.
That's a famous line. And when I was pregnant season 5 of The Office, and I got a gift of a T-shirt that said, "Shroots produce very thirsty babies," and it was a maternity shirt.
Oh my God.
And I wore that around my big belly, and people would freak out. I still have it.
Oh, do you have a picture of yourself in that?
I will look, but if I don't, I'll just take a picture of myself in it, and I'll have to post that on Office Ladies Pod because I still have that shirt.
You should, definitely. Here is something that everybody wrote in about. This was one of our most popular questions. What's up with the wrong parking lot at the end of this episode?
That's because this was the original set before we moved. The first 6 episodes we all filmed at an actual office building in Culver City, and that was the parking lot.
Yes. So when we moved in season 2 and beyond, we had 2 sound stages. One sound stage was a recreation of the office, that interior office that we shot in the first year.
Mm-hmm.
The other building is where the writers worked.
And it was just an office building, and that was just the parking lot for it.
Yes, and that is where we filmed the Dunder Mifflin parking lot. So it was really interesting because we had our warehouse set over there, and then we had the parking lot,
and we had the lobby and the elevator where Hank sat.
Yes, all of that was one building, but then the Dunder Mifflin building was something else. So if we had to do a scene where you see us walk out, we would have to start that scene in one building and then move all the cameras and all of us over to the other building and then get the exterior version of it.
Yes,
it was quite complicated.
It basically when we filmed in one stage indoors and we filmed another stage outdoors for the most part. But that parking lot is not the Dunder Mifflin parking lot that you see from season 2 and beyond.
And I have a story about that parking lot. You see in that final shot, it starts with Michael and Jim and Katie leaving. She's got her big bag. Michael realizes that Jim is going to be giving her a ride home because they're going to get drinks. And then it reveals Pam and Roy backing up in Roy's truck, and Pam clocks Jim and Katie. So David and I had to sit in that truck in the parking lot and wait a very long time until everyone came out and did that scene, and we had a little walkie-talkie inside the truck, and they would say go, and then David would back up and we would pull out and the camera would get that shot of me looking sad, and we would drive off, and then they would say reset, and we would bring the truck back, and then we would wait a very long time. At the end of the night, they reset us back into the parking lot, and we sat there in the truck, and then all of a sudden we saw everyone driving away in their own cars.
Oh
no! They left us in the truck. They forgot to tell us that they had wrapped for the day.
And we were all done and we were leaving.
You were done. You were changing clothes. You were getting in your cars. We saw the director leave. We saw actors leave. David and I were like, what is going on? So, and here's the thing. I've talked about this before. David Denman and I were very good friends in real life. We talked about in the basketball episode how you and I became best friends because we had to sit on that bench for hours and hours. This is really the episode where David and I became such good friends.
Well, you had a lot of like St. Louis connections.
We did.
Mutual friends.
And we had the poker connection.
Yes.
David and I played in a poker game together with our crew. We would host these poker games. Rain was in on it. Chris Workman, who was one of our camera operators, Ed, our camera assistant, we would all get together and we would play poker. And he was part of that. So he was one of my poker pals. And anyway, this was the episode where we really became friends because we got left in that truck.
You got stuck in that truck. Jenna, do you know what? I'm seeing a theme here that you become really close friends with people that you are in a confined space with.
I get stuck with.
Stuck on a bench. I'll be Angela's best friend. I'm stuck in a truck. David, let's play poker.
Get stuck in an elevator with me.
And then you're going to be best friends.
Friends for life.
I have my final note card. Ready?
Yes.
All right. At around 21 minutes, 25 seconds, you see both Meredith, played by Kate Flannery, and Meredith, played by Henriette, in the same episode.
Yes, you saw it, Angela. Yes. I saw it, and I almost texted you, background expert, but I thought, no, I'm going to wait and see if she sees it. Yes, this is a huge mistake.
It's a huge mistake. So basically, while Michael has this talking head, they want to show all these clips of different women in the office, and they used like some footage from the pilot before Kate Flannery came on, and it was Henriette as Meredith. You have this montage that goes Kate Flannery to Henriette to Luann, who played in the annex.
Who was one of our extras for a very long time, so that makes sense. I saw that and I got so excited for you. I got so excited
Because you knew
I knew you were going to clock it.
you knew I had my note card ready.
I have a final little tidbit. I have a Fisher tidbit, the coffee maker. We never find out who won the coffee maker.
No.
I am feeling like I need to know.
We never find out who won it, and we never see it again.
We
so it
never
doesn't
see it
stay in
again.
the office.
I asked Phil Shea because a fan wrote in. They wanted to know, did any of us get to keep it? People are very interested in the things we're allowed to keep and not keep. I get it. He said no. He said it was borrowed from Starbucks and had to be returned.
I believe that.
Where is that machine now?
I actually believe that, and I bet the purses were returned because we were on a tight budget and we thought we were getting canceled.
Yes,
And we didn't want to give NBC any reason to think we were trouble.
that's right.
So I believe that all of that was returned and we got to recoup that money.
For sure.
Well, Jenna, I think that was some really fun fast facts. You did a great job.
Wow, thank you.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it,
Oh,
Angela.
No.
I think
Now I need to hear you sing, because if that's what you sound like, I just realized we've never like done karaoke or anything together.
on the wings of love, only the two of us together flying high.
Okay, don't sing anymore. We have to pay for it. But now I know now I have got your karaoke voice, and it's whispery.
I was trying to cover up my flaws.
And if you can't really sing, you whisper sing.
And that was Hot Girl. And that wraps up season 1.
Season 1, where you and I become best friends
Yes.
because you were stuck on a bench with me,
Yeah.
and where you also became friends with someone because you were stuck in a car with them.
Yeah.
See a pattern here. What's going to happen season 2?
Who do I get stuck with in season 2? Dun dun dun. Speaking of season 2, we are going to start with the Dundies.
Oh, I can't wait. That's a big episode.
A very, very big episode. All right, we'll see you next week.
See you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be.
Hi there, it's Angela and Jenna. Happy Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving week, guys.
We are going to take this week off. Don't be mad. We're going to come back next week with an amazing episode. It's the Dundies.
You know, something I was thinking though, Angela, is was there ever a Thanksgiving episode of The Office?
I don't think so.
I don't think there was. There's Christmas and even Valentine's Day and Halloween. So maybe this is just right. Maybe for us to take the week off.
Maybe it's perfect. We have family coming in to visit. Jenna's hosting this year for her family, so you're going to be super busy. You're going to be cooking and just busy.
Yeah, we do something called Thanksmas. My family gets all together for Thanksgiving and we celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas. I decorate my living room for Christmas. We wake up in the morning, we open presents, and then we move into the dining room,
What do you
which is
think of that
decorated for
idea?
Thanksgiving.
I think it's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my goddamn
I love
life.
it. We rented a cabin
Hey,
in the woods.
hey, we fucking,
Oh, that's your
we
happy
fucking
place.
celebrate.
That is our
We're
happy
gonna
place. We like to
celebrate
get out in the nature, so we're going to be road tripping, packing it up in the minivan,
Columbus
lots of
Labor Day.
snacks, and heading to the
okay.
forest. So that's, I don't even know if I'm going to have internet. I probably won't, but that's probably a good thing.
You'll be totally unplugged. Oh,
You
you're
think
gonna love
that?
that.
I want to do a
You
puzzle.
think that?
Oh, I love puzzles,
I do
Angela.
too. I do too. I want to be like in the forest,
Well,
hiking,
We're
doing a puzzle.
gonna
But so we just
celebrate.
wanted to wish you guys a very happy Thanksgiving and just know that we're thinking about you. And thank you for just being part of our journey. We did not know what we were doing when we started this. We just knew we wanted to work together. We knew we loved The Office, and we wanted to share our memories with you. And your support has just been so amazing. Thank you.
We're really, really enjoying this, and it's really largely due to you guys. Like your enthusiasm and support. Your questions are so fun to read.
Yeah, and your comments and all of it. So thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving with your family and friends. And everyone out there, just know you got two office ladies sending you some love.
And we'll see you next week for the Dundies.
That's great. Okay.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and
Right.
just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
Guys, thank you so much for your support of our podcast and watching with us and listening with us.
It means so much, and we are loving all of your comments, too.
It has been so fun. I have loved going through the comments and going through the questions and the mailbox. By the way, if you want to send us a question, you can send it to officeladies@earwolf.com. All right, today we are moving into season 2. Woo! Season 2, episode 1, The Dundies, written by Mindy Kaling, directed by Greg Daniels.
Yes, and you guys out there listening, we really wanted to do a live podcast of this at a Chili's, but
Yes,
as it turns out, a lot of stuff is involved in doing that, and we just didn't get it together in time.
But we do plan on doing some live podcasts.
Yes, and maybe we'll go to a Chili's.
We have to make that happen.
We have to make it happen.
For sure.
You're allowed back in now.
I am. They lifted the ban officially like a year and a half ago, so I can now go to a Chili's. So we have to make that happen. Yeah. There is so much to talk about with this episode. I have so many notes, and I'm looking at my notes, and I realize the one thing I don't have is a summary written down.
What is
Can
wrong
you believe
with
it?
you?
I was so excited to get into the episode that I failed to write a summary. So here we go. I'm going to wing it. In this episode, manager Michael Scott gives out awards to his employees called the Dundies during a very awkward show at a Chili's. How'd I do?
You did pretty great. He thinks he's like, an amazing stand-up comedian, performer. I did see that a Dundee, I saw a description online of what a Dundee is.
Okay.
So if you look up Dundee, it says, a Dundee is an award bestowed annually by Dunder Mifflin Scranton Regional Manager Michael Scott. In order to maintain morale, everybody gets a Dundee.
Where did you read that?
I did it. There's a thing called Dunderpedia.
Oh, well, let's start with this fast fact.
Okay.
It's also a fan question. Aaron asked, where did the idea for the Dundies come from?
I don't know.
The Dundies were based on an awards presentation that Greg Daniels did for his real-life employees on King of the Hill.
Oh my God.
He was the Michael Scott of King of the Hill.
Correct.
He gave them out in a ceremony, and they were called the Swampies.
Oh my Lord.
And he gave out the same businessman statues that Michael gives out. He went into a trophy shop, and he saw those statues, and it inspired him to do an award show for his employees. And then now it graduated into an idea for the office.
I actually can really see Greg doing that. I can see him going and buying them and thinking like it would like boost everyone's spirits.
Yes, it was a morale booster.
Aw, Greg.
This leads me into fast fact number 2. The Dundies was the story that Greg wanted to use as the season 1, episode 1 pilot.
Instead of
Instead of the pilot. Yes, this was his idea for how to kick off the American version of The Office, but the network said they preferred we do an adaptation of the British pilot.
wow.
And Greg was very, very disappointed. But if you notice, and Angela, maybe you did notice, there has been a Dundee on Michael's desk from the very beginning. It's in our opening credits, and Michael Scott, all through season 1, had a Dundee.
It's in the opening credits, but is it on his desk in the
Well,
episode?
now that I don't know.
See, because I don't think it's on his actual desk, but I think it's in the credits.
It's in the credits.
Yes.
But I do think that even that little bit is that way where Greg had something in his head.
Right.
He had this idea of these Dundee Awards looming for all this time. And finally, when we got picked up, he was able to do
Well,
something
thank
today.
goodness we got a second season. That would really have been a bummer.
Or else that little shot in the opening credits would have remained a mystery. What is the little man in his house? What is it? Are we ready for fast fact number 3? We're moving more quickly than I thought we would.
Well, let me just tell you, I'm just letting you go, lady.
All right.
Jenna, I wish you guys could see her. She came in what looks like a mechanic's outfit.
Yeah,
You're
it's
like
my green jumpsuit.
Her green
But I
jumpsuit,
also have a hat on.
a hat on. It's like she came to play. Either that or pilot an airplane. But you are ready.
Do you need anything assembled? Because I think I look like I could assemble something.
Maybe. Okay, go, go, go.
All right, fast fact number 3. The second season of The Office was originally only 6 episodes long. We only got picked up for 6 episodes.
I know. We were so excited to get 6, but after that, we're like, well, I guess that's it.
That might be all. But they started airing, and then they ordered 3 more. Then they ordered 4 more.
Right.
Then I think they ordered the rest of the whole season, and we ended up with a usual amount of time.
Yeah, but in the beginning, we were like, well, we got 6. Well, that's that. Oh, no, we got 3 more. Oh, we got, it kind of gave you that sense of like, well, we might as well go for it because we don't know if we're going to
We didn't
this
know.
job. Yeah.
And this episode of the Dundies was actually the 3rd episode that we shot when we came back. And it was the first episode that we ever shot away from our office set.
Yes.
This is the first time we went on a completely different location. It was really, really cool. And we shot this the week after Steve Carell's movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin, hit theaters.
Yes.
It was the number 1 movie at the box office.
We were so excited for him. And Steve being the sweetheart that he has invited the whole entire cast to the premiere.
Yeah.
And we all went, we got dressed up. And that was like one of the first fancy movie anything parties I've ever been to.
I have a crazy story about that, Angela. Well, we had been shooting all day, and then the premiere was that night.
Yeah.
And we got dressed on set, and the hair and makeup people did our hair and makeup,
Yeah.
and we carpooled, and we went to this premiere. And when we got there, I was wearing this dress. It's very hard to explain. Maybe we can find a photo of it and put it on our website. It was sort of like a lacy mermaid thing. It was like green and blue. I don't even remember where I got it or how I got it. It was my first big movie premiere.
Right.
I didn't know what you were supposed to wear or how you were supposed to dress.
Right.
It was a silky dress, and then over it
Was
had
the lace
a
part.
lace
So
part.
the silk part was like the slip, and then the lace part went over.
Yes, a
Okay.
silk slip. Thank you, Angela. And it was blue and green, sort of mermaidy colors, I
Oh,
guess.
well.
And it had this really big ribbon around the hips. Okay.
What is happening?
I'll tell you. And then it had the ribbon tassels were hanging down in the front. Okay.
Okay.
So when we got to the premiere, I had to pee so badly. So
Oh.
before we walked the red carpet, I ran into the bathroom and I peed very quickly. I did not pee on the ribbon. No, that would have been awful.
That's where I thought the story was
No,
going.
the ribbon did not dip in the toilet.
Okay.
But you know, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, I said that because I feel like it's happened to me.
Okay, I did not pee on the ribbon, but I was rushing. And I came back out and I went to the red carpet. I took my pictures. I posed. I did the pictures. Whirlwind. Hoped I did it right. Went inside. When I got inside, I realized that I had tucked the slip into my underwear.
No.
And
Was your butt showing in the lace in the photos?
No, my butt was not showing. Thankfully, that ribbon was strategically poised to cover my lady bits. Because it was just lace on the bottom. Because I had tucked this up in my underwear, but it gets worse.
What? How can it get worse than you tucked your... Also, didn't you fill some air in places you should have been filling air?
I was so nervous.
You were rushing.
I was rushing.
Okay.
I wanted to get into my friend Steve's big movie premiere.
Okay, how does it get worse?
You know when you go and you buy like the 3-pack of cotton underwear at Target, and there's a white pair, a black pair, a nude pair, and then a crazy colored pair? I was wearing the crazy pair from my Target underwear pack. And I think, like, from the back, you must have been able to see it. Thankfully, I didn't turn around on the red carpet, but I'm sure many people saw that as I was walking.
Jenna, I do not remember if I did the red carpet or not. I don't know if I did. I think I just went in the theater. I mean, I would have to go back and look, but I feel like I didn't even know that we had to do that. And I kind of,
Someone made me do it. Like, I got out of the car and, you know, someone grabbed me and said, you need to take pictures.
I'm pretty sure I
Didn't know what
drove
to do.
myself and I just parked in the garage and I walked in. But I just remember being so excited for Steve, and he was so happy we were there. He had us all sitting together, and he came over and he gave us all a big hug. And I can't remember that he wore a white suit. Am I remembering that right? Don't know. Should have looked it up. We were doing the Dundies today. I don't think I bought anything new. I don't remember what I wore.
I sat between John and Rain at the premiere. When the movie was over, I turned to John and I said, Steve is going to be the biggest movie star when this movie comes out.
Yeah.
He's going to stop being Steve. He's going to start being Steve Carell.
Yeah.
And it's going to be weird because we know Steve,
Right.
and the rest of the world is going to know Steve Carell in about 1 week.
I remember thinking, like, holy moly, this is going to be a big hit.
So now we're shooting the Dundies.
Yes.
The 40-year-old virgin has come out, and as predicted,
Our
Steve
friend is a
is
big
Steve
movie star.
Carell. He's
Yes.
a huge movie star, and since we're on location, they had to economize space, and we were each given these teeny tiny trailers.
To change clothes in, basically.
That's
all,
right.
That's all you could do.
That's all you could do. It's about the size of a closet. Even Steve, biggest movie star in the country, did not get a larger closet to change in, and his was infested with ants.
Ew.
And I will just never forget how humble he was and how he did not complain at all. And I thought, you know what? That is how you behave with class.
Yes, and Steve is not a complainer, and he's professional, and he's on time, and he gets his shiitake done.
And he even joked about it. He was like, well, that's how they keep you humble in this business. It was great. It was so great. I have a fourth fast fact, Angela.
But Jenna, you only do 3 fast facts.
But this is the Dundies. The Dundies deserves a fourth fast fact.
Okay.
So fast fact number 4, and this was based on a lot of questions from fans about the Chili's location. It was not a real Chili's.
In fact, it was an out-of-business restaurant.
We got permission from Chili's to make it a Chili's.
And they sent all their gear, all their signs and their chalkboard stuff to make it look like a Chili's.
Yes, they spent weeks. Michael Gallenberg, our set designer, spent weeks conferring with Chili's, reconstructing with painstaking detail this Chili's restaurant, which was in an abandoned former restaurant.
It was in an abandoned restaurant and an empty parking lot, and it didn't even have any signs or anything on it when they started. It was just a out-of-business restaurant.
Yeah. So there you go, guys. You can't, and what's crazy about that is you can't go eat at that Chili's.
It is near a mall, and on my lunch break, I wanted a mask and snorkel, and I went,
What?
Yeah, so this is a story that's not that interesting, but when we filmed at this random neighborhood at this out-of-business restaurant, and I just happened to see that it was near like a mall, and I was able on my lunch break to get a snorkel and a mask.
For what reason?
I wanted to go snorkeling. I was going to go. But this is what I remember about this restaurant. It's like, oh, that's the restaurant.
Snorkeling where?
It's like in the ocean, Jenna. I was going to go to Catalina Island. Listen, the details aren't important. What is important is when I think about that out-of-business restaurant that we filmed in as a Chili's, is that that's near where I bought my mask and snorkel.
Do you still have your mask and snorkel?
It broke.
Here's the thing, guys. If you want to not eat at that Chili's and also buy a broken mask and
A
snorkel,
kind of crappy mask
you
and
can
snorkel.
head out to wherever that was,
I think it was in Panorama City.
deep in the valleys of Los Angeles. You want to take a break?
Yeah,
And
let's
then
take a
we'll
break.
get into this episode.
Okay.
So much to say.
We have so much to say, and I have all my note cards. Some of them are really great. Some of them, I don't know, guys. It's
Some of
just-
them are just a mask and snorkel.
Some of them.
Did you see?
Oh, well,
That means
listen.
stud.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to talk more about the ants in the trailer?
The ants in the trailer were
Do you
interesting.
want to tell another riveting insect story?
We'll be right back.
Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the
Yes.
prime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I've never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
So, you guys, we were going to a break, and while we went to a break, I Googled Jenna's dress at the 40-Year-Old Virgin, and I see what you mean.
You see how it's kind of mermaidy?
It is
You see
kind
why
of
I
mermaidy.
described it that way?
It also looks like this is like someone told you, when you pose, stick your arms on your hips and stick your chest out a little.
Yeah,
Look at your pose. Look at that. You're like, kaboom.
Well, I want to say that in addition to attending the premiere, Angela, do you remember that you and I went and saw it a second time together, just the two of us as BFFs, and we took a picture with Steve's poster in the
We
lobby?
did. We went on our own because we were just so excited for Steve. I still have it. I have a photo of you and I standing next to his face on
I
a
do too.
poster in the movie theater. I'm sure people were like, what are those two up to?
Should we get into this episode as Angela continues to scroll through pictures of me at this premiere looking for my crazy Target underwear and shit?
Oh, Steve did wear a white suit. He wore a white suit. I remembered that correctly. There are no photos for me. All right.
Let's get into this episode. In the very opening shot of Pam at her desk, I don't know if you noticed this, Angela, as our background expert, but I am holding my work shoes in my hand. I've just arrived at work and I'm holding my work shoes. And this was something that we did but did not mention. It was to establish that she wears her white Keds to work and then changes into her work shoes.
Which a lot of people do.
Yes.
A lot of people do.
A lot of people who live in New York City and walk or use the subway. I'm not sure why Pam, who is driven to work by her fiance, needs to wear Keds in the car. So it is.
Well, maybe Pam only has, the one pair of shoes that are her nice shoes, and she doesn't want to muck them up.
Well, this is how she keeps her Keds so white, is because she just wears them in a car. In case you were wondering. All right, so moving on to Michael's talking head describing the Dundies. Everyone wrote in about this. Why does Steve look so different in the first shot of him in this episode?
Well, I know why. Because when the summer that he was going to film 40-Year-Old Virgin, he got in crazy, amazing shape.
Amazing shape.
Amazing shape. And then he's maintained that. He's just like, he's very fit now. He sort of like made that part of his life. They just gave him a whole new look, too. They zhuzhed him up.
Well, originally, his character was based on the British show and the boss there. So they really mirrored his look after David Brent. And when Steve came back, so much thinner and just looking amazing,
Yeah,
they
he was
used
like
it as an
tan.
excuse. Yeah, I mean, he just looked healthy.
He looked healthy. He was
Great.
Also, the first season, I know they put this gel in his hair. They like slicked it back to look like David Brent.
Right.
And then after that, they're like, okay, let's style his hair different. And then Jen and I, actually, you guys, we were talking about this because this would crack us up. The guys have all their own like hair accessories.
They
in the
did.
hair and makeup trailer. And one of them was like the tiniest little rolling brush.
Yeah.
That they would like get their hair blown out like a little bouffant.
But it was really tiny. And Brian and Rain had, remember that teeny tiny little flat iron?
It's the
It could
tiniest
fit in
flat
your
iron.
pocket.
I
It was
know.
like a joke.
It looked like an envelope opener. It was
Yes.
like, but it was a flat
It was
iron.
so small.
And they would flat iron their tiny
Why did
names.
the men all have these like miniature, except like almost something you would use on a doll?
That's what it
It
looked
was
like.
so weird.
But yeah, so it totally changed the way Steve looked, and Steve himself had just gotten in amazing shape.
Well, we also a little bit adjusted the character of Michael Scott as well, finally. I think they felt like when they got the pickup for season 2, they could really make this for Steve. They could really base it more on what Steve was going to bring to the character. And for example, in this episode, later we'll talk about it, Michael gets hazed and you see him really wounded. And that was a choice. That was a choice to make Michael a little bit more, I don't know, sympathetic.
Well, I feel like in season 2, they started doing a thing with Michael's character, and I'm sure you guys watching noticed this as well, is that as awkward and cringy as he could be and really not aware of the things he said and how they affected people, they would give him one moment that was redeeming. One moment in the episode where you rooted for him or felt bad for him, so that it wasn't just all like, oh, that guy's such a jerk.
Instead of the onslaught of insults that
Yeah.
season 1 had been.
Right. They just made him have one moment where you were just sympathetic towards him.
So I hope that solves the mystery for all of you about why did Steve suddenly look different. So next we have Pam's talking head about the Dundies. She's sitting in the conference room, and Pam has so much residual anger. Do you see how deeply angry she is about the Dundies?
And also, though, the Dundies just keep poking that wound about her engagement.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then we move on to the scene where Pam, Meredith, and Kelly are laughing about how someone wrote something on the bathroom wall in the ladies' room about Michael.
Yes.
And this is funny. Mindy said people always talk about how the Dundies is about an awards show, but she thinks it's also a mystery about who wrote on the bathroom wall.
You guys were like, oh, it's just something funny. And then Dwight's like, what was it, Dave Barry? He is like a humorist. He had a column in the Miami Herald that became a TV show called Dave's World.
Oh, yeah.
So that is who Rain would consider,
That was his go-to funny.
a go-to funny person.
Did you notice in that scene that Kelly is still not fully transformed?
She's getting there, though.
Her hair is
Her
now
half up, half down. Yes, she's getting there. And she had some brighter lipstick on.
But she still has that high neck paisley blouse. And also, did you notice that Mindy is basically laughing through the entire scene?
Yes, and I thought, you know what? When I watched it, I was like,
you see
how
this
happy
move?
was Mindy
Did anybody
that she
see
was
this
allowed to laugh? Because she was going to be laughing anyway.
Yes, Missy laughed through all of her acting tapes.
A lot of them.
always.
Yeah. So I thought she must have been just so tickled that she got to be laughing.
So the next scene is Michael's on his phone call with Jan, where he throws the camera out of his office. I loved that. I love that he throws the camera
He's like,
out.
get out, get out, get out.
Yes. And she is giving him trouble because, she says, we're not going to pay for the Dundies this year.
She also lists what she considers some of his failed parties, which were she was like, you just threw a party on May 5th. And he goes, it was 05, 05, 05.
It happens once every million years.
And then she goes, and a luau, you threw a luau. And then she was like, and you had a tsunami relief fundraiser that lost money.
Oh, by the way, he goes, no, it wasn't a fundraiser. It was a fundraiser.
Yeah.
And then Michael has a talking head where he puts the envelope to his head, which is a riff on a bit that Johnny Carson used to do on The Tonight Show. Greg told us that the joke that Michael does in this scene with the envelope was the first joke that Greg ever wrote.
Really?
He wrote it as a kid. He wrote it for his dad, who used to do a presentation at work when Greg was younger.
Yeah.
He did a riff. His dad did a riff for his own
On Johnny
employees.
Carson.
Yeah. And so Greg put it in this episode.
That is adorable.
Yeah.
That is adorable.
So then we have the scene where Dwight is sneaking into the woman's restroom, and he goes in, but he doesn't realize Phyllis is still there, and she throws him out. Can you see Rain breaking?
Yes. Look at my note card.
He is almost breaking.
He's almost breaking. I have when Phyllis chases Dwight out of the bathroom. Look at that. Rain is about to laugh.
For sure.
For sure. I love that. The Phyllis just owned him in that moment. It was so great. So I have a note card because this cracked me up. At 7 minutes, 9 seconds, Dwight gets everyone's attention. He's very mad at the ladies of the office, right? And he makes this announcement. And when he comes out to make this announcement, the camera shot starts over Stanley's shoulder, and Stanley is playing with a toy car. He is holding a bright blue toy car. It's a convertible. The doors are open on it, like he's been opening the doors, and he holds this blue convertible toy car throughout the scene. And you see it a few times. And I was like, what is that? I don't know, but it cracked me up. And I remember that he had some cars on his desk. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I don't know why I forgot that Dwight had bobbleheads, but I know that Stanley has like cars.
Something that never becomes a plot point.
I know.
Seared in your brain.
And not a plot point to my character.
Specifically.
I know.
Well, did you notice, Angela, that in the background of that same scene, if you look at Meredith's computer, you can see she's in the middle of a free cell game.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Yes. So in later seasons, after we got internet and we stopped playing free cell, we would get in trouble if we had unapproved things on our screens.
Oh,
Do you
yeah,
remember that?
I do. The camera guys would say, Angela, we can totally see your email account. Like, oh, okay.
Or if you were looking at a website, there were certain things that we were allowed to show on computer screens, like fake documents, the Dunder Mifflin logo, free cell games. I guess we got that cleared, but we couldn't have other stuff, and we would get yelled at. And then Rain said, "You never have to tell me again about the screens, all right? Stop hounding me about the screens. In fact, if you ever find something on my screen while we're shooting that's not allowed to be there, I will donate $100 to charity every time."
Why was he so annoyed? He had such a bee in his bonnet.
He had to pay out so much because he would forget.
Oh, and the camera guys would hold him to it.
Yes, because he made this big declaration.
Well, good
You
for
never
them.
need to tell me again. And water bottles, we used to get in trouble for having soda cans or whatever on our desks.
I mean, you don't watch Game of Thrones, but there was a Starbucks coffee cup that was
I
really.
don't watch Game of Thrones, and yet I did get into the Coffee Gate situation.
Yeah.
I thought, how in the world?
How do they miss that? I mean, there's a Starbucks coffee thing next to like a dragon on the ground.
I mean, that's a whole other world. There are not even Starbucks in that world. At least if we left a Starbucks on our desk, you could be like,
It's an
well, I guess I
office.
went to Starbucks.
Yeah, I just have to say something that in watching this again made me laugh out loud, is that Michael is trying to make everyone feel good about the Dundies. He's so wounded that people aren't excited. This clearly means so much to him, and he can't believe that no one else shares his enthusiasm for the Dundies and sees how important they are. So as a way to try to like get them back into it, he said, "Listen, friends and family are invited to the Dundies for the first time." For the first time? Do you mean like all these years that he's been doing the Dundies, he has never let them bring plus ones? I couldn't believe that. I was like, what? And everyone was like, oh, great. Everyone is like generally happy about it.
Yes.
I was like, oh my gosh, it was like employees only. Oh,
And
my
then
Lord.
later you realize that no one is paid for it, that everyone now, their bill is going to be double.
Double.
They brought a plus
And
one.
they wouldn't have probably even brought anyone.
So now, guys, we are going to move to the Chili's.
Oh,
It's time to go to
Here we
Chili's.
go.
And if we look like we're sweating, it's because it was over 100 degrees when we shot this episode. And there was very little air conditioning inside this abandoned restaurant.
I'm absolutely fine because when I'm completely comfortable, everyone is miserable. So
I was doing okay as well, but the gentlemen, the men wearing suits, were
poor Steve.
in
I
a
mean,
tuxedo.
and then he would put things on top of the tuxedo.
Yeah, we spent 3 full days filming there, and we also had to sometimes wear coats, and because we were pretending like it was fall.
Right.
If you see Rain, he's got that big trench coat on.
It always worked out that way. We would film all these episodes that we'll talk about where we were in coats and suits and stuff outside and it was August.
Or we would have to pretend like it was spring, but we were shooting it during the winter, and we would be freezing.
Yes.
we never shot the episodes during the time of year
That it
in
was
which
supposed to
they
be.
were. I love Oscar's talking head, his description of the Dundies, comparing them to a children's party.
He did that so well. It was so spot on.
Oscar always has some of my favorite talking heads.
He's brilliant. He's an amazing actor. He really is.
Oscar describes the Dundies as a child's birthday party, and Pam compares it to an accident that you're forced to look at.
First to look at. I have a question for you, Jenna.
Yeah.
All right. I read, when I was looking back over the Dundies, I read an article that said that BJ Novak took Jenna out to get drunk in real life and then let her know what her responses were like because you don't really drink that much in real life. So he took you out drinking. Is that true?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I was nervous about this episode because Pam had to be drunk.
And that's hard to play and not be goofy.
It is. And I confided in the writers and I said, I'm nervous. I don't know how to do it. And Mindy had a great stage direction later where she was saying, you know, Pam is nodding along.
I loved that.
Nodding. That was in the script that Pam is nodding.
Right, that
Like
you're
she's really
trying
drunk.
so hard to pay attention.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I'm a normal person paying attention.
Yes, look how I'm nodding at you.
Yeah.
So that was Mindy's stage direction. But the rest of it, like, how do you gradually become drunk? And I was really afraid that I was going to do just a horrible, fake, drunky performance.
You did fantastic.
Thank you. So BJ and I get to talking, and we decide, how about we go out, I'll have some drinks, and BJ will ask me questions and help me observe what it feels like to slowly get drunk.
So he was sort of going to document you having drinks.
Yes,
This is really
this is
method.
super nerdy.
I like it though. And I know why I didn't take you out, because I would have been the one also being like, I'll have drinks too. It's
Yes.
like, no, this defeats the purpose.
This is a scientific experiment.
Yeah.
So I went out with BJ, and it was really interesting because after the first 2 drinks, I was like, oh, I just feel buzzed and a little dizzy. I was laughing a lot, so that's why I had Pam do all of those ridiculous laughs in the episode. But by drink number 4,
Number four.
by drink number 4, I was drinking Cosmopolitans.
Oh my gosh, Jenna, did you get sick?
I didn't get sick.
Oh, good Lord.
I know. So by drink number 4, apparently I said to BJ, I don't feel drunk at all. I feel normal. And BJ said, really? Because you're talking really loud and really close and you almost just fell over. And I was like, I did? So I stopped after drink number 4. But I thought that it was really interesting how after so many drinks, I doubted that I was even drunk.
Yes.
And so all that information I kind of weaved into my performance.
Well, it worked, lady.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you didn't have a hangover. So, folks, drink responsibly.
Yeah,
Don't drink 4 Cosmos.
yeah. Don't drink 4 Cosmos.
We do not recommend.
Rain got really into the sound effects on that keyboard.
He did.
Do you remember that?
I do. So they had a keyboard for him, and they told him the different sounds the keyboard made. This is like handing a child like a keyboard, or it's like even when you give Rain a microphone.
Oh yeah.
Get ready, because he's gonna have a lot of bits.
And they told him he could play it whenever he wanted during Michael's speeches.
And did he ever? I mean, right out of the gate, when Michael's like, "Well, Stanley, I can't wait to meet your wife." He's like, "I'm holding her hand right now." It's like that was Rain improvising, like murr, murr.
Yeah.
That was just Rain having fun on the keyboard.
There was also an oh yeah that he used to play.
Oh my gosh! And Rain kept doing it at the most inappropriate moments.
And that was the thing that would make Steve break more than anything else. It wasn't the fart noise or the trumpet sounds. It was that oh yeah button. And there was one time where Steve broke down laughing. It felt like 10 minutes. He could not get it back.
He doubled over. We had to stop filming because he got so tickled because Rain kept hitting that oh yeah button.
And Steve never breaks. He is a rock. He and Oscar are the two.
Oh,
It is very hard to make either of them break.
I would say they were statues for a long time. I was like, Oscar, are you a robot?
Let's get into the awards.
There were 7 Dundies given out at this awards. I'm sure there were more given out, but what we witnessed were 7. There was the busiest beaver, which was the bushiest beaver, to Phyllis. There was hottest in the office to Ryan the Tim. Awkward. There was the tight ass award given to my character, because not only is she's everybody's favorite stickler, she also has a great caboose. The Spicy Curry Award given to Kelly, and it was actually a bowling award because they had run out of the little men holding briefcases, so she got a bowler.
Yeah.
And then number 5 went to Kevin for the Don't Go In There After Me Award. Here's the interesting thing about that. If you look at that Dundee, it's actually a little guy squatting, but it was actually a weightlifting award, and they took the dumbbell out of the guy's hands.
Oh, that's so absurd.
So that's what Kevin gets. And then number 6 is the Fine Work Award given to Stanley. And number 7, of course, is the Whitest Sneakers Award given to Pam, which brings the house down.
So a lot of fans asked this, specifically Courtney asked, what Dundee did Jim get? This is the first Dundee ceremony. We never see him get his award. Jim gets the Jim Halpert Award. That was his Dundee.
Jim Halpert.
Yeah, it got cut out, but Jim got the Jim Halpert Award.
That's awesome.
So strange.
I think Michael just thinks Jim is cool.
Yeah,
So you just get an award for being you.
correct.
Please be my friend.
So you talked about Ryan the Temp gets the Hottest in the Office Award. He has that great talking head then where he's being asked what he's going to do
Yeah.
with his award. And he's like, that is the least of my worries.
My worries right now.
Well, when Greg would direct, he would often pull us aside and interview us on the fly. And that talking head was an improvisation.
Nice, BJ.
BJ improvised that.
That is awesome. I have some really random cards. When you're ready for random, Jenna, I don't want to mess up your list over there.
All right.
But when you're ready for random, I have some random cards.
I'm ready. You know what? Why don't we take a break and then we'll come back to your random cards
Okay.
and some more info.
Really sell it. My fancy random random gods.
Yeah, guys, stay with us so you can hear a bunch of random stuff.
Hey. Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Hey guys, we're back. Are you ready for some random facts? Angela?
All right, here's some random. Creed, I love you, but at 9 minutes, 53 seconds, you pick your teeth. And I think you did it on purpose. I think as Creed, you just let your freak fly, and you're like, you know what? I'm picking my teeth. It's on camera. It's all good. I love me some Creed. At 9 minutes, 58 seconds, I do an enormous Angela eye roll because Michael tells this very lame drunk driving joke, right, about spilling his drink. And I do a massive eye roll, and I have been sent that eye roll. Like, people text it.
Oh, wait, are you a meme?
I might be. I guess I'm an eye roll meme. So, but
That's exciting.
That's exciting. This, guys, hang with me. This could be horrible. But I became obsessed. You know what happens? I get obsessed. So everyone is sitting at tables that kind of make sense, right? You can sort of see how there's the work friendships. For example, Kelly and Toby are at a table at the Chili's. Roy, Pam, and Daryl sit together. Ryan and Jim. When Ryan isn't holding up Michael's cue cards, he goes and sits with Jim. This is before Pam comes back, right?
Sure.
At the beginning. Creed and Meredith sit together. Stanley is with his wife, Terry. Kevin, I think, is with his fiancée, Stacy. And Angela's in the corner with Phyllis. But where's Oscar?
Where is
Who
Oscar?
is Oscar sitting with, I ask myself. At 11 minutes, 3 seconds, you see that Oscar is sitting between a woman and a man. The woman has long dark hair. Then, at 15 minutes, 9 seconds, I'm sitting next to Oscar in the booth, and Oscar's sitting behind me. And then, at 15 minutes, 40 seconds, there's a new man and woman in the booth with Oscar.
What?
And myself.
What is happening?
I don't know. And then at 15 minutes, 52 seconds, Oscar is back between the original woman and man. Then at 17 minutes, 38 seconds, there's a new woman with dark hair in an updo sitting next to Oscar. I don't know. It's like, he's like between this woman and man. Then it's like this random woman, this random man, then Oscar, then me. Then it's Oscar back between this woman and man. But it happens within seconds. So, like, what kind of magic is Oscar doing and me? We're like hopping all over these booths.
Do you have a recollection from when we taped the episode that they were moving you around?
Well, I do. So, in one shot, they needed to establish a reaction of everyone. And in order to do that in one sweeping pan shot, they had to stack some of us. So they moved me from my corner booth and they stuck me in front of Oscar in his booth, and they pulled these other two people out. But in watching it, it's so funny to me because it's like Oscar keeps entertaining. He keeps having all these different people at his booth in a matter of seconds. Like, we couldn't have physically all been up and down and back and forth like that. And then at the very end, Oscar leaves the Chili's with the original couple.
Wow.
That he's out with. I know,
And
guys.
who are those people?
I don't
we
know.
never find
We
out.
never find out.
We don't know.
But anyway, it just cracked me up because I would look back there and I'd be like, oh, who's Oscar sitting with? What? But it was like a matter of seconds.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing. If you're watching just Oscar's booth, you're missing a lot of action that you probably should be paying attention to. But I watched this episode 3 times prepping for this, so I watched it once just as me.
You clearly watched it once just to see what Oscar was
I
doing.
clearly watched it once just to see what was happening in the background.
I think something we should talk about is Pam and Roy fighting in the parking lot.
Yes, let's talk about that.
They originally said that they were not going to use the audio from this because there was no dialogue. In the script, it just said spy shot. Pam and Roy are having a heated argument in the parking lot. Roy tugs her arm, Pam pulls away and heads back into the restaurant. Roy slams the truck door, then gets in the other side. And that was it.
Yeah.
So David and I improvised a fight that we were having. And then they used it.
Yeah.
So that was so crazy.
That is crazy. And I love what Pam said when she was like, if you had listened, you would have known that. Of course, we don't know what you're talking about, right? But I was like, when Roy grabbed her arm, I was like, hey
I know. He gets a little physical with her sometimes with the grabbing of the arm. Someone mentioned that.
Mm-hmm. And he's a big guy.
He is.
So you sort of really see in that moment that Pam is just fed up and she wants to stay. And she wants to be with her friends.
I think she wants to be with another person.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think she wants to be with Jim, who she sits down at a table with.
I know, and the look on his face when you come back in. Oh,
He is so delighted. She starts drinking his beer
I
immediately.
know.
Then she orders her own drinks, and it leads us into a famous line. Who knew it would be this famous? Written by Mindy Kaling.
Look what I have on my note card.
It's like second drink.
Second drink.
Yes. And Andrew Nelson asked, did you ad-lib second drink or was it scripted? It was scripted. And a lot of people asked about what are we really drinking? Is it really alcohol?
No,
We would be so wasted.
Also, it looks like something from like a Nickelodeon slime, like award show. Because do you see if you look at Meredith's drink, it's like a neon green.
Yeah, what was she drinking?
I don't know, but I think they really wanted the drinks to pop so you could see them, and so they added a lot of food dye and things.
Well, the beer is usually just non-alcoholic beer, so the beer actually tastes like beer.
And you feel bloaty.
Yeah, and I don't like beer, and I don't like the taste of beer, so I hate it whenever I have to drink it on camera, because blah. And then other drinks like wine, it's usually watered down juice,
Cranberry juice.
apple juice.
Yeah.
And then the other drinks are anything. Sometimes it's just water with a little food coloring in it.
Or if it is supposed to look like a bourbon or something, it could just be tea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they'll brew you some tea and pour it over ice.
I'm actually
you
happy
have-
when you have that. If you have a Long Island iced tea, you're just drinking an iced tea.
Yeah.
Sam just pulled up, for you guys listening, a whole page on the internet of just me rolling my eyes and looking snarky. So, as Angela Martin, I guess there's a lot of snarky eye roll options out there. Or just snarky looks.
They're not limited to the Dundies.
Okay, Sam, take it down. I can't look at myself rolling my eyes at myself.
So now we get into the tender moment where Michael is desperately trying to keep the Dundies going, and the guys at the bar start to heckle him,
Yeah.
and he's so wounded. And Pam won't have it.
Well, I think it's that moment. Even there's a look that comes across Jim's face of ooh, that's mean,
Yeah.
And it's sort of that thing of your creepy cousin that creeps everyone out, but you have to take up for them because they're your cousin. It's like that moment of okay, he's like family and we get to make fun of him, but no one else can.
That's right. And Pam starts chanting Dundies and getting people to rally around him. And I love that. And this is a little bit the relationship between Pam and Michael. This is the way that she shows up for him, the way he shows up for her at her art show later.
Yeah.
Like in their lowest moments, they are there for one another.
When Pam gives him a hug when she gets her Dundee, his face is so precious. It's just like, it's like the whole night was made in that moment.
Well, Pam accepting her Dundee is another famous line.
Yes.
I feel God in this Chili's tonight. Oh,
I love it. So when I rewatched this, there was this moment I wrote in my note card, because when you say, I'd like to thank God for this Dundee, it cuts to Jim, and Jim's reaction to you thanking God for your Dundee is one of the best moments for me of the whole episode. It is just so sweet. He's just looking at you like, oh my sweet little drunk friend. I love you.
well, I talked to Mindy about this on the day, and she had told me that Greg did not have total confidence in Pam thanking God for her Dundee, but we were going to do it anyway. He was a little bit like, I don't totally get it. And she's like, no, you know, like whenever people win awards or they have like big sports moments,
Yeah.
a lot of times they thank God. And I asked her, I said, but how do I do it? Because, and she said, you do it totally sincerely.
Yeah.
She's like, you really are like sincerely thankful and grateful for your Dundee
It
tonight.
totally made sense to me, because I felt like drunk Pam thinks this is what you do when you win an award.
That's right.
You take a moment, you thank God, then you scream, woohoo!
Yeah. And I loved it so much. And then after this, after she gets her Dundee, Pam kisses Jim on the lips.
I know. Was that weird?
Well, this was a big fan question. Caitlin asked, do you consider this episode as Pam and Jim's first kiss, or do you think it's casino night? I did not consider this their first kiss.
I did.
John did.
I disagree. I considered it. You planted one on him.
The intention there was that it was accidental. The intention was that Pam was going for his cheek, and it was one of those moments where he moved his head in a way that I wasn't expecting, and I'm drunk, and I just followed through. That was what was in my head as Pam. So I wasn't thinking that I was intending to kiss his lips. And so Pam kind of doesn't register it. That was me. John said that Jim, who is not drunk, was very aware that they just kissed on the lips. And this was a whole conversation that we had off camera.
I agree with him, though, and I see both sides. I see as a drunk person, you just kind of hug and you're a little sloppy.
Yeah.
But I see for him as a sober person, this person he's in love with just kissed him. Yeah.
But it was unintentional on Pam's part.
I know.
In her mind.
I know.
But a lot of people wrote in and said, oh my gosh, why didn't everyone in the office, why wasn't this a big gossipy moment? They know Pam's engaged and they all witnessed her kiss Jim. And in my mind, it was because it wasn't really a kiss. It wasn't a...
Oh, well, in my mind, everyone was talking about it at work. Trust me. Because I tell you what, Angela Martin was sitting with Phyllis in a booth when that happened, and I'm pretty sure she was like, did you see the office mattress? Just smooch someone else?
Well, I have another fan question for you then. This one is from Amy. She said, at the end, when you drive Pam home, in my mind, Angela would be so disgusted by Pam's behavior. It seems odd that she would give her a ride.
Well, let me tell you, Amy, if you watch the deleted scenes, because I did, you will see that Angela Martin has a talking head where she is the company's designated driver. And you would know that Angela Martin would take this very serious as the safety officer for Dunder Mifflin. And I have this talking head where Angela goes on to say, and you know what? No one gives me any gas money. And everyone lives all over. It's very expensive.
Wow, that is gold.
So she's always the martyr. She's doing her job, but no one gives her gas money. And she has to drive these drunks around, but she's the designated driver. And so she has to do it.
So not only did Pam probably not give her any gas money,
Yeah.
she was very disappointed in
I'm
her
sure
behavior.
Angela quietly judged her the whole drive and probably told her, you need to make some new life choices.
Amy also wanted to know, was that really you driving?
Yes, it was. At 20 minutes, 2 seconds in the car. You see my shoulder. Now, here's the thing. They wanted me every time in the car. You got in with me every time. I pulled away, and then I would back up, and we'd do the scene over a few times. And I had a front row seat watching Pam and Jen have that sort of very tender but awkward moment where Pam has a question for him, but then notices the camera. I watched that whole thing. over and over as you guys did it, and it was so great. You guys did such a fantastic job. And when I rewatched it, part of me was like, well, why'd they have me in the car? You don't see me anyway. But they didn't know. As you know, with our show, we always had an A camera and a B camera, and they would be sort of carving up the scene, and there might be this moment where they whipped around and could have seen me. So they wanted to make sure I was there just in case, and I was happy to be there. But also, I had
a lot of times they would use a double for that in other shows, but in our show we were our own doubles.
That's right, because as a documentary, you really never knew where that second camera would end up landing, and you could end up on camera. I was asked, is that a cat air freshener hanging from your rear view mirror in your car?
Is it?
It looks like it could be a cat or a tree. Guys, I don't know. I tried to zoom in on it. But
oh, I hope it's a cat.
I hope it's a green.
Let's call it a cat.
I hope it's a green cat.
Green cat doesn't sound right now, Angela.
I know, but maybe it was a Christmas cat that I held on to.
Not sure. Something we haven't talked about is the scene where Pam falls off the stool because she is so drunk. And this leads me into a fan question.
Okay.
Matt Sheldon asked, how did you get Chili's to cooperate with this idea?
Well, they were on the fence, and we almost weren't allowed to film there, remember?
Well, here's what happened. Originally, in the script, Pam vomits all over the bar. She does not fall off the stool. She is listening to Jim, she is nodding, and then she vomits. And we had been filming for 2 days,
right?
And I guess suddenly they had Chili's permission. Chili's helped build the Chili's, and someone at Chili's read the script. Finally.
Well, I guess.
And freaked out.
I read the script wasn't fully complete. You know, they hadn't done their second pass. So Chili's had not gotten all of the scenes. And so they didn't have the scene where Pam vomited and all of this happened.
Well, once they read that, they shut down the production.
Yes, and we thought,
they said, no way. They were very nervous about the drinking and the drunkenness and the sort of way that might reflect on Chili's. So Greg and Mindy started scrambling, and they came up with this idea that instead of vomiting, that Pam would fall off a stool.
Right, and then also I think it was Rain's idea to say, well, maybe Dwight could say, oh, she's had a seizure, and not the vomiting.
And then the other part of it was that we had to write in a new element, which is that Pam was going to get banned from Chili's. And the person who gives the speech in the episode was an actual Chili's manager, franchise owner named John Bossert. He was not an actor,
right?
And they felt like by having an actual Chili's representative state very clearly the Chili's policy against over-serving,
right,
and banning Pam for life, then they allowed us to film the rest of the episode.
Yes, and also they had you as Pam. Waiter never brought you more drinks. You were reaching on other people's tables, so you were doing it, not Chili's. And you know what? I think that's great. I think that it was really important to Chili's that people know that they are responsible.
And a family establishment.
And a family establishment.
Yeah.
And I love that John Bosshart, an actual Chili's owner, got to do that talking head. I thought he did a fantastic job.
Great.
His look to camera when he's like, so she is banned. Like his little look to camera was fantastic.
And also that aspect of Pam being banned for life was a wonderful thing that just grew into many more jokes. And
I know, I loved it. I love that Pam's such not a troublemaker, and she's banned from a nationwide chain.
As if there is such a system that can control that.
I have one card that's sort of around that area, so can I talk about it right now?
Sure.
Once again, Rainn Wilson finds a way to take off his shirt.
Always taking off his shirt, Rainn
to
Wilson.
see his beautiful white fleshy belly, because somehow that's going to help save Pam. It was going to be a pillow for your head.
I guess so. Yeah. A lot of people asked about the falling off the stool moment. Was it scripted? Did I actually do it? It was scripted. I did actually do it. But again, like being drunk, I was very nervous about falling off the stool and making it look good. So Greg Daniels, he got on the stool and he showed me how he wanted me to fall. He said he wanted me to just keep looking at John and nodding. and then slowly slip off the stool. And he's very large.
He's very tall.
He's tall. He's like 6'2" or something.
Yeah.
And so he fell down. They had padding on the floor. So he and I were both falling on padding. But John Krasinski and I, we kept pretending like we didn't understand how I should fall off the stool.
On purpose to mess with Greg?
So that Greg
Kept doing it?
keep showing us.
Oh my gosh. You were like, that's a moment where you were like real Jim and Pam because you were pranking Greg the way you would prank Dwight.
100%.
Does Greg know that?
He does. And then Greg told me later, I guess John and I told that story in an interview, and he confronted us. He was like, guys, I really hurt my back doing
No,
that."
he did not.
So we felt so bad.
Jenna! Oh my God, you guys. That was real life Jim Pam moment.
It was. But I love doing that. I love doing that stunt. I thought it ended up looking really good too. I was proud of it.
I thought it looked fantastic. I thought that whole like part where you were nodding and then you were like, what? And he was like, what? And then you start laughing. It was so perfect. It was so perfect.
This brings us to the scene with Jim in the parking lot that we were talking about a little bit earlier. A lot of people wanted to know what was Pam going to ask Jim. She wanted to bring up so many things.
So I think
And that's what stopped her, because there were so many options going through her head in that moment. And I had written out in my script all of these things that I could possibly say so that I could, in that moment, rifle through them, but then not pick any of them.
right. I think it's that moment where you have so much to say and you're like, can I ask you a question? And then it would just, the floodgates would have opened. But you saw the camera and it gave you sort of this like check of like, I can't do this. Not here, not now.
And I'm so glad that she didn't, because those kind of drunken confessional conversations, that wasn't going to lead to the right place. I'm glad the camera was there for them in that moment. Because I think what Pam was going to say, what I had written in my script, was something along the lines of, I love you. Well, I think the question was going to be, do you think I should break up with Roy?
Yeah.
Do you think I'm the wrong person?
Yeah.
Those kind of leading questions.
Hoping that he'd say,
Yeah.
you are, be with me.
Yes, exactly. So here's a crazy thing. We mentioned earlier that our second season only had 6 episodes picked up, that this was the 3rd episode that we shot, and we didn't know this was going to be the premiere of season 2 when we shot it. In fact, one of the ideas was that if we got canceled, it would be the season finale. And so I said to Greg, I think just in case we get canceled and this is the season finale, I think we should film an alternate ending to this scene in the parking lot where Pam does tell Jim how she feels and they kiss for real. Not the Chili's kiss, but the real kiss, just so that we could air it and we don't leave people hanging. And Greg said, no. He said no. If they want to see what happens with Jim and Pam, they're just going to have to order more episodes. I don't want to give them a choice.
There you go. He was very protective of Jim and Pam, too.
He was.
And what went out in the world about that relationship.
But that shows you how much we thought we were going to be canceled all the time.
All the time.
That I was pitching ideas for how to wrap up the whole series,
well, listen,
just in case.
if you think that a normal show gets, well, at that time, network TV, you would get 22 episodes, and we got 6. It doesn't make you feel like anyone's really confident about what you're doing. Like, we didn't think NBC was like, oh, we got a winner here. I have some deleted scenes cards.
Oh, tell them.
Well, one of the ones I really loved is that Toby does a talking head where he says he's never won a Dundee.
Oh, yeah. Michael refuses to give Toby a Dundee, just leaves him out every year.
And now everyone in the office gets a Dundee but Toby. And I think, and Toby's like, I'm okay with that. I thought that was really funny. And then there's a great Dwight Angela scene at the copier where Dwight is really trying to force Angela to tell him what was written on the bathroom wall. And I'm like, I don't repeat those kind of things. It's inappropriate. I don't say those words out loud. And then Dwight's like, does it have anything to do with his butt or his wiener? And I just walk off in a huff. But it's the very first time I feel like Dwight and I have some little clandestine conversation just between the two of us.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Pam does confess that she wrote it on the wall
she does.
about Michael, but we don't find out what it was.
Which I love too. I love when she's like, I feel bad about what I wrote. And he's like, no, you don't.
People wanted to know, did we all get to keep our Dundies?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. We all have them.
I have two.
I have two as well. I have longest engagement and whitest sneakers. They gave me the longest engagement that you see me win in earlier years.
I have the tight ass award, and then from years later, which we'll get to, I have the she's kind of a bitch.
I think Pam doesn't get a Dundee the second time around.
I don't think so. There weren't as many that round.
I have a final fan question. This is something for us to discuss, Angela. This is from Samantha.
Okay.
She says, the last 2 times I have watched this episode, which is one of my top 5 favorite episodes, we have immediately been hit by a tornado.
What?
Within 10 minutes of the line, I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
Samantha, first of all, where do you live?
Do you think I'm jinxed, or is it just bad luck? Should Samantha ever watch this episode again?
I would say, do you live in Tornado Alley? Do you live in like Kansas, North Texas, Oklahoma? Like where do you live?
Right.
And perhaps the next time you watch it in the storm cellar?
Or maybe hit pause right before that line,
Check the weather,
skip it, just skip ahead and watch the
and
end.
come back. That is a crazy coincidence.
That is
though.
crazy. That was the craziest fan question we got. I had to include it because I found it so charming and I was a little worried about Samantha. So guys, before we go, we want to tell you about a new feature of the Office Ladies podcast called Office Ladies Candy Bag.
Yes, it's over at Stitcher Premium.
And this is where we are going to answer even more of your questions about the show, particularly the things that you think we missed the first time around.
We're going to miss a bunch of things.
Oh, we already have.
We already have,
Believe me.
and we have heard from you. But also, we get a lot of questions. We could do almost a whole episode with just fan questions.
And so we are.
And so we are. We're going to do it a little bit at a time, and we're going to answer your questions.
Look for us over on Stitcher Premium, Office Ladies Candy Bag. It's named after the candy bag on The Office, which is the place where we put all of our extra stuff.
Our extra stuff, you guys. And you get a discount if you use code OfficeLadies for the first month.
We're going to get to your questions, all the things we missed on the pilot and diversity day. Guys, I heard you. I missed the shredder thing.
Oh my
we will
God.
discuss.
Did Jenna hear you or did she hear you?
I heard you. That was it.
That's the Dundee.
That is the Dundies. Please email us at officeladies@earwolf.com. If you feel like we missed anything, we will get to it.
Yes, sorry if we did, but we love this episode and we're always happy to talk more about it.
And next week, we will be talking about sexual harassment.
The episode sexual harassment.
Correct.
Yes.
We will be talking about the episode sexual harassment.
All right, you guys, see you then. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Welcome to the Office Ladies.
Welcome, everybody.
Today we're talking about the episode Sexual Harassment.
Oh, it's a doozy.
And if you're listening with your kids, we're going to try to keep it clean, folks.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to pre-screen this one.
Yeah. I mean, the subject matter alone.
I know. Well, they had to walk a line when they were writing and making this episode, and we're going to walk a line today.
Talking about it.
Angela, I see you're eating a Pop-Tart.
Yes, I am. It's a brown sugar Pop-Tart.
Brown sugar. I didn't know cinnamon or brown sugar. It has brown icing on it. This is
I think it's the cinnamon brown sugar Pop-Tart. Am I right, guys, in the book? Yeah, it's the cinnamon brown sugar Pop-Tart.
This has been a sticking point in my friendship with Angela for a long time, which is that she can eat things like Pop-Tarts, donuts, pancakes, breakfast.
This is a bad time for me to tell you. I also had 2 muffins before the Pop-Tart.
It is. It is. All right, guys. Today is Sexual Harassment Season 2, Episode 2. This was written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis. You've probably heard those names before. I want to point out in my first fast fact that BJ Novak wrote Diversity Day and Ken Kwapis directed it.
So they already had a little bit of a great back and forth.
Yes, they are paired together again. I guess Greg assigned BJ the script of sexual harassment because of the good job he had done on Diversity Day.
On touchy subjects.
Yes. Oh, well, and then Ken was asked to direct it. I think it makes sense. Ken Kwapis is such a gentleman. BJ is so smart. He's able to walk that line so well. I think this was the perfect coupling.
I do too.
Bring this episode to life. Here's a quick summary for this episode. When an upper level manager is let go because of sexual harassment, corporate requires everyone in the company to undergo sexual harassment training. Michael's crude friend Todd Packer comes into the office and starts harassing everyone. Kind of a twofer there.
There you go. In years later, we would have our own seminars that NBC would have us attend. We've talked about this, and they would use clips from this episode of what not to do at work.
And other episodes.
And other episodes. We're like, oh, hey, it's us again. Oh, yeah, no one should be doing that. Okay, good.
And also, after reading the scripts, the network originally wanted to air sexual harassment as our season premiere for season 2. I know.
Probably good that we eased into that one.
It is, because this brings me to my second fast fact, which is that this episode originally aired with a warning.
It did?
Yes, which is very unusual for network television.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It aired with a warning before the episode that said this episode contains adult content and subject matter.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know why? All right, parents, this is where you're going to want to start.
Maybe
mute us
the earmuffs
for
on.
15 seconds.
Earmuffs on the kids.
It all came down to the word boner.
Yes, with Phyllis.
With Phyllis. The scene with Phyllis at the end when Steve says something like, "No, I'm just afraid I'll get a boner." The network wanted to change it to, "I'm afraid I'll get a schwing." And BJ and
Wayne's
Greg,
World?
Yeah.
NBC is like, let's make it Wayne's World.
let's make it a schwing.
I'm afraid I'll get a schwing.
Yeah. And BJ fought to keep boner in the episode. The warning was their way of having a compromise. We were surprised that clitoris made it in the episode.
I mean, there's a whole runner with a blow-up doll.
Very right?
You're Cam's supposed to kiss a blow-up doll. There's, to me, many red flags here.
A lot of stuff happening.
But they got stuck on boner.
They got stuck on boner. Sorry.
Boy. There's too many that's what she says in this episode. Okay,
That
parents.
could be a drinking game for this episode. Wow.
I don't condone
this
that.
Is mature. Okay.
Okay.
But even with the warning, there was one network in Kentucky that refused to air this episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we
Sorry, Kentucky.
got pulled off the air.
You can watch it on Netflix right now, folks in Kentucky. That is so funny to me because the word boner, sorry to go back there, is so funny. Phyllis's reaction to the word boner.
Yes, it wouldn't be the same if it was
wouldn't be
swing.
the same. It wouldn't be the same. And for me, what made that moment funny was Phyllis. Her look to Michael when he said it was hilarious. So, okay, moving on.
We can talk more about that scene later in the episode.
Okay.
We can really, I have a lot to say about that scene.
Oh gosh, more? Okay.
My third fast fact is that we get to meet Todd Packer, finally!
Yes!
The Todd Packer in the flesh comes into the office, played by Dave Koechner.
Okay, so I have known Dave Koechner, oh my gosh, maybe 16 years? I've known him a really long time. We met back at Improv Olympic. He had taken Second City in Chicago, and he knew Steve from Second City. and Nancy, Steve's wife, Nancy. I called Dave last night and I was like, Dave, we're going to do sexual harassment. And he was like, do you have people come in the booth? I was like, we do, Dave. Can you come in tomorrow? And he's like, nah, I'm working. I was like, okay. And then I said, oh, Dave, can I record our conversation? He's like, yeah, sure. Tell me when you're ready to go.
Oh, this is great.
Yes, it's great. So I did the swipe up on my iPhone, you know, where
Okay.
your flashlight is.
Sure.
You know, underneath, like by your flashlight.
I know
there's a
my
little-
phone.
Okay, there's a little record button.
Okay.
So I hit the record button.
Yeah.
I was like, let's do this.
I'm feeling like this isn't going where we're hoping.
Okay, Dave and I talked for half an hour.
Yeah.
I have 30 minutes
Okay.
of me filming my screen
Yeah.
with no sound.
Okay.
Okay. It's a record button. How was I supposed to know it doesn't record sound?
I don't know where to begin with this one.
Because
Angela,
I'm 100 years old.
well, it's just that's sort of like when my mom wrote me my first email.
Yeah.
She called me on the phone and said, why haven't you responded to my email that I sent you?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I never got your email. What email address did you send it to? And she said, I sent it to you. I sent it to Jenna. And I said, I don't understand. And she said, I opened the email box and it said to, and I wrote Jenna. She just sent an email to Jenna. That is very similar to what you've done here with the record button on your phone. A little bit.
Come on.
A little bit.
Wait a minute.
It's kind of.
Anyway, whatever, guys. The long story short here is, Dave, thank you so much for talking to me last night for half an hour. And I wrote down everything we talked about because it didn't record.
You do have a gazillion note cards
I
today.
have-
Angela
I-
had to move seats because she has so many note
I have
cards.
so many note cards. I have lots of little fun tidbits from Dave, but I'll save those as we go.
Okay, that's great. Something I'd like to expand on is what you were saying about Steve Carell starting at Second City in Chicago. I think a lot of people don't realize the long journey that a lot of us took before we landed on The Office, and in particular, Steve Carell. He was doing comedy in Chicago on Second City for a very, very long time, and then he and his wife Nancy, they moved to New York City because she had an audition for Saturday Night Live.
And she got it.
She
And
did.
Her and Dave were on Saturday Night Live together. So they had known each other for a really long time and journeyed through quite a bit. And Steve was really excited. He is actually the one who pitched Dave to Greg for Todd Packer. He was really like, you gotta cast Dave Koechner. They had just done Anchorman together, and he just knew that they'd be off to the races and it'd be so much fun.
And the dynamic in Anchorman was amazing. Their chemistry there was amazing. But it makes sense because they had been schlepping through Chicago to New York to LA together doing comedy for close to 15 years.
Oh yeah, they've known each other for so long.
And you were in those circles, Angela. I never got into that. I never did the comedy improv sketch comedy thing.
Yes, I had met Dave years ago at Improv Olympic out here in Los Angeles. It was called IO West, and he was part of a phenomenal improv show called Beer Shark Mice. These guys were amazing. They were like the best of the best. It would sell out. It would be standing room only. They were amazing. It was Mike Coleman, Pat Finn, Neil Flynn, and Pete Holney, Dave Koechner, and then also Paul Valancourt. They were just phenomenal.
Wow, what a show.
It was great. So like, listen, if you're an improv nerd out there, these guys are the best of the best. I was working in the light booth. I was in charge of calling their lights. And I was really intimidated because the person in the light booth makes it fade to black when you feel that the show is wrapped up. So what?
It's kind of on you to
It's
decide.
on me. And here I am like,
You're like the person lowering the curtain at the end of the show.
yes, and I'm just like a newbie at the theater. Like, I'm like, really, you're gonna trust me? Was there no one else? And so I was calling lights, and I really felt like the show wrapped up, and it was about 30 minutes, and I pulled it to black, and they were like, what? And then afterwards, Dave and everyone was like, Ange, we had a whole nother round to go. You called the lights way too soon. And I was like, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I felt so horrible. All right, so it's the next week. And Dave comes up to me and says, Ange, let us go about 45 minutes tonight. I'm like, okay, Dave, got it. Set my timer.
You set a timer. I love
set
that.
a timer.
That's very Jenna of you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't want to get it wrong. So anyway, I'm up in the light booth at 39 minutes. I thought they had their out, Jenna.
Okay.
I did not pull lights.
You didn't know.
No. And then they went to 45 minutes. And then it was almost an hour. I didn't want to pull the lights. I was too nervous. I don't know. I froze.
They're probably just out there just flailing on stage.
It was getting awkward. Dave walks backstage, and someone had left, I don't know, a spare tire to like a truck or a Jeep. It was enormous. So Dave gets this giant tire, and he rolls it across the stage into the audience. And he's like, that's our show, you guys. And I was like, oh, crap.
Wait, did you, when the tire went across the stage, did you finally go to black?
I did.
Okay, so you got his signal.
I got it, Dave, the tire. I got it. And I went backstage, and I was like, you guys. And we all started cracking up, and they still talk about it. They still talk about the tire. Anyway, I just love those guys so much. And believe it or not, I did call lights for them a few more times until they got their official person. But that is how I met Dave Keckner.
Didn't Greg Daniels go to a few of those shows? I mean, maybe not Dave's in particular, but
oh no, Greg loved supporting like small improv theaters, and a lot of improvisers ended up on our show. So I know Rainn Wilson would make fun of me, but I'd be like, oh, you know, whoever actor is showing up. I did a Sunday show with him. He'd be like, did you do improv at the end of that? I'm like, yes, Rainn.
well, Rainn and I were the two classically trained theater actors.
Oh, don't we know it?
Group.
Oh, don't we know it? I heard quite a bit about it.
Yes.
All right, before things take a turn here, maybe we should go to a break.
Yeah, let's go to a break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco Or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidid.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
And we're back talking about the sexual harassment episode.
Here we go.
Here we go. Buckle in, everyone.
Buckle in, as they say.
In rewatching this episode, Angela, I was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I was more squirmy during this than Diversity Day.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're both equally squirmy for me.
But then I was squirmy during Hot Girl. I think that I had forgotten how really cringy and uncomfortable the show can get sometimes.
Oh, we pushed it. We pushed it to the line and then went over the line.
How did this show get on the air? I mean, I know this particular episode got on with a warning, but in general, what was going on?
I don't know. I mean, I grew up overseas and I grew up with a lot of British television, and they definitely pushed the line. And I think the show was in the spirit of the BBC version. And I don't know. I think like some of the cringy moments that you end up laughing. I love it.
I know that Kevin Riley, who was at NBC at the time, was a huge champion for our show. I really credit him with us sticking around. He believed in us, and there were a lot of people there who didn't get it and who didn't think that this was a good idea.
No, it's true. He fought for us. And when we finally won an Emmy for Best Comedy Ensemble, we all went backstage for photos, and the cast, picked up Kevin Riley up in the air. And that's the photo that was in the LA Times, because we all knew that he put his neck on the line for us. And I mean, I'll always be grateful to Kevin for that.
The episode begins with Michael walking up to Jim's desk to see if he has received his hilarious email forward. Michael has a talking head where he declares himself the king of forwards.
And he says, that's how I like to do business.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about a behind-the-scenes moment that happened on set while we were filming a big group scene in the bullpen talking about these email forwards. And
was I there?
You were there.
Okay,
Everyone was there. Everyone was there. Kelly was there, still with an updo. When is the episode where Kelly becomes Mindy?
Exactly.
That's what we need to look for. No, so this is an episode that John Krasinski and I will never forget, because he about fell out of his chair. At 9 minutes, 16 seconds, we're talking about the email forwards, and Michael's really upset that they want him to stop doing this. And I say, I hate them. You send me these filthy emails and you say, forward them to 10 people or you'll have bad luck. Right? That's my line. So we had been working on this scene for a while, and then we went to lunch and we came back.
Oh, right? That's always so hard to pick up a scene with lunch in between.
Yes, and I think it was like around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ooh, everyone's real off at that time.
Everyone's a little tired. People are a little bit more punchy.
Yeah.
And we're in a big group scene. So here's the thing you should know about me. I was born in Louisiana. My family's from Texas and Louisiana. I have a really, really hard time saying a vowel in front of an L. And 2 times in my career on The Office, they almost dropped the line because I could not say it. One time they actually did. I'll save that story for later. It was between Andy Bernard and myself. I couldn't say the line. I just kept sounding like such a hillbilly that they just dropped the line. But this line, I said, I hate them. You send me these filthy emails. And John about fell out of his chair. He went, the South has arrived. And I was like, what? I didn't even hear it. He was like, Angela. And like 8 of you turned and looked at me, and at the same time, you were like, you said filthy. And I said, how do you say it? And you were like, filthy. And I had to like really concentrate, filthy, because I automatically want to say filthy. But somewhere there's footage of me saying, you send me these filthy emails. And John lost it.
You and John had a great relationship on the show. You guys were big brother, kid sister. And it was so sweet. I loved your banter, and I loved just, I don't know, you guys were really cute. You would tease one another.
I know. He felt like my big brother, even though he's like younger than me.
Yes.
But he did. He felt like my big brother that I teased. And he loved it when I slipped into Southern drawl. He'd be like, well, hello. He loved it.
So next up, Todd Packer comes in the office, and boy, does Dave Keckner own a room when he enters that room.
Yes, Dave told me last night on the phone, he said, Todd Packer just comes in and blows up your world and then kaboom, leaves.
It's
No consequences.
Mic drop.
Yeah,
See you later.
And then he's out. I have a little tidbit about Dave.
Oh, tell me.
Okay, so Dave told me he actually auditioned for Michael Scott.
What?
Yes, he had known Greg Daniels for years. He had done a pilot for one of Greg's writers on King of the Hill.
Yeah.
So he knew Greg for a long time, and they brought him in for Michael Scott, and he said, Ange, I was obsessed with the BBC version, and all I had in my head was Ricky Gervais. I couldn't do it any other way.
So he was doing a little bit of an impersonation of Ricky.
Yes, and I think a lot of people did that came in, but Steve had not seen it, and I think that really helped him kind of make his own person.
Yeah.
But he told me when they brought him in for Todd Packer, he was so excited because yes, it was based on Finchy, right, in the BBC version.
Oh yeah. So in the BBC version, David Brent has a friend named Chris Finch, and they call him Finchy, and he is the Todd Packer of the British show. Basically, it's just this one-sided best friendship, and if you can believe, Chris Finch is worse than Todd Packer. If you watch the British show, you think it can't get worse than Todd Packer.
Yeah.
If you're looking for that, check out the British version.
Exactly. Dave said that he was so excited to come in for Todd Packer because they were just like, Dave, do whatever. And he just was like, oh, I got this. I got this. Him and Steve had just done Anchorman, as we talked about. So he knew it was just going to be playtime. I asked Dave, I was like, what is something you remember about that first day as Todd Packer? And he said, I remember the writing. I remember reading that script and thinking how fantastic it was. And I thought, when you have writing this good, anything is possible. I can go anywhere because what I have is so solid. And I said, did you improvise any of that? He said, honestly, I can't remember because I remember thinking the writing was so good. He said, if you see things that feel spontaneous, he said, the physicality of Todd Packer is very unique. Is him.
Yeah.
You know, like all the stuff he does with Michael, the physical stuff, that's just Dave bringing life to Todd Packer. But he really was just blown away by how good the writing was.
I remember when he came in, I was legitimately shocked and stunned.
Why?
Well, our show had been very quiet.
Oh, right. He's just a burst of energy.
And he was so loud. And so a lot of my reactions to him are real. They're like, what? Why are we shouting? What is it? Because I is a lot. This is so wow.
Because I'm 75. I'm Jenna Fisher. Why are you being so loud? I asked Dave, because Michael has a line where he says that Todd Packer is his BFF, best friend forever.
I saw that.
Yeah. And I said, Dave, how does Michael, how is he best friends with Todd Packer? He said something I thought was so sweet, actually, and just insightful into Michael. He said, Angel. He said, Michael is so innocent and naive. He's almost childlike. He doesn't get a lot of what Todd Packer is. And how
that's such a good observation.
Yeah, he's like a little brother looking up to someone.
Yeah.
And maybe somewhere down the road he'll see how inappropriate, but he's just in this childlike enamored phase.
Oh, I love that, Dave Keckner. Okay, now it's time to talk about that famous Jim talking head with the phrase, what has two thumbs and hates Todd Packer? This guy. All right, that joke of what has two thumbs and likes blank? And also the very famous line from this episode, that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not original jokes. We did not make those up. BJ Novak did not write them. BJ said those are things that he just heard in college as a college student, and he kind of dusted them off and brought them back to this episode. And then they took off. I mean, especially that's what she said.
I mean, well, that makes sense because Todd Packer is sort of like a bratty frat guy, right?
Yes. And that's what she said had actually been on SNL. Chevy Chase had a bit where he said it. It was in Wayne's World. But the origin of that joke is a British joke. But the phrase isn't that's what she said.
What is it?
The phrase is, as the actress said to the bishop.
That just rolls off the tongue.
Yes. But it dwindled in popularity. It was kind of no longer in use until Ricky Gervais brought it back. He used to start saying it. He used to say, as the actress said to the bishop. But it never quite was the same as that's what she said.
Okay, this is really off topic, but I'm gonna have a she shed for myself. I'm making a home office.
Oh, I do. It's all you talk about.
I know. I'm like constantly online and on Pinterest looking at little sheds that I can make into a home office, and I've started the process. But I posted a photo of me with the shed, and a fan wrote in, "Please call your shed your That's What She Shed."
Oh, you have to.
I know.
Someone start needle pointing a pillow right now.
Oh my
Please.
gosh.
I'll do it. I like to needle point.
Will you needle point me?
I'll
And That's What
yes.
She Shed. Okay.
That's what she shed.
Okay.
Oh, 100%. Here's another cultural reference from this episode. When Ryan takes Todd Packer down to the parking lot to drive him somewhere because of his DUIs, he has a WL hung.
Oh yes.
Right?
Yes, I have this on a
Which,
card.
of course, Todd Packer wants everyone to think says, well hung. But Ryan says, oh, are you a big fan of William Hung? Do the millennials out there know who William Hung is? Do they get this joke? I wonder, because this was a very,
Topical of the time kind of joke.
yes. So William Hung was an old American Idol reference. He was a contestant, and he gave this horrible yet very committed rendition of Ricky Martin's She Bangs.
Yes, season 3, and the judges could barely hold it together. Bless his heart.
It was so pure, so honest. He was like an engineering student.
Yeah.
His secret passion in life was to sing. Well, this was before social media, and yet this went quote unquote viral.
Yeah.
This video of him auditioning, and he became a huge sensation. He went on tour.
Yeah, I think
He had
he
his
had
own
a version of a TED Talk about
Oh my gosh.
success. But you can still find it because I watched it last night.
I did too.
William Hung.
I had to look it up because when I watched this episode, it brought up the memory of that.
Also, can we just mention that Todd Packer drives a red convertible Corvette? I mean, buddy.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be a Mustang, and they couldn't get one, and so it got changed to a Corvette.
Well, it's perfect.
It is pretty perfect. Also in this episode, we learned that Pam's mom is coming into the office, and little Pam just keeps sneaking looks at the door.
I know.
It's so cute. Pam loves her mom.
This is going to seem like I'm being snarky to Pam's mom. Hear me out.
Okay, well, I'm already feeling defensive.
Okay.
Pam loves her mom.
Pam's mom says, "Oh, is this your area?" I'm like, "What, has she never been to the office in 3 years? 3 years you've been working at Dunder Mifflin, your mom's never stopped by." It's making me sad. Okay, just saying. I just had a moment. I'm like, why is she so surprised to see Pam's desk?
Wow, you are angry. It's a really good point. I mean, she lives in town.
I have a bunch of time code things too.
Oh, time code us, Angela.
Okay, at 5 minutes 15 seconds, you guys, there is a fantastic shot of Michael's desk when he's talking to Toby. And I'll tell you what all you see on his desk. You see a mini billiards table. You see the silver ball clacky thingy.
Yes, whoever wants that on their
I
desk?
don't know.
What is that for? I've always
It's
wondered.
probably some kind of Zen thing.
I guess.
Jenna, you see his Dundee.
Oh,
Yes, there's a great shot of his Dundee, and then what looks like it's a green magic 8-ball. And in this scene, at the top of the scene, Michael is holding a giant pencil in his hand.
oh yeah.
I mean, that
This
tells-
guy
yeah,
loves the Spencer's gifts.
he loves the Spencer's
It's his
gifts.
favorite store.
But can you imagine Toby wants to have a serious conversation with him, and Michael is holding an oversized pencil throughout the conversation? Yes. So that I thought was just a great screen grab if you want to see all the things on Michael's desk.
Okay, Ange, what's next?
I have another Dave Kepner story.
Oh, great. Is this another one of the stories you didn't record on your phone last night?
Yes, Jenna, it is.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it.
When Dave got the call that they wanted him to come in for Todd Packer, guess where he was?
Where?
He was in Canada filming Snakes on a Plane.
No. Oh my
It
gosh.
just made me laugh. He was like, "Yeah, I got the call. I was filming Snakes on a Plane."
Well, I do know that they had to really manipulate the schedule in order to make it work with him.
Yeah, because he was filming Snakes on a Plane.
Yeah, we got him for one day. We had to film all of the Todd Packer stuff in one day.
So he could then go back to Canada and be in Snakes on a Plane.
One of my favorite scenes in this episode, Angela,
Yes.
is when I have two. They both
Okay.
involve Toby.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the first is when Toby reveals he has to do a review of the sexual harassment policy everybody. One thing I noticed was I felt like Toby was super excited that he was going to get to run something for a change and that Michael had no choice. I don't know, I just watched the scene a couple times and I felt like I could see this little like happy glint in Paul's eye as he was explaining to Michael that he was going to do this, period. But I also noticed that Toby's presentation happens in the bullpen.
Yes.
It does not happen in the conference room. And if I remember correctly, it is because we decided that Michael would allow him to have his presentation, but not in the conference room.
Not
Under
in
no
his space.
Yeah, under no circumstances. Maybe I just made that up in my own head. Maybe it's true.
The other thing that was interesting to me that we've never seen before is Toby does a talking head in front of the vending machine in the break room.
Oh,
And that is not where our talking heads ever are. They're always in the conference room.
Toby is clearly, ever since he got thrown out of the conference room, has not been invited back into the conference room. I watched the deleted scenes for this, and there is a runner of Michael talking heads where he's just talking about how much he hates Toby in different ways.
Oh my gosh.
It's so good. I have to say, for anybody out there who is wishing there was more Office or wishing you could watch more of The Office, you actually can. It is the deleted scenes. I have been enjoying them so much. So really, look for them because just these runner of talking heads from Michael were wonderful.
Yeah, I saw some that were pretty amazing. And I wonder out there if the webisodes are available.
Oh yeah, you guys won an Emmy Award for your webisodes.
Oh, we wanted
I remember that.
for the accountants.
Yeah.
I really want some more Pop-Tart. I have it sitting next to me, but I'm afraid it's going to be really bad.
We can take a Pop-Tart break if you need to. Angela, you want us to take a break so you can have some Pop-Tart?
Is this how you talk to your kids?
Maybe you want to have some Pop-Tart?
Yes, I want to have Pop-Tart.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break so Angela can have more of her Pop-Tart.
Tell me, can you hear me eating this Pop-Tart?
Yeah, it's gross.
What? It's not gross. It's a Pop-Tart.
It's no one wants to listen to someone chew and swallow.
The
That is maybe something she said. All right, we're going to break. Welcome back, everybody.
All right, this is totally off topic, but in preparing for this episode, I like to go back and look at some of the old photos that I have, and sort of it helps me remember things.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, I'm a hoarder. I have multiple bins of photos. I found pictures, Jenna, from my first red carpet. It was with you.
Oh.
I was your plus one.
I will never forget this.
You know what it was called?
Yeah.
Pause for style. Not pause button, guys. Pause, like a dog, like a PAWS. Pause for style.
Yes, it was a runway show where celebrities walked a catwalk with their dogs, and the dogs were wearing the fashion. So the celebrities were wearing whatever they showed up in, and the dogs were dressed in outfits.
It was kind of a hot mess.
And the money went to the Humane Society.
That's why we went. And
Yes.
you were invited with
I
your
was
dog.
invited to bring my dog, Wesley.
Mhm.
And Angela, this was your first red carpet. We talked in the Dundies episode about how I walked the red carpet for 40-year-old virgin.
And I somehow just didn't do it.
You skipped
I
it.
did. I don't think it was intentional. I think I just didn't know. I think I just went inside and got my popcorn.
But for Pause for Style, you did walk the red carpet
Yeah, I wanted to pick the biggest event possible for my first red
for your
carpet.
coming out.
I said, I mean, it's almost like my character. Do you know how many photographers there are? 2. Angela over here. Angela over here. It was like art, like life recreating art or whatever that's saying. Life intimidating, or no. I'm tired.
I just spit out my coffee because you said life intimidating art.
I am tired, you guys. I am so tired. Art imitating life. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Not life intimidating art. Oh, good Lord. Anyway, so here we are at Pause for Style. The big name was Paula Abdul,
With her 2 or 3 dogs she had.
like 3 little dogs in outfits.
I remember meeting her out by the red carpet. I remember Wesley and her dogs. They all smelled each other as they do. She was very nice.
Very nice. I have great photos from this night.
I
mean,
can only
spectacular.
imagine.
I did my own hair and makeup. This is before I discovered a flat iron. So it's just frizzy, guys. It's just frizzy, down and straight. I bought a tank top at Target.
Yeah.
And I bought one at the Gap. And I layered them. And I layered my tank tops. They're both turquoise. Why did I layer 2 turquoise tank tops?
I don't know.
And then I bought some white jeans at Target, and this is what I wore.
Now, I'm
That's
going to
what I
say
wore.
something. You always really do look good in turquoise, Angela.
Thank you.
It's a great color on you. So I think in that way you styled yourself well.
Thank you.
I think you can tell because you texted me the photo of you on the red carpet. I think you can tell that, how can I say this? That you've never done a red carpet. I mean, you look a little bit stiff. How can I say this?
I look like how delicately if you're trying to do this. Jenna, it's like, you know how if you stand and you put your hands on your hip?
Yeah.
What if you decided to stand but do your legs like spread way too far apart?
Yeah.
And then instead of putting your hands on your hip, and you're 5'1", guys, you're 5'1", you decide to put them on your mid-thigh,
Yeah, kind of like above.
almost like you're doing a squat.
Yeah.
Like, and then you smile to camera.
That's
That's what I did.
That's what she did.
Yeah, that's what I did. Why did I stand like that?
Listen, you guys, we didn't know anything about
We
red
didn't know what
carpets.
the
We
hell
didn't
we
have
were doing.
anyone advising us. Well, do you remember, Angela, after this event, we saw the pictures and we decided we needed to get better at this.
Yeah.
And and then do you remember that I had read somewhere that the reason that Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen always look so cute on the red carpet is because they say the word prune while the photographers are taking their photograph. The idea is that it makes you look like really like pouty and sexy. So we decided at our next red carpet that we were going to say prune
Yeah.
the whole time. So it's like,
They're the worst photos of me like that exist.
we look so.
I look constipated. It was such a horrible idea.
I thought I looked angry.
I look like I need to poop. That's what I just look miserable.
Oh my gosh, Angela, I think back on all of our bright ideas.
Our bright ideas. I think it's fair to say these are all your ideas.
Why did you go along with them?
I don't know. You're very persuasive. I don't know. I just was like, okay, I'll walk up and pretend to fake laugh as I walk up to people. Okay, I'll say prune. Okay.
All right, what should we should get back to this episode.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, I have a tidbit.
Great, what's your tidbit?
I think I see John Krasinski about to break at 16 minutes, 1 second. So Michael cannot say that's what she said anymore.
Yes, he comes out of his office, he makes a grand announcement. He's retiring from comedy.
Yes. And he's not going to say, Jim is like, not even that's what she said. He's like, nope.
I remember filming this scene.
I remember filming this too. And Steve, as Michael, when he breaks and he goes, that's what she said. His laugh is so huge and giddy and contagious.
Yes.
And he's so happy and pleased with himself that we literally almost started to all laugh ourselves. And you catch it in John for just a second.
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to see?
Well, also, as Steve is leaving and he's being pushed back into his office by Jan and the lawyer, he blows a kiss.
He's so happy. But look at John's face at 16 minutes, 1 second. Sam, can you pull that up?
That's what she said. Yes. Wow, that is really hard. You really think you can go all day long? Well, you always left me satisfied smiling.
That's what she said.
Oh my God.
Look at John. Look at John. Do you see how he puts his hand in front of his face?
For
That's what he
sure.
would do when he was starting to laugh.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. That is just Steve, because he is a master. He is such a master at like any kind of like big emotional moment.
We've talked about how it's really hard to fake laugh.
Yeah.
It's harder than fake crying.
Oh, for
Steve
sure.
is one of the best at the fake laugh.
For sure.
So we skipped something that I definitely want to go back to.
Okay, what?
When Michael crashes Toby's presentation and he walks in with the blow-up doll.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the days and days of those guys trying to figure out which blow-up doll should be the blow-up doll?
Oh, yeah.
This is a way, so it was like, should she have on an outfit? Should she be wearing underwear? Should she be wearing a bikini? There had a variety of blow-up dolls. This is a weird thing about working on a television show or in a movie or anything, are the really just very matter-of-fact discussions about odd things. I remember seeing our props master and Greg, and I think it must have been BJ and Ken Quapis, but like there was a group of people looking at different blow-up dolls and having a very matter-of-fact discussion about what is funniest.
There was one that had a more open mouth.
I remember that one. That was it. We nixed that one.
That one was so off-putting.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is we'd walk on set, and backstage we would have like props and things. And I remember walking past like 5 blow-up dolls every morning for like a week. It's like, what is our life?
And then Michael has a lot of comedy with that blow-up doll. I love that part when we're jumping around here, but when Pam's mom does finally come in and Michael walks out of his office and like chucks it out the door in like a grandiose statement.
Yeah.
But also in the scene with Jan, it's hiding up on top of his credenza. And Jim has this talking head with the blow-up doll. So the blow-up doll got a lot of play in this episode. It's very important that we picked the right one.
Yeah,
A bit of a character.
the blow-up doll was going to be featured, and those conversations were warranted.
Okay, something else I want to mention, unrelated to the blow-up doll. When Michael takes over the sexual harassment seminar, there is a great deleted scene where Michael goes on this runner. Did you see it? Where he says it's about him and Pam, and I remember shooting the scene and I couldn't get through it.
Not the bathtub thing.
No, not the bathtub thing. This was a different runner where Michael says, all right, take for example, Pam and I are dating. And I say that would never happen. He goes, no, it's happening. Pam and I are dating. And I'm like, I'm engaged. He's like, Roy died. And I'm like, even still. And he's like, then I would kill you. He's like, now Roy and Pam are both dead. Look at what sexual harassment seminar got.
I did see that.
Like a very funny
I
thing.
actually did see that in a montage. That is hilarious.
Yes. And then just Michael just like really pushing this like hypothetical situation where he and Pam are dating. And that comes up every once in a while. Every once in a while, there's a little thing where Pam has to deal with Michael's hypothetical that there's a world where maybe they're dating.
There was clearly a time he had a crush on you.
I guess so.
And he finally just gave up.
And what about in that same scene, Phyllis's line, where she asks if you have to disclose one night stands?
They talk about you have to just report a relationship to HR. And she goes, all relationships, even a one night stand.
Yes. What is she talking about? A previous one night stand or a future one night stand?
I don't know, but
What is she thinking?
John's look to camera as Jim when she says that is so gold. That
So
is
good.
classic Jim look to camera.
Let's talk about my other favorite Toby scene.
What's that?
At the end of Toby's seminar, he says, if you have any questions, you can come speak to me. And Dwight goes to him, and they have that big, long conversation
Yes.
where Dwight is basically asking about female anatomy and sex.
Yeah, it starts around 12 minutes. I have it on a card.
A lot of people asked about that scene. Was it scripted? Was it improvised? So when Dwight asks, where is the clitoris? That is where the scene was supposed to end. So everything after that, those were all Rain's improvisations. And they shot that scene for about 2 hours.
They shot it for so long. And also, Paul, as Toby, was improvising as well.
Yes.
And I thought he had such a great line. And I was like, he has this great line. And I wrote, who is Dwight asking the advice for? Right? Is this the beginning of Dwight and Angela?
I wondered the same thing. And people pointed this out. Dwight seems very comfortable around women in Hot Girl. He doesn't seem to have any of these hang-ups necessarily. And then now suddenly in this episode, he's revealing maybe the truth, which is that he doesn't know so many things about women.
Well, I also think that he might actually have a woman, finally, who might be interested in doing those things with him,
Perhaps.
and he's realized he doesn't have the skill set for it.
I think that's what it is. Oh, Angela, what? This is the first episode where we finally see the real outside of the Dunder Mifflin that we will come to know and love.
Oh, when Michael goes down to get jokes?
Yes, when he goes down to meet the warehouse guys. Well, you see it. We see the parking lot.
Yeah.
When Ryan takes Todd Packer down, but then you really see him come down through the lobby and outside and around the corner, and he's talking to all the warehouse guys. I thought that was so cool.
I did too. I thought it was great.
So the point of that scene, because I was texting with BJ about this, the point of that scene was that Michael would go down to ask for jokes, And then the guys in the warehouse would actually start sexually harassing Michael.
Right.
So that's the point. They start commenting on his appearance and his pants
His
and
lack of package.
yes, and all that sort of stuff. And yet somehow this does not land on Michael. He learns nothing from being the recipient of harassment. He's just frustrated they didn't give him a good joke he could use. But then later, all those same warehouse guys are called up to the conference room and they have to watch a sexual harassment training video. But did you notice it's all those guys and Kevin?
Yes. Well,
Why Kevin?
Here's what I think. I think Kevin is kind of like that teenage kid who, if there's any chance he might see someone in a bra, maybe side boob.
Oh, he's in that.
He's in that. He's the one that does the MILF joke about your mom. Like, he's kind of like, I feel like the kid who is like excited to maybe see anything go down.
Well, I think that sexual harassment video is amazing. We shot that. That's not a real sexual harassment video. Joel wrote in and asked, did the actors in the sexual harassment video know they were auditioning for a sitcom, or did they think it was just an educational video?
That's an awesome
That's
question.
an awesome question. They knew that they were going to appear on The Office, but they were told to pretend like they were making real educational videos.
They did a phenomenal job.
It
Those guest actors were amazing.
They were amazing. And we shot that in the actual writers' offices.
All right, I found it hilarious that when Michael is in the scene with Jan and the corporate lawyer, I feel like this is the first time Michael realizes that he's upper management.
Oh, and he's so proud.
He's so proud.
He's so proud of himself because he's hired James P. Albini, the guy from the bus stop, to be his lawyer. I love that scene. Actually, that's a really great scene to watch if you want to like nerd out on the camera work and the way that the camera helps tell the story on The Office, because that whole entrance of Michael's lawyer, the way Michael's lawyer looks directly at camera and gives a little plug for his business is pretty great. But the camera work in that scene is really incredible. Also, in that scene, Toby, where he's sitting, he's not been invited to sit sort of in the circle. Yeah, he's off against the wall. It's a great scene to watch. Just watch Toby.
And Toby
The
has
whole scene is pretty delicious.
And Toby has a great snarky moment in that scene because, Jan's like, Michael, you're going to have to watch the video again. And he's like, I watched the video too because he talked through most of it.
Yes.
It's like, Toby throwing him under the bus.
So now we finally have to talk about the scene where Michael stands up to Todd Packer, otherwise known as the boner scene.
The boner scene.
Todd Packer is making this joke about someone attending a nymphomaniacs convention.
Yeah, and all the gals are like perfect tens except for this one gal.
And he points to Phyllis.
And then Kevin says, like Phyllis.
And then
Michael's
Phyllis
like,
looks really sad.
Oh, so sad. And
So hurt.
So hurt. And it's awkward. First of all, do we need a joke about a nymphomaniac convention? Todd
Exactly.
Packer, thank you very much.
And Michael sees that Phyllis is hurt and he says that was inappropriate. He says something, but then Todd Packer challenges him and he's like, I mean, Kevin, you should not say those things about Phyllis. And then he goes on this whole speech about how Phyllis is great and how he loves Phyllis. She's like a grandmother to them.
She says, Michael, we're the same age. We went to high school together.
We're in the
I
same
love
high
this.
school class.
I love that.
And that fact comes back to haunt Michael all the time. She is constantly reminding him in the series that they went to high school together. It's a really sweet scene. And he hugs Phyllis. And then he says the only thing he's afraid of is getting a boner.
A boner. And then Phyllis's face, her reaction is what made it for me. It made that whole scene.
It really did. It really did. And I think that there was this way where, I don't know, do you think Michael's redeemed in that moment a little bit? Because he stands up for his group a little bit?
He does. I think it's definitely the first time he stood up to Todd Packer. And you can tell because when you see Todd Packer's face, he's like, oh man, they really got to you. And Michael's like, no, I got to them, whatever that means. But I think it's the first time he stood up to him. And even though it's a very small way, I think it's that moment, once again, where this is our writers trying to give Michael a little bit of a growth moment.
What? Angela. You just referred to the boner scene as the scene where the writers give Michael a little bit of a growth moment.
Oh no!
That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, now let's talk about the scene with Pam's mom. We said a little bit about this earlier. Angela, you expressed your disgust that this is her first visit.
Okay, I just am saying, like, where have you been, Mom? That's all.
I get it, but there is more to say here.
Yeah.
So first of all, Pam's mom was played by Shannon Cochran, and a lot of people wrote in and said, what the heck is up with Pam's mom? Why is she played by one person in this episode and then another person later on in the show? I will tell you, we wanted Shannon Cochran to come back. We cast her as Pam's mom. We intended for her to always play Pam's mom, but then we didn't need Pam's mom for a really long time. Shannon got a theater contract. She was a touring theater actress with no Rain. Her and I had a lot to discuss.
Oh, look at you, yes.
Theater pedigree.
Fancy theater people.
That's right. And she wasn't available, and so we had to recast her for those later episodes. And it was a really weird thing because the integrity of our show was so important to us. There was this rule for a very long time that we couldn't do any stunt casting.
Yeah.
I don't know if people know what that means.
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah, so stunt casting means when you bring on a guest star and they're a big name guest star. Now, of course, obviously, in later years, we broke this rule. Will Ferrell, Kathy Bates, James Spader,
Idris Elba.
Yes, exactly.
Timothy Oliphant.
On and on.
Yeah.
But for a long time, we had this rule against stunt casting, and this kind of fell into that. Like, once somebody was established to play a character, they were that person or they didn't come back. The reason we broke the rule with Pam's mom and recasting is because the writers came up with a storyline that Michael would date Pam's mom. Do you remember that?
How could I forget
Right, I know, and Pam ends up slapping Michael, but this storyline idea was just too good to pass up. So they decided to recast, and I hope that helps people with the whole two moms question. So I want to talk a little bit about the scene when Pam's mom finally arrives and you see Roy enter.
Oh my God, and his outfit with his hair slicked down.
His sweater, and he does that little dance to charm Pam's mom. So I'm going to let you in on a little bit more of my actor prep here.
He asked her what music she wants.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Well, you know, I had my Pam document, and I was always asking myself questions that I thought were a mystery, and I would answer
Wait,
them.
I need to clarify for everyone. Jenna's Pam document wasn't given to her by Greg Daniels or any writers or producers. This was a document that Jenna made herself for her character.
These are the kinds of things you learn in theater school, Angela.
You can suck it.
These are the things we're encouraged to
I
do.
took some theater. I took theater classes.
You know, just trained theater actors are
I took classes
encouraged.
at HB Studios in New York City
Okay.
with Carol Rosenfeld, who is a protege of Uta Hagen. Thank you very much.
All right, that's the pedigree.
Thank you.
All right.
I got a blessing. Oh.
Well, in my document, I had asked myself the question, how did Pam and Roy end up together anyway? So I have answered sort of why I think they're still together, but how did they end up together? They seem so mismatched to me. Here was my backstory. Pam's family owned an appliance shop in downtown Scranton, like in the town square. And Roy, in high school, got a job working at the appliance store. And he was a great worker. He was very charming, as in the Roy you just saw here in the sweater. And so that was how their worlds collided. Because Pam was probably this little nerdy art student in high school, so I couldn't figure out how did she meet Roy.
Who was probably a jock.
Yeah. And this was how. He was very charming, and he asked her out, and they started dating. But because he worked there, like, the families became very enmeshed. They would barbecue together. So this is why and how she kind of can't get out of this relationship, even though now it's clear it's a mismatch. It's because the families are so conjoined.
And do you think that Pam decided not to work at the appliance store and go out, branch out, and then Roy followed her to the warehouse?
Oh my gosh, Angela, I don't know, but I feel like I'm going to go back and put that in my document right now.
Because here's Pam, like, okay, I'm not going to work at the family business. I need some space. I need to figure out who I am.
Yes!
And then Roy's like, hey, I got a job at that warehouse. We'll be able to see each other every day.
Oh my gosh.
I find it interesting that Pam eats in the break room with Jim and not in the warehouse with Roy. Now, we see Roy sometimes eat there.
Yeah, they don't eat lunch together, do
Not
they?
very often.
And then Pam's mom has the moment in this episode where she whispers, "Nicholas Jim," and you see John Krasinski's face is all pleased that he knows now that Pam. And by the way, in Casino Night, we know Pam calls her mom on the phone to, share about what happened in the parking lot.
Well, I just love the moment, and John played it so well, where he sees his opportunity to introduce himself to Pam's mom. And he gets up the courage and he walks over right as Roy walks in, and he just quickly takes like a piece of candy and goes back to his desk. And that kind of broke my heart for him. Lastly, from Dave Keckner, who plays Todd Packer, he said, "Ange, please let everyone know I am nothing like Todd Packer in real life."
Oh, and it's true, everyone.
I know.
Dave is just a sweet, sweet, sweetheart. Father of 5.
I know, and he said, he goes, "I just wish you and Jenna all the best. This is such a great idea. I just love it as a fan of the show."
It's got to be hard to believe that he is not like Todd Packer for some people. To imagine that if you met him, he is just the warmest, nicest, wonderful gentleman.
I know. Yeah, I think sometimes you get known as this character, but he's nothing like that. I'm nothing like Angela Martin.
This is true.
You're a little bit like Pam.
I am.
All right, guys, that was sexual harassment.
That was sexual harassment. We did it. Next week is Office Olympics with special guest director Paul Feig.
He is the best dressed man in show business.
For sure.
Go to his Instagram. It is delightful.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to Season 2, Episode 3, Office Olympics.
Yoo-hoo!
Guys, if I sound grouchy today, it's because I'm in hour 4 of a cleanse. I've never done one before. I think they're stupid. I don't know why I'm doing it. Angela, what are your thoughts on my cleanse?
It's a bad idea.
Why am I doing it?
I don't know. Whatever. I don't want a bunch of people writing in, like to us, being like, "You guys, cleanses are good for you." But you know what? I just think they sound like a big pain in the ass.
Here's the thing. I was running out of the house this morning. I was late. I didn't have time to make my usual breakfast of scrambled eggs and sliced strawberries. I love it. Didn't have time. But I remembered that about 8 months ago, I ordered this 5-day cleanse at the advice of one of my friends.
It's like healthy or something.
Super healthy, looks amazing, skin is amazing. And I thought, well, maybe today's the day. Maybe this is a sign. So I just grabbed day 1 of the cleanse. It's like a little pre-packaged. I had a nut bar for breakfast.
She looks like she's going into outer space, you
I'm
guys.
so
She has a
great.
little box.
Man.
We've got like, it looks like
Everything's
compressed
freeze-dried.
compressed food in this little foil packets.
I've already, I guess, cheated. I hate that. I hate that I'm shaming myself over this thing already, but I'm having coffee. You're not supposed to have coffee on the cleanse. You're supposed to have tea. It's not even caffeinated tea. What am I supposed to
What
do with
is
that?
wrong with these people?
That's what I'm saying. And I already decided I think I'm going to eat a full meal for dinner. I don't know.
Well, I won't tell you what I brought for lunch.
What? Pasta?
I brought pasta.
Oh my god.
Like a
I have like
marinara.
freeze-dried soup to eat.
I know. I know. You're going into outer space. You're eating your packets.
Why am I even saying I'm doing a cleanse when I've already planned to eat dinner tonight? I'm kind of doing a cleanse.
I hate to
What
break
am I
it to you.
doing?
You're not doing a cleanse. You were rushing and you grabbed your NASA packets because you bought them and you feel bad that you bought them.
That is
and they've been
it.
sitting there.
Yes.
And also what I'm learning about you, Jenna, like I already knew this about you, but boy, am I learning it now being your business partner, is that if your routine gets thrown, you love routine, it sends you into this like spiral where all of a sudden you're like if you're like, oh, I didn't get my scrambled eggs and my strawberries. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move to Arizona. What?
It's so true. I'm so thrown that I start to make really wackadoo decisions.
Yeah, you make some big swings. Okay.
All right. Well,
All right. Well,
let's see how it goes today.
Yeah, on that note.
This episode, as I said, is Office Olympics, written by Mike Schur and directed by Paul Feig. Yay! Let me give a summary. In this episode, Michael has to leave the office for the day to sign papers on his new condo. He's becoming a homeowner, everyone. Dwight goes with him, leaving Jim in charge, who decides to use the day to stage Office Olympics with the employees. Fast fact number one. Office Olympics was inspired by the King of the Hill Office Olympics. Yes, the writers on Greg's show, King of the Hill, created a real Office Olympics, and that is what inspired our episode.
Actually, Jenna, it wasn't the writers that invented the Office Olympics for King of the Hill. It was Tim Croston, Greg's assistant.
Oh,
Tim Croston was Greg Daniels' assistant. Tim is also a longtime friend of mine. I've known him for years. And Tim and two other assistants are who set up the whole Office Olympics at King of the Hill. The writers, yes, participated, Jenna.
okay.
They participated, but it was Tim was the mastermind. He was the self-appointed commissioner.
Oh,
Yes, and
he was the Jim.
he was the Jim. And I talked to him last night. We traded text messages. And Tim, sorry if I woke you up at 11 o'clock at night in North Carolina, but thank you for responding. They had a whole opening ceremonies. They had a torch. They had shirts for different teams. Yeah, they marched through the hallways. They had like a banner each team carried. They had a full opening ceremonies. And you know the doves that you see at the end for our closing ceremonies?
Yes.
They had that. They had doves that went across. They had several games that they had to play. It took a day and a half. This Office Olympics.
What were they not doing during
I
this
know,
day and a half?
I know. Well, Tim said that we wasted a full day and a half on this, and I won the award for wasting the most office time. So he said, so overall, I'm very proud of my time on King of the Hill. He said some of the games they had were mini golf through the office,
Okay.
Kerplunk, which was like this game, I guess, where they had like sticks, like in like a tube, and you drop marbles down, and you had to twist it. I don't know, and then it went kerplunk. Tim's favorite game that they had though was Guess the Elevator, and that made it into our episode.
Yes.
So someone went down to the lobby and then came up, and you had to guess which elevator they came out. So he said that was his personal favorite. They also had a Twinkie eating contest, and Paul Lieberstein came in second.
Go Paul.
Because Paul was working on King of the Hill at the time as well. But he said they really got into it. They went all out, and he said one of the things that blew him away was Chuck Mangione. He is a famous musician, composer, Jenna. He actually played a recurring character on King of the Hill as himself, as the celebrity spokesperson for the Megalomart.
Yes.
And he flew himself out on his own dime to play. He plays the flugelhorn and the trumpet to play at the opening ceremonies, because he, in fact, actually played at the Olympics in Lake Placid, New York.
This is crazy. How many years did they do this? Do we know? This was an annual thing, right?
I don't know that. I think, from what Tim texted me, they definitely went full out one year. I don't know if they can sustain this, because I think they did waste a lot of time not working. And here's a random piece of trivia for you. I did a voice on King of the Hill and had one line in the Megalomart. where I said, we don't sell super squirters no more on account of their diapers. So there's my connection there. Can you believe that? They really went all out on King of the Hill for their Office Olympics. And that was the inspiration for Office Olympics on The Office.
I love all of that information. That was amazing. Also, this episode ended up inspiring offices around the country to do their own Office Olympics. I mean, this got even bigger than just our TV show.
Tim, you really started something. Thank you for that legacy, and thank you for letting me text you till almost midnight last night your time.
Fast fact number 2, writer Mike Schur makes a cameo appearance in this episode.
Oh, yeah.
Appearing in a photograph as Dwight's Amish cousin, Mose.
Mose was actually based on a character in the UPN show Amish in the City. It came out July 2004. Jenna, I went down the rabbit hole last night and I watched the pilot episode
Of Amish in the City?
because I wanted to see what the character Mose. There is a guy named Mose. First of all, the premise for the show is crazy. They take 5 Amish teens who are on their Rumspringa. Yeah, where they can go and live in the world for a year.
In the non-Amish world.
Right, and then they decide if they want to actually take the Amish way of life, right? So they take 5 Amish teens and they put them in a house in Los Angeles, like right off Ventura Boulevard, overlooking the city, and they put 5 mainstream American teenagers. And now I think just taking 5 Amish kids to Los Angeles is enough. You got to throw in, there's a guy from Boston who's like, all I want to do is like get laid and party, woohoo! And you're gonna put him with Mose, who like brought his wooden puzzles that he made himself. I mean, there's a whole scene where he's like, "Do you like puzzles?" And the Boston guy's like, "Nah, I don't like them." And he's like, "Oh, that's pretty much all I brought."
Oh my gosh.
Okay, sorry.
Your explanation of Amish in the City is making me want to watch Amish in the City.
I'm very invested in Mose. I feel like I'm gonna have to go back because I'm like, what happened to Mose and his puzzles? How's he doing?
Well, I guess the writers were obsessed with Amish in the City as well. And the entire first season of The Office, they would all talk about it. And so finally, when we got to season 2, that was their way of honoring their love of Amish in the City, was this character of Mose. That Mike Schur, I think he thought he was just appearing in a photograph. Little did he know he would go on to play this character for 9 years.
For 9 years, and then probably would have been in the spinoff The Farm had it happened.
True.
He would still be playing Mose.
Of course. We also introduced another recurring character in this episode. It is the realtor.
Yes, Carol Stills.
Carol Stills, played by Nancy Carell, Steve Carell's wife.
Who is hilarious.
Nancy is hilarious, and we will talk more about her scenes with Steve as we get into this episode. Fast fact number 3, this was our first time working with director Paul Feig,
Yay!
who is undoubtedly one of our favorite directors.
Paul is so brilliant, and what I love is he's kind. He's just a delightful person to be around.
We've talked a little bit about how he and his wife Lori would host our viewing parties, but this was our first time working with him. And I'll never forget when he walked on set because he was wearing a full suit and tie.
Oh, he is so dapper.
Which he wore every day.
Every day he wore a suit.
A lot of them were like vintage suits, so they were also super cool. They weren't stuffy. I mean, they were like super hip.
No, he and his wife Lori are like, they're like a smart looking couple.
Yeah, they look like people who read the New Yorker, don't they? Like they're super smart. They
They're smart.
can read the long articles because those articles are super long.
They're really smart, and their house I remember was like decorated, like so lovely, like they had art.
Yes,
Things
art.
like that. But they're not stuffy people. You know what I mean? They're incredibly
not
approachable.
flashy.
Yeah, not flashy. They're just really nice people. And Paul was one of my absolute favorite directors we ever had.
You are in love with his Instagram.
I am. His
She is
Instagram.
obsessed with his Instagram.
I love his Instagram. It makes me want to travel and dress nice and have a cocktail.
Yes, this is true. Paul Feig before this, had worked on Freaks and Geeks, which I was a huge fan of. And actually, Freaks and Geeks is the very first television show I ever auditioned for.
I wondered if you auditioned for that. That seemed like right in your wheelhouse.
I did not audition for one of the regular characters. The show had already happened, but I went in for a guest appearance, I think just 3 lines. And this was because Allison Jones, who cast The Office, also cast Freaks and Geeks. This started my relationship with Allison Jones. I went in, I auditioned for Freaks and Geeks. I did not get the role.
It's all right, lady.
That's
all
all
right. It happens sometimes.
She called me back later for a TV show called Undeclared that was produced by Judd Apatow, and I did get that part, just 1 line. And then, 5 years later, she called me to audition for The Office.
Wow.
That was all Allison Jones. But I almost worked with Paul Feig on Freaks and Geeks, but it didn't happen. But it was meant to be. Our paths would cross, little did I know. And they did. But, Paul also directed Bridesmaids, one of my all-time favorite movies.
So funny. I remember going to that premiere because, we were so excited to support Paul and to support Ellie, and the whole cast was just phenomenal. And I was so happy for him. And, Paul is the type of guy, the minute he sees you, this huge smile comes across his face and he gives you a big hug, and he's just such a giving person of himself, and I was so happy to support him and so happy that it ended up being such a huge hit.
I want to call your attention to Paul Feig's many books that are amazing. Okay, he wrote Kick Me, which is, I guess it's like his autobiography.
For the first chapter of his life.
Yes, about his adolescence.
Yeah, I really feel like he could write a whole bunch more.
But he's so funny. The book is amazing. And then he also wrote this book called Super Stud, or How I Became a 24-Year-Old Virgin. It's also amazing. So you guys really, if you want to dive deep on Paul Feig, I recommend these books. Guess what we did? We called Paul Feig for this episode. Who is singing? What has this cleanse done to me? It's turned me into you.
It's turning you into me, and you're about to make some crazy life choices. Should we go to a bar right now?
No, God, no. We should not. It's horrible. It's 11 a.m. also.
It probably defeats the purpose of your cleanse.
Guys, we called Paul Feig and we interviewed him about Office Olympics. We even included some of your questions. So after the break, we're going to talk to Paul Feig.
We're going to ask him some questions. He's going to tell us about Office Olympics. I can't wait.
All right, stay tuned. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, we are back, and we're going to be talking to Paul Feig. See him. Dial him up.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you somewhere fancy, Paul?
No, I'm in New York.
Yeah, but are you somewhere fancy?
Well, my parents are yes. Because I'm very.
Thank you so much for doing this, Paul. It really means a lot.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so happy that you guys are doing this, and I wish I could be in the studio with you. It would be so much even more fun.
Well, you're always welcome to come back. We've got 200 episodes to talk about, and you directed a great deal of
Oh,
them.
good. Excellent. I'll talk on all of them.
We'll hit you up for that. We actually reached out to some fans to talk to you today, and there were people who had so many questions.
Yeah, so we're going to include some of their questions with our questions.
Very good. I'm excited.
Well, to get started, Paul, how did you get involved with The Office?
It was my great agent at the time, Renee Kurtz, who was steering me towards it. I honestly was offered several years before the chance to develop The Office, the British Office, into a series, and I was like, oh, forget it. There's no way you can do it. It's too scary, because it's such a great series. So I just didn't even take the bait. But then when Greg did it, I was really, amazed by that. And the funny thing is, I was making a pilot at the same time that Greg did the pilot for The Office. And I remember we were both working at some studio, and he was editing there. And I remember him coming over to us, to Rodney Rothman and I, whose pilot it was. He said, hey, come in here. I got to play you a couple of different options for the opening theme song for this show that I just directed. And so he played us a couple of different versions, including the one that's the now infamous piano one. So I was definitely there right at the very beginning. When the show got picked up, my agent called me, Renee, and she was just like, they'd like to direct an episode. And so I watched the first 6 that you guys had done and thought they were so hilarious. As soon as I saw Diversity Day, I was just like completely in. That was so great. I came to that first table read. I don't know if you remember, they did kind of a bunch of episodes all of at once. I remember you guys were reading the Dundies and all that, and then we read Office Olympics. So I was in.
Did you get to pick Office Olympics from that table read, or was it assigned to you?
Yeah, that was the one that was assigned to me. Because I remember having a moment going like, oh, I want to do the Dundies. That thing's really fun. But then I just saw the potential of the Office Olympics. It was going to be such a blast. I mean, it was just such a fun thing to kind of put together. I remember just what an interesting feeling it was on the set for that. Because if you remember, that was sort of, aside from the Olympics part of this, that was the episode that kind of started to turn everything, because that's where Steve's character started slightly more sympathetic. I don't know if you remember or not, that kind of got found on the set. Remember we were doing the whole thing where you guys were presenting Michael with the medal, and Steve just made this decision to kind of start crying.
Yeah.
Getting all choked up. And I remember we were just going like, oh my God, Steve, that's so great. Like, keep going with that. And that was, I think that was kind of the turning point where his character took that left turn from Ricky Gervais's character and became more sort of the lovable, misfit who's trying too hard for everybody to like him.
But also, Paul, I remember in that filming of that scene that you directed all of us to be genuine. And you can see it on our faces that we are genuinely clapping for Michael. We're not mocking him. It was this collective moment with everyone in the office enjoying supporting one another. It was really sweet. It makes me tear up every time I watch it.
I cried when Steve did that.
No, it really gets me too. And because I think, you know what it was? It was just Steve's performance was so sincere that it felt, if we were kind of being snarky or laughing at him, that it made you guys such villains to do that. But it wasn't anybody's really instinct to do that. So I just kind of encourage you to go along with what you were already doing, which is we were all really being affected by Steve.
Yeah. It still gets me. Well, we have a fan question for you. Reed wrote in and said, Reed says, when filming a mockumentary, do you storyboard or do you have a shot?
Neither. What you do is you basically kind of go through the script, and I would walk around with Kelly, our AD, the day before or whatever, and we just basically kind of go, okay, where would we put the cameras for this scene? So that we would be cross-shooting it, and the cameras could avoid seeing each other of where the documentary would actually be. And so you've always just kind of going, okay, for me, it's like I always want to have depth behind us, so I never want to shoot the walls or whatever. Avoid it. And so just kind of go, okay, they would be, one would be over here by this desk, and then on the opposite side, Matt would be over there, and Randall would be on the other side. And really, that was kind of it. Then you'd also go like, okay, is this going to be a spy shot where you guys don't know you're on camera? We'll be shooting through, the blinds or through a crack in the door. And that was kind of it. Then we would just get there and just play out the scene. For me, it's the greatest way to do TV comedy. Because just every time we shot the scene, we had the full scene. And so it just allowed us to just play and go like, okay, this time, try this, and it's just the fact that Greg and everybody let us play around so much with these great scripts that we already have, and we had the confidence to keep that stuff in. Because I've worked on other shows where the cast was really brilliant and kind of improvising or tagging something or just kind of taking a left turn in the middle of the scene, but the showrunners just wouldn't put it in because they were so in love with their scripts that they just wouldn't use it. But the shining example of that was when we did the next episode, the Halloween episode, where we had that thing where we found where Rain was doing, playing the Emperor and talking to Michael and kind of goading him. Yeah. And we just found that funny angle that looked like the Emperor from Star Wars, where you just kind of see these things. And we just, it just taught it. That went on and on. But Greg, I think, jettisoned some other kind of storyline just so we could keep that scene long. It was just so fun. That takes a lot of confidence and sort of, self-confidence really. Part of the showrunner just let those moments play out.
I love that. Me too. I love hearing everything that went into how it ended up on screen. We were just acting. We did all this planning. I know. You put all this thought into it.
Without you, we are nothing. Without you, we are nothing.
I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about picking the condo location in this episode, because it's almost like another character. It features so prominently. What was the criteria for picking the condo?
You wanted something that had enough flow to it and openness that you weren't going to be stuck in little rooms, with just basically walls as your background. And so what I really liked about it is they had that kitchen that went through to the back patio. So, when we were in the kitchen shooting Michael kind of having his breakdown, which is still possibly, I think, the hardest thing I've ever laughed on the set.
Yes.
When Steve was having a thing where he's having the breakdown, he kind of would hand on the stove and picks up the thing that goes outside.
Because is this
bends over
supposed
and
to
all
come
that.
off?
And he walks out with it.
I mean, that is like that's the genius of Steve. I did with and every time we can take you do something different.
Did we use that same condo in Dinner Party? Did we manage to keep that same place?
It looked familiar. It looked very
yeah.
familiar to me, didn't it to you? Like
I thought it was the condo. Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, what was fun about that is being able to go in and turn it into Jan's place.
Yeah.
That was. I mean, I don't want to jump episodes, but I mean, for Dinner Party, that was the most fun of like how do we see how Jan's woman's touch went in with kimonos on the wall.
Oh my gosh, Paul, you have to come back. You have to come in. We'll have so much fun with that.
I was talking to Mike Schur about this episode. He was the writer of this episode, and he shared with us your choice of using a wide-angle lens when filming Steve for this episode. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it was just, we really wanted him to feel lost in this thing because, he did so much about him being overwhelmed. I had a very similar experience when I first met Lori, my wife, and we were going to move in together, and she found this place, and I came over just to the guy's office and look at it about, and little did I know she kind of had the realtor there and everything, and I had to sign the papers to pull the trigger, so suddenly I went from being like this kind of weird, lonely bachelor to committing to moving in front of all these people, and I just kind of freaked out, and I just remember that feeling of suddenly the house felt very abstract and like you're in a horror movie. you're having a panic attack. And so I wanted Steve to kind of feel that being, in that house of it's almost like I forget there's an old movie, not Obsession, but something where this woman's going crazy in the house. So kind of fun to give it that story.
Oh my gosh, I love that story. Lori, you go, Lori.
I'm telling you, I know. Look at that. We celebrated our 25-year wedding anniversary, so it worked.
Well, we got a lot of questions also about the yogurt lids. This was maybe the thing people are most curious about, these yogurt lids.
Oh my gosh, they went crazy about the yogurt lids, Paul.
Mel wanted to know how many medals were made. Casey wants to know, were any other items considered for medals before landing on yogurt lids? Literally any information you can give us about these yogurt lids.
Anything about yogurt lids.
People want to know.
Wow, because I remember that so distinctly, just because I remember thinking it was not at all what I thought we were going to make the medal. And I remember Phil Cross coming up with those, and I remember him rigging that up with the paper clips and the chain and hanging that out there. And I had moments of going I don't know if it's substantial enough because they're so light. But then thinking, but this is kind of brilliant too. And so going with this, I have some weird memory, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, of like a cottage cheese.
Oh, it would be larger.
Like and bigger. Yes, but I think we might have said they were too big, and also I think they didn't stay on the paper clip. So, but that's just a kind of a hazy memory.
Steve Gordon asked, this is just kind of a fun question, which one of the freaks and geeks could work in the office?
I think it'd have to be Lindsay. I think only Lindsay could put together inappropriately and navigate that maelstrom.
I hear that. I think that is the right
I
choice.
think that is correct. And then, okay, Paul, we have to bring up, because Jenna and I love this about you so much, that you wear a suit every day with a tie, and that our crew loved it so much. On Friday, a lot of times on a set, the crew will wear Hawaiian shirts. It's Friday, but when you would work, they would all wear a tie on Friday. And so we were wondering, when did your origin of the daily suit start?
It was after Freaks and Geeks, because I'll flash all the way back just briefly. When I was a kid, I used to wear suits. I loved that. That was kind of starting 8 years old. I got my mom to buy me my first 3-piece suit. and I wore it. Oh, my dad was so mad. He was like, "You're gonna grow out of it in 6 months," and he was right. But over the 6 months I had walking around with a suit, so it was always in me. But then when I got to my 20s and I became a stand-up comedian, I used to wear a suit on stage, and then I realized I wanted to be more, I don't know, relatable to the audience. So I started wearing like jeans and bowling shirts and that kind of thing. And then when I did Freaks and Geeks, even though I didn't dress this way in high school, I started dressing just like kind of t-shirts and jeans because I was trying to get the head of like the freaks and stuff. And so grew my hair really long. So if you think of me from then, my hair was super long down to my shoulders. And but then it was after Freaks and Geeks was done, and I was going out pitching new shows, taking all these meetings, that I was in the meeting, and there's all the executives would be in suits and ties, and I was there in like jeans and a t-shirt. I didn't like it. I felt like really identifiable, sort of the prey, if you will, in that room. And so I remember going like, well, screw this. I'm going to go back to what I used to do and wear suits and ties. They kind of thought I was an idiot for doing it, but I just remember going like, I like the power structure of this better, of me in a suit, like as an adult, and just decided from that point on, I was like, I'm just going to wear a suit and tie all the time because I enjoy it, and it makes me feel like an adult, and also makes me feel in charge, and I look better in a suit than I do in jeans. So there you go.
Well, and Paul, without your suit, I wouldn't have my favorite hashtag you do, which is drunkfunkle on your Instagram.
Thank you.
I live for it, Paul. I love your Instagram so much. I want everyone to go follow Paul Feig. And also, Paul, I'm so excited about Last Christmas. I am so excited to see it. I can't wait. And you know, I love Game of Thrones. So of course, Jenna doesn't watch Game of Thrones. It drives me crazy. So Emilia Clarke's in it.
I'm still an Emilia Clarke fan,
Yes.
even though I didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
So this is very exciting to me because I get to see her in not Game of Thrones.
Yes, exactly. And then of course, like Emma Thompson, I cannot get enough of that woman. I just live for her. So, and Henry Golding and all of it. I can't wait to see it. I love holiday movies so much. So everybody go see Last Christmas.
Yay! You'll love it. You'll laugh, you'll cry, and it is one of the most beautiful things I've ever done.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see it.
Paul, thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. It's so much fun. I'm so glad you guys are doing this because the show was so special to me. I mean, honestly, I have to pinch myself that I got to be involved and be involved with so many episodes, so many kind of bigger ones too. And it will just always be one of my proudest moments working with you guys. Just one of my great shows. We're just such a wonderful cast to work with. Every day was really fun to come in, and just every take was fun and different. And I just couldn't have had a better time. So thank you for that. I love you guys very, very much.
Paul, thank you, Paul. Okay, guys, we're back, and now we are going to break down Office Olympics. That was so nice talking to Paul.
Great.
All right, let's get into this episode scene by scene. We start with Michael's talking head. He explains that he has come in early, and we learn that Ryan had to come in early to bring Michael a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ryan is so pissed. Angela, I noticed a little bit of Ryan sass.
Yeah, Ryan had some sass.
Can I get Ryan sass from you?
Yeah.
Do you have a card that says Ryan sass?
I don't, because the only person that bumps me with sass is Pam.
I knew it was targeted. I knew your sass was not universal. I knew it was personal. See? I just proved it. I also remember that Steve had to eat all of those egg and cheese biscuits, and he had a bucket under his desk because he would spit them out, because remember, he had just gotten in this amazing shape. And I feel like season 1 Steve might have enjoyed eating all of those, but season 2 Steve was like, I'm not doing that to my body anymore.
Also, though, I mean, listen, here's the thing. When you have to eat that much food, like the same food over and over, maybe 30 takes of that food, it turns on you.
It does.
You don't need that sausage egg biscuit turning on you.
It's true.
I spit it out.
All right, so then there's another scene that has the thing that I love so much, which is when we start on Michael speaking to camera and we widen to reveal Dwight lurking over his shoulder.
It is one of your favorite talking heads.
And this is when Michael reveals he is buying a condo. going to
Big
become
day.
a home owner.
Yeah, big day for him.
And then we swoop into the main office, and did you notice this, Angela? The photo on Jim's desk?
I have 2 note cards about these opening shots in the bullpen. At 1:48 seconds, do you know what Jim's screensaver is?
What?
It's a deserted island in the middle of the ocean. I think that's a little foreshadowing to the fire, which is coming next. That desert island. At 1:51, John's desk, right next to his computer, there's a photo of him holding a baby.
Do you know who that is?
It's his nephew.
It's his nephew.
Oh, so when we had to personalize our desk, that's one of the things John brought in.
He was so proud to be an uncle.
I know, he's adorable.
He was so excited to put that picture on his desk. Then we go to the scene where Jim and Pam are throwing things into Dwight's cup. This is when Pam has to revive Jim because sometimes he dies of boredom. I remember shooting that. That was really fun. John and I got really into seeing if we really could throw stuff in the cup. Like, sometimes that happens where it's in the scene, but then in real life you actually really do it. That was a moment.
Well, I have a little something from that scene. At 2 minutes, 4 seconds, boom! The boom drops in the scene. The boom
Really?
operator. Yeah, we got a little bit of boom, and they left it in because, as you know, it was a mockumentary. So when that happened, they let it stay. They wouldn't let it ruin a take. But there's a boom in that scene.
What about Dwight's Mozart Butch Cassidy talking head? This to me is such a sign of Mike Schur's writing. I think if you go back and look at every amazing Dwight talking head, most of them were written by Mike Schur.
Mike is brilliant. He is brilliant and he's smart. And I mean, I feel like I would wear a t-shirt that says Mozart Butch Cassidy.
You're going to get a bullet in your head thanks to Butch Cassidy if you mess with Mozart. Everybody.
I'm not messing with Mozart.
No. Again, Michael's list of magazines. He lists off all of his magazines. He asks Pam if she has forwarded Cracked and American Way magazine to his new condo. I just want to point that out.
His magazines are Small Businessman, Maxim, American Way, Cracked, and then the Fine Arts Aficionado.
Yeah, the one he made up. Yeah, the fake magazine. We also get to see Michael's car in this episode for the first time. Is it for the first time? I think it is.
Well, I have a pretty big note card before we get to the seat ring.
Oh, well,
At what minutes?
Don't know. I don't write down minutes. That's your thing. It's weird. I like a good list, but you're really obsessed with these minutes.
You know what? You and your cleanse can suck it, Fisher. All right, my background people who love background stuff. At 4 minutes, 52 seconds, Jim is talking to Oscar, and Oscar's desk faces the partition that is between Angela and Kevin.
Okay.
And on that partition is a Post-it note. It's a drawing that Oscar drew. And after this episode, he gave it to me, and I still have it. So here's the thing.
What is it?
Okay, so Oscar is a very good drawer. He's very good, and he would make these doodles, and I kept a lot of them. And he often would draw Kevin, Angela, and Oscar, our characters, doing crazy things. I have a drawing of one where we're on a moped.
Oh, I've seen that one. That's so cute.
Okay, so this Post-it note is a drawing he did. It's one of my personal favorites. It is Angela as a dominatrix. She is getting a shoulder ride from Kevin. Okay, she has a whip in her hand, like she's cracking the whip, and on all fours, being drugged behind them, is Oscar by a leash.
Wow.
Yes, that is what's on the Post-it note on his partition. And it cracks me up, like the detail that he drew our costumes, our dominatrix costumes. He has like a spiked collar on. He definitely would do all these drawings of the accounting department, and my character was always invoking pain in some way. But it is one of my favorite things I own is this Post-it note that he drew, and it's there on the partition. At 4 minutes, 52 seconds, I about fell off my couch. I was so excited.
But then after that, he gave it to you after this episode, and you would never see it again on the show. It just lived there for this
It lived
episode.
there. He drew it clearly that day and stuck it up there.
Yeah.
And I now have it.
Oh, I love that.
And then also at 4 minutes, 52 seconds, because we were allowed to personalize our desks, right? There's a photo that Oscar brought in of himself and his dog in a frame.
Oh.
Yeah. So there you go.
I want to talk a little bit about Michael's car.
Okay.
He has the Sebring convertible. I think this is the first time we really see the car. It's certainly the first time we drive in the car.
It is the first time it's featured.
And BJ told me that they picked this car very carefully. They felt like it was the flashiest car Michael could afford on his salary.
It's a convertible.
Yes, and he's very, very proud of it. And when Michael and Dwight leave the office and they're shooting that scene, Randall Einhorn, our director of photography and also our main camera operator, was shoved in the back seat in order to get those shots.
Randall is a big guy, and that is not a big back seat.
No, he told me that his knees were up by his ears. He was contorted in this weird position. I traded some messages with him, and he said, though, that whenever they had to get in the most painful position, they usually got the best shot. So he was like, you knew you were getting a great shot if you were hurting. And I also, the back window of the Sebring broke in this episode. And Randall has been blamed for this on the internet.
Really?
Yes, the internet says that Randall broke the window and it had to be replaced. It cost almost $900 to replace. I know, because we rented these cars, we didn't buy them. I asked Randall about it, and he said actually the window did break. He said, this I thought was interesting. He said he thinks it's because they left a camera battery pack on the back shelf, and then when they put the convertible top down, it crunched
it.
But who's they, Randall? Who is that?
Would that be film crew?
Would that be you?
Camera?
So he said they, but yes, it did break in that scene, and we had to then replace it.
Okay, so I have a little story about the Sebring. I have a time code. Now we're jumping ahead, but since you're talking about it, I'm going to bring it up, Jenna. Is that all right?
I'll allow it.
Oh, Lord. At 16 minutes, 39 seconds, there is proof of what the actual outside temperature was. Because there is a full-on camera shot of the dashboard in the Sebring. It says that they are going east and that it is 91 degrees.
Yes, because we shot this in the middle of summer.
In the middle of summer, we had to have coats on and pretend to be cold. But there you have it. It was 91 degrees.
Okay, Angela, I have a question about Hateball.
Oh, I have a note card about Hateball.
All right. Your hair
Yes.
in Hateball.
Yes.
Will you please talk about the braid headband thing?
I have been wanting to. Okay, so at 5 minutes, 42 seconds, there is a great shot of me through the partition because obviously I hate what they're doing. So if they say Hateball and they cut to me and I'm frowning, you see the classic headband braid that was created by our hairdresser, Kim Ferry. She did my hair every day on the show. She actually is an amazing braider. She can do any kind of braid, and all of my intricate braids and hairstyles of Angela Martin were by Kim Ferry. So she called this the headband braid, and what she would have me do is she would flat iron my hair straight.
Okay.
She would have me flip my head over, and then she would start at one side of my ear and do this like inverted braid over the top of my head, ending at the other side of my ear, leaving the back of my hair straight. So it would only braid like basically like a headband that went over like the top of my head.
Did it hurt?
It did not hurt, but I did have to sit with my head kind of contorted
In order to get the
in order
style.
to get it. But it was like one of our favorite things. Greg Daniels loved it. The first time he saw it, he was like, oh my God, yes, this is Angela Martin. And it went on to be featured in a lot of episodes. And we even did a behind the scenes for NBC.com because so many people asked if that was my real hair. It was my real hair, flipped upside down, inverted braid, and it made it look like a headband.
The headband braid did not hurt. Like, you would far prefer this over a bun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like having a part of your hair braided, but it wasn't tight or pulling at the back of my head.
To me, that is classic Angela.
Yeah, the headband braid.
Yes.
And speaking of hair,
Yes.
at 6 minutes, 15 seconds, you go in the back of the office because they're playing Dunderball,
Yes.
and you see that Kelly still has an updo,
Still an updo with Kelly.
but it's a little bit looser. There's like a little piece kind of dangling in the back. It's like a loose braid. It's starting to come down, Jenna.
You know what? I think, and I'm going to predict because we have not watched all the episodes. We really are watching them in order. I think her hair comes down in Casino Night. I think it's the first time her hair comes down. I'm going to predict it. So let's see if I'm right as we
think you're
continue
right.
to rewatch. Because I know her hair is down in Casino Night. I remember.
The bun is getting looser.
We're heading there, folks. It's interesting. Her hair comes down the closer Jim and Pam get to kissing.
You know what? You know what that correlation is?
What?
A cleanse correlation.
Oh no, that's cleanse logic for you
That's
guys.
cleanse logic.
Let us talk about Michael's condo, please.
Yes.
He gets to his condo, and like we said in our fast facts, the realtor is played by Nancy Carell. So our casting director, Allison Jones, pitched Nancy for this role. She thought Nancy would be perfect. I emailed with Allison, and she said that she had always been a huge fan of Nancy's, and she was looking from day one on our show to find a place for her, and she thought this was perfect. She loved being able to pit Nancy and Steve against one another this way. Mike Schur told me that Steve was positively giddy when Nancy was on set. He was just giggly and delighted that they're so cute together, and we know they're so cute together.
Yeah, she is hilarious and so smart. But Steve, you want to meet a man that loves you the way Steve loves Nancy,
For sure.
because he's just delighted by her. I love when Michael starts to spiral out because he realizes, and Dwight is not helping.
No.
Dwight's like, you're going to be 75.
You're basically buying a coffin.
Yeah. If I bought a coffin, I'd buy one where I couldn't hear the other dead people. But Michael, as he's spiraling, has this line that I love where he's like, I was promised hot people. Where are all the hot people? Like, what, in this condo development? You were promised hot people? But Nancy's reaction to that is really what makes it.
Angela, you have a 3-star card about the condo.
Well, it's at 6 minutes, 58 seconds. It's not so much about the condo, but it's what information we find out at the condo, which is that Dwight has a 60-acre beet farm.
Yes, this is the first mention of his beet farm.
Yes, and you mentioned that we see a photo of Moe's, but this is when we learned that Dwight is a landowner. He has a working beet farm.
Yes, and this brings up a fan question, Angela. Stan wrote, in this episode, Dwight says that his parents left him a 60-acre beet farm, but in the farm in season 9, Aunt Sally leaves the farm to all 3 kids if they move back into it. Jenna, did this discrepancy happen because you stole the show Bible? Stan, I have the show Bible right here. I'm referring to page 31 of the show Bible. And it says that in Office Olympics, Dwight says he has a 60-acre working beet farm left to him by his grandfather.
And also, Stan, if you want to go to 6 minutes, 58 seconds, Dwight has a talking head to camera where he says, my grandparents left me the 60-acre beet farm.
Yes, so Stan, I do have to say, this still does bring up the question of why in season 9 do we say that it's his Aunt Sally who has the beet farm?
I don't know. I need to revisit season 9 because I know an Aunt Shirley because she slapped me and called me a kitchen witch.
Yeah,
But I don't know who Aunt Sally is.
well, he has a number of relatives.
How I know?
You guys, I do want to say that to find this reference in the show Bible, I had to read something like 5 pages of facts about Dwight Schrute. And I think that if they only published the Dwight Schrute section of the show Bible, it would do very well. Every single one of these bullet points is gold.
Just pick one random one and read it to us.
All right.
From the show Bible, the chapter is Dwight.
Thinks wolves are a major threat to office workers.
Thinks wolves are a major threat.
Yeah, season 3, episode 20, he says that. He has a bomb shelter. It cost him $1,200. He performed his own circumcision.
No!
He can sneeze with his eyes open. These are amazing. He thinks Triceratops is the lamest dinosaur.
I kind of want you to make.
I mean, I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Uses deer penis as an aphrodisiac.
Oh God, poor Angela Martin.
Appears to be a fan of wrestling.
Just fakes it.
Not
Just for appearances.
This one made me laugh out loud. His farm is non-organic.
He uses pesticides.
I guess so. In some episode, he must brag about the fact that his farm is not organic. He has $30,000 buried very deeply and under someone, and he doesn't want to dig past them to get it. Guys, I really.
The Dwight.
We could do a whole episode where I just read you Dwight Schrute. from the show Bible.
That is amazing. But yes, 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Huge information, which is that Dwight owns a 60-acre beet farm.
This is one of my favorite things that they came up with for a character on our show because we are just going to continue to mine gold from this fact forever.
Forever. I have a little card here. At 8 minutes, 36 seconds, there are the opening ceremonies.
Yes.
There's a banner. There's the lighting of a candle. I wanted to share a little behind-the-scenes story for you guys. So whenever we had a lit candle, we had to, by law, have a safety meeting.
Yeah.
And I used to crack up because I would think about shows that had car chases and explosives and things. And on our show, we had a safety meeting about a candle being lit. And our second AD, Kelly Cantley, would go, "Safety meeting! We will have a lit candle."
Yes. That is real fire, everyone, on the set. Please be aware of your sleeves and elbows around the candle.
A lit candle, everyone. Okay, safety meeting adjourned.
And it's funny because I would go on to do shows or projects where we would have safety meetings and they would be said with sort of that same bravado, but they would really be like, everyone pay attention. A car will be exploding at 2 o'clock. Yeah. So please keep your distance. Do not go toward the car after it has exploded as it will be hot.
But on our show, it wasn't. We will have one candle. It will be lit with a lighter.
A very long lighter.
A very
too.
long lighter to protect John's hands. Safety meeting.
I want to say in that same scene with the opening ceremonies, I really drew the sign that says Games of the First Thunder Mifflin Olympiad.
You drew that?
I drew it.
Did you color it in?
Yes.
You made the sign.
Yes.
What the hell? Really?
I made it. Those are my bubble letters. I drew it. I also put together a lot of the yogurt lid things. I did it as part of
Your method acting?
No, it's not part of my method acting. They gave me some paper clips and yogurt lids, and they had some shots of me putting together the medals at my desk. We never used it, but I did do it. And then I also made that sign myself.
Now, did they want you to make that sign?
I don't remember.
Or did you volunteer in your method acting ways?
You know, I feel like Phil Shea came up to me and said, "Do you want to make the sign since Pam made it?" And I said, "Sure."
There were times where they would ask me, you know, "Angela, your character's going to hand this piece of paper. Do you want to write out all the things so it's in your handwriting?" And we always did. We always would sort of do that kind of thing.
I liked that detail. Continuing our conversation about the Office Olympics, we should talk about the game Flonkerton.
Yes, we should.
I got a lot of questions. People asked, was Flonkerton scripted or improv? It was a written line, but I was told to deliver it like I was making it up on the spot.
Yes, that was scripted.
A lot of people also asked who came up with the term Flonkerton. It was Mike Schur. Well, Mike said it was either him or Greg Daniels, but he is personally obsessed with the FL sound, the fl. Yeah, the flow sound. He thinks it's very funny. He said that is also how Toby got his last name, Flenderson, that Mike was responsible for that. So he's pretty sure he can claim having written Flonkerton. I remember Phyllis had so much fun doing that scene.
She had so much fun.
Phyllis loves getting to play basketball, play Flonkerton.
To play games. She wants to be a participant. She was very excited. I felt like, Jenna, I have 2 note cards here that I felt like we should outline a little bit of the games.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
First of all, there are the games that people played that weren't part of the Office Olympics, but were the inspiration for Jim. He was going around to everyone's like sort of desk area. So Pam, of course, threw things into Dwight's coffee cup. There was hate ball in accounting. There was Dunderball in human resources. Stanley said he plays work hard so his kids can go to college. And then Angela Martin says she plays Pam Pong.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's some Angela sass.
that is some serious Angela sass. I have a question for you about Pam Pong.
Okay.
Is this the first time that an office coworker has called out the Jim Pam crush?
Yes.
Right? That's the first time someone's like, oh, I see what's happening. You're not fooling anyone.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And Pam is super self-conscious about it for the rest of the episode.
Yeah. So, and then of course we have Angela at 16 minutes, 20 seconds. She's keeping score. She comes
That's
over.
the only game she's playing that
That's
day.
the only game she's playing. But then the actual games that Jim makes up, Jim and Pam, right? They
Yeah.
make these up are number 1, Flonkerton. Phyllis being the winner of that.
Yeah.
Number 2, how many M&Ms can you put in your mouth? Kevin was the only participant. 3, guess the elevator.
Inspired by the Real Office Olympics.
And Ryan won that. And then the final game that we see is this full coffee mug relay between Oscar and Toby, and it disrupts when Michael and Dwight come in the office, and we never see the outcome of that.
Well, we kind of do. I think Toby's coffee is spilling at the end.
So
I'm giving it to Oscar.
You're giving it to Oscar? Okay. But you have 2 medals hanging on your desk at 17 minutes, 32 seconds. You have a gold and a silver.
Yeah.
So I wonder what Pam won for.
I don't know. You're saying I don't deserve the medals.
No, Cleanse, I'm not. I'm just merely being a fan saying I wonder what other games we didn't get to see.
Yeah, well, obviously something where Pam won a
Oh
gold
my
medal.
God, Sass.
Just want to say.
Okay.
All right, Angela.
Maybe she won a gold medal at Pam Pom.
Oh,
Oh.
I see.
Thank you.
I do have a fan question. Karen asked, "Did you get to take home the medals?" Yes, and I still have mine.
Aww.
I have a yogurt lid medal in my home office, and it is hanging on my Dundee.
And from this episode, I have the drawing Oscar did of Angela as a dominatrix, pulling Kevin and Oscar around in costume.
We kept all kinds of stuff from the show.
We did. We're a little bit of hoarders, guys. Someday we joke that we're going to do a book and put them all somewhere where we can share them.
I think we should.
I think we should
We
too.
should go through our bins and we should share all this memorabilia and our tons of photos. I mean, we
Yeah.
have so many.
So many. And I also
Can
want
we
to do it.
finally get on that, please, Angela? Can we do that?
Yes.
You guys would want that, right? You would want a book of this stuff. Do people want that?
And like a scrapbook.
A scrapbook.
Like our sort of BFF scrapbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we should because I want to do it before I lose the stuff, okay? Because
Yeah.
I'm worried about my shit. Lastly, guys, I cannot not talk about the scene at 20 minutes, 53 seconds. It's the closing ceremonies. And
We talked a little bit about this
Yeah.
with Paul, and I agree.
Steve did such an amazing performance where as Michael, he tears up. He's made this huge life choice to buy a condo. He's feeling this love and support from his office family that he doesn't get from his family, probably, right?
Yeah.
The office family is his family. And he's absolutely emotional. And when we filmed it, we did not know that Steve was going to make that choice to get emotional. And so we're all looking at him, and he started to tear up. And I, as Angela Martin, as myself, started to tear up.
Yeah.
It was so moving, just sort of his honest portrayal of this person. And Steve is just amazing.
Yeah, when that happened in the first take that happened in, Paul then said to us, "This is the direction of this scene.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to do it." So everyone just be proud of Michael. Just play it real.
Play it real. It was hard for me because I feel like Angela Martin did not want to participate in Office Olympics, probably thought this was a waste of time. Also probably doesn't have really a lot of warm feelings towards Michael. But for me as Angela Kinsey, watching my friend Steve do this performance, it was so hard not to get emotional and sort of know the fine line that was me reacting and Angela Martin, how she would react.
I teared up when we shot this. I tear up every time I watch it. I also watched this episode 3 times in preparation for this podcast, and I cried every time.
Yeah. Isabel, when she watched it with me, she said, "He's crying." I said, I know. It was a big moment in his life. These are the things I love about this show.
Same. Guys, that's Office Olympics.
That is Office Olympics.
Join us next week for The Fire. Yes, you're going to hear all about how Angela was almost carried away by a giant bug.
And I might have hit John Krasinski.
You did hit John Krasinski. All right, we'll see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Hey, Office Ladies listeners.
Hello there. Happy holidays.
We want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy Holiday, and let you know that we are off this week and next.
Yeah, guys, we want to hang out with our families, get in some fun time with the kiddos, and we hope you're having a great time with your family as well.
I am going to attempt to make my very first panettone. Do you know what panettone is, Angela?
Jenna, I don't know what that is, so you had mentioned it, so I Googled it, and it looks like a very fancy bread.
Yes, it is a spiced holiday bread. It has dried fruit in it. It takes about 2 days to make.
Okay.
So a year ago on Christmas, I went to my friend Lindsay's house, and she served a panettone.
Didn't you say Lindsay, though, is like always in like a ball gown, but always has amazing food? Like, this is a very put together person.
Yes, she's the person who recommended that cleanse that I went on. She also serves amazing holiday bread. She's my goals, basically.
Yeah.
And this started me on my bread making journey. It's my 1-year anniversary of baking homemade bread. Even my bread making teacher, Bonnie O'Hara, told me she will not make panettone because it's too difficult. She said she made it once and she'll never make it again. But I am determined. I'm going to take it on. I'm going to make a panettone this year.
So for the holidays, this is like our kids' wish list. They want to see Star Wars. Okay, we're going to go see Star Wars. They want to go to an escape room.
Oh, they're so fun, Angela.
I know. Is it scary?
No. Well, you have to pick the right one.
I don't want to scare it. This is like with our kids.
They have some that are special for kids.
Okay.
You have to. I'll send you a link.
Will you?
Yes.
Okay. So they really want to do an escape room, and then Jenna, I'm glad you're sitting down because I'm gonna make bread.
What?
Okay,
You are gonna make
I'm
bread?
gonna make bread because so our family came out at Thanksgiving. Josh's sister makes this rosemary bread from scratch. It's so good, and she showed me how to do it. But as you know, I don't have a ton of patience with any kind of baking or crafting, and this takes like 2 days, and I don't.
You're making a 2-day bread.
I'm making a 2-day bread.
And I'm making a 2-day bread.
Lady, and we didn't even plan it.
We didn't. That's best friendship right there. Guys, we'll be back on January 8th with the fire. But if you can't get enough Office Ladies, head over to Stitcher Premium for our candy bag episodes. So this is where we answer more of your questions and we discuss all the things that you think we missed in our original podcast, which apparently is a lot.
Oh yeah, we get like people writing in. But we're actually loving it because we're finding that it's opening up a whole new conversation for us. So go check out our candy bag because we really sort of dive into your questions.
This week, we answer some general fan questions and we play you the rest of our call with Office Prop Master Phil Shea.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
And we will also have a special New Year's treat for you, so watch out for that in this feed. Merry Christmas! Happy holidays!
Happy holidays! Hey there, Happy New Year's. We are off this week, but we wanted to pop on over and wish you a happy New Year.
We have a special treat for you. Creed Bratton was recently in the studio recording the upcoming Halloween episode with us, and we asked Creed what his craziest New Year's was, and here is what he had to say.
Probably the time I went to the South and thought I could fly.
Oh my God.
And I was at a house and I started walking out off the porch.
What year was this? What year?
I can't remember. If I can
60s?
remember, I wouldn't have been that good of a time.
Right.
And I remember some people grabbing my hand and saying, Creed, there's no floor. I looked at one, oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my gosh.
So Angela, I am not sure, is that a story about Creed or Creed? Because I feel like it could apply to either.
I think this is when the line blurs. I think that's why he would say things on set and we would like totally believe him and be like, guys, I'm just messing with you. And then the next time he would say something and we'd be like, haha, and he goes, no, that really happened. I dropped acid with like the Doors. I was touring with them. I was like, what? But Creed did say to me, you guys, after that interview, he called me just the other day and he's like, hey, Pumpkin, be sure and tell the kids not to do drugs. That was the 60s. You know what I mean? I do yoga now. I'm clean living. I was like, okay, Creed.
Oh man, having Creed in the studio was so much fun. You guys, he stayed with us for the whole episode. I really can't wait for you guys to hear it. It's the Halloween episode. It will be out January 15th.
It's one of my favorite episodes we've done on the podcast.
Me too.
For sure.
Thank you so much for going on this journey with us. We can't wait for next year's episodes and guests. Next week, we are back with The Fire.
Oh, The Fire's going to be a fun one. And if you're interested in more Office Ladies content while we're off, head on over to Stitcher Premium and listen to our candy bag episodes, which I am loving doing.
Me too. And there is a new one out today on Stitcher Premium.
That's right. And for a free 1-month trial at Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
We'll see you guys next week.
Okay. We'll see you next year.
Next, it's January 1st right now.
Oh, we'll see you in a few days.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
We have some news about Angela's note cards.
Well, I ran out of note cards last night.
She ran out of note cards, everyone.
Because that's how many note cards I've been using on this podcast. So I started writing on photo paper.
Oh, I see that. You kind of cut some photo paper into the size of note cards.
Who do you think I am? I didn't cut it.
Oh, that's for a 4x6 photo.
I think I was up late last night.
Oh my gosh, they're glossy.
On one side, and I wrote on the matte side. Because I wrote on the glossy side, and I got Sharpie all over me. Anyways, very exciting, guys. I have to go buy some note cards today. I have to go to like Staples or somewhere.
Staples was Dunder Mifflin's competitor.
Yes.
Yeah. And we got a lot of fans write in and tell us about all of the Staples merchandise that they see scattered around our set.
Yeah, somebody got really like in a tizzy about it. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Very upset about some Staples thumbtacks on Pam's desk, I guess. What is she doing? All right, today, everyone, we are going to talk about The Fire. Season 2, Episode 3, written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis.
Yes.
Here is my first fast fact. It's very short. This is the third episode from the team of BJ Novak and Ken Kwapis. They teamed up on Diversity Day, they teamed up on sexual harassment, and now here they are again, The Fire. Finally tackling some rather non-controversial topics.
Yes. Wait, do I look like I'm looking at you oddly? Do I look weird looking at you?
What?
Well, I'm wearing my readers so I can see my note cards.
Okay.
But I can't see you that well. And I wonder, because you look blurry, do I look weird looking at you or do I look normal?
You aren't blinking a lot, but besides that, you look normal.
Oh, you guys, I got readers. Okay, sorry.
Just put them down at the end of your nose. You have to do that thing. You look over the top of them at me, like that.
Okay.
Now she's got it, guys.
Okay.
That was it on the first fast fact. I mean, I said it was short. That was it.
I think that's a great fast fact. BJ and Ken made a phenomenal team and created some really, really great episodes.
You know what? They're never going to team up again. That's it. This is it, guys.
Why would you do that?
Third and final.
you were like, they were so great. And
Yeah.
never again.
And never again. Here is fast fact number 2. This was the first episode we shot when we came back from our season 1 hiatus.
Yeah.
It was The Fire. And I have a fan question. Ladamania, I hope I said that right,
Ladamania
asks, what was the atmosphere like on set? What were some of the biggest changes you noticed between filming season 1 and season 2? I thought that was a good question.
It is a good question.
The biggest difference was that we were no longer shooting in a real office in Culver City. We were now finally at our home on the sound stages, deep in the San Fernando Valley, off of Satakoy Street. So a lot of TV shows are shot on these big studio lots.
Like, you know, if you come to LA and you get like a tour of Paramount Studios or Universal, that is not where we were.
That's not where we worked. Those studio lots, they have little, like,
Cafeterias, gift shops,
what do you call those places? Gyms.
a gym.
I don't know. I don't go often, so I'm not quite sure what they're called.
We're like, what are those things
What are
called?
those places with the muscles and the heavy things?
And you walk in place for a long time.
A gym. Yes. They have gyms, and the Warner Brothers has its own preschool for the people who work there. Yeah, you can bring your kids and they go to preschool on the lot. There are all these bells and whistles when you work on a lot. We did not. We worked in this very industrial area, and on a dead-end street. There was definitely no coffee shop. There was no gym.
There was definitely no gym. We were across from a train track.
Yeah.
And was it like a junkyard?
Yeah, it was like a car scrap towing yard. And so we would see people in the mornings, very angry, come to claim their towed car. And if they didn't come, they would sell them for scrap.
There was like usually a line of just really ticked off people. And then on my commute, I remember like right before I would turn left to go on our street, I would sit at this red light and there was a mortuary. Like, you would be cremated.
Yeah.
That was my morning commute. It was very industrial.
The crazy thing is that during the break, before we came back to shoot, I got a guest job on that 70s show.
Oh, and they were fancy.
Fancy doesn't even begin to describe it.
Really? Give me the dish.
All right. So they were on a lawn. They had a coffee shop that served Starbucks coffee.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a gym. They had a cafeteria.
Wait, a cafeteria like with a tray and you walk down like a buffet?
Yes, you would have loved it.
Like a Vegas buffet?
Like a Vegas buffet.
Buffet.
It was very fancy. That's what I'm telling you.
What was your character?
I played this character, Stacy Wanamaker, and I was a wedding planner, and I was there to plan the wedding of Wilmer Valderrama and Mila Kunis. They came and consulted me, and I only worked with the two of them. All of my scenes were just with the two of them. Here's the thing, that entire cast was so famous. Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
He was married to Demi Moore at the time.
No.
Yeah. Wilmer Valderrama was dating Lindsay Lohan at the time.
I remember.
Right? Topher Grace. All these guys are there. And they're all talking about their very famous lives. And I'm just listening to stories about Lindsay Lohan. They're talking about it like
it's their life.
It's their life. And I wanted to be like, you guys, I'm just like a regular person and I'm hearing a lot of dish. I have never repeated what I heard because I believe that there is a code of silence when you're on a set.
This is true because I'm looking at her right now like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Lady? You've held out.
I know. I don't repeat what I hear on sets. I believe that's actually
not even to your BFF.
Not
so,
even to my
you know
BFF.
What? I'm applauding you.
Hey, thank you.
I don't know that I can say the same.
Oh.
I think I would tell you.
Well,
you're the vault if someone tells you something.
Just if I overhear stuff like that, I just think that's an actor space. Those people should be able to come to work and talk about their lives and not worry about being in the tabloids. I just think that's important.
I think that's important too, but I think you can tell your best friend.
I wouldn't
call it tabloid, but I'd maybe say to you, okay, so guess what? Lindsay Lohan.
Well,
but you know what? Bless her heart.
Okay. But I'll also say these guys were huge stars and they were so nice. At the end of their taping, they went out into the audience for probably almost an hour and signed autographs. Like they had been on the air for something like 7 years at this point.
That's really nice. That's classy.
And I just thought, I thought they were a really classy group.
I actually met Wilmer a while back. I do a charity in Kansas for Children's Mercy Hospital. I love it so much. And really the people that started it are Eric Stone Street and Jason Sudeikis, Paul Rudd, Rob Riggle, who was on an episode of The Office later on Booze Cruise, and Dave Keckner. They're all local Kansas City boys, and they support Children's Mercy Hospital, which is amazing because Children's Mercy Hospital takes all kids. You don't have to have insurance. They take you no matter what.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. They do a few celebrity things to raise money, and they had a celebrity wiffle ball game. And
Is it wiffle ball?
It's
Like
wiffle ball.
woof like a dog. These wiffle ball.
Is it wiffle ball? Oh
Wiffle
God,
ball.
I've been calling it wiffle ball for a long time. Maybe that's people don't know what I'm talking about. I said wiffle. It's not wiffle ball.
It's spelled with an I. W-I.
How often are you writing wiffle ball?
Wiffle ball.
Oh, good God. Okay, so we're playing wiffle ball in Kansas City to raise money for Children's Mercy Hospital. And I was on Rob Riggle's team, and he was like, Kinsey, you cannot strike out. Jason Sudeikis is pitching. He's going to throw a lot of wacky stuff at you because it's a wiffle ball. And he was like, you can't strike out. I was like, okay, Riggle. There was like a whole stadium full of people. Like we played on the practice field for the Kansas City Royals. There was like
Yeah,
a
you're
bunch
in.
of-
I've seen it. It's
a bunch of
amazing.
people. And so Wilmer had a bat before me.
Okay.
And he swung as hard as he could on that wiffle ball, and he struck out. It was like air, and I was like, "Oh no!" But then I thought, I can't do worse than that. So I was up next to bat, and I hit it to third, and I got on first, and I was really happy. And Riggle was like, "Yes, Kinsey!" But Wilmer was really nice. This is my point.
Your Wilmer Valderrama story is that
He struck out.
he is a horrible wiffle ball player.
He's not horrible.
And you outshined him. I just want to break down. That's a summary of what you just said.
Well, basically, I'm pretty sure Jason Sudeikis did not throw him a very nice pitch.
Well, now you're just throwing Jason Sudeikis under the bus.
No, I'm not. Wait,
Yes, you are.
I am giving him a compliment. He clearly was throwing some zingers.
And that is why Wilmer couldn't hit the wiffle ball.
Yes, Jenna.
Okay, well, I do want to say, in all seriousness, Angela, I really admire what you do with that charity every year, and I just think Children's Mercy Hospital is a really special place.
Thanks so much, Jenna. It's really such a special event every year, and I'm so thankful that Rob Riggle and those guys invite me to participate because it's really meant a lot to me.
Yeah, but maybe this coming year you should call it wiffle ball.
You know what? I'm going to make a shirt that says, I'm here to play wiffle ball. Okay, where are we?
We are on fast fact number 3.
Okay.
I'm moving us along. Fast fact number 3, when we shot this episode, it was mid-July 2005, and it was 100 degrees outside in the parking lot of that episode.
So hot. Do you know my ears sunburned?
No.
Yes, my little ears sunburned. I had this French braid, right? So my ears were fully exposed and we didn't put sunscreen on them. And there are a few like time codes I could give you where you see my ears look like these little pink elf ears.
We also are dressed like it is cold out because this aired in fall in Scranton, but we shot it in the dead of summer in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, it was triple digits.
Yeah, it was crazy. So before we go to break, I just wanted to take a moment and say something kind of serious.
Yeah.
I want to dedicate this episode to one of our young fans who passed away recently. Her name was Lauren. She was 10 years old, and I was speaking with her mother. The Office was a really big source of comfort to their family.
Yeah.
And continues to be a source of comfort to their family. And that's something that's really meaningful to Angela and I. And it's not lost on us that this is the case for a lot of people. And so I just wanted to share with you that Lauren's favorite episodes were Lecture Circuit because of Kelly's birthday. And she also loved Michael's birthday.
Well, you know, Jenna shared with me a little bit of Lauren's mom's story, and I was crying as I listened to the message you left as a mom, and I know it really impacted you as well. And we do meet people throughout the course of just living our lives here that share with us what the Office has meant to them and what it's gotten them through. And you guys, it is with our whole hearts that we tell you that means a lot to us.
Yeah, we're honored to be part of something that brings comfort to people in times of need. We really are. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching the show and for listening to us. And we'll be back after this break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, Jenna, I think you forgot something.
I forgot the summary.
Yeah, I think you need to tell us the summary.
All right, here's a summary of the fire. Everyone in the office has to evacuate after the fire alarm suddenly goes off. And while in the parking lot, the employees play games like Desert Island and Who Would You Do? Michael learns that Ryan the temp wants to run his own business, and he starts to mentor him until he learns that Ryan is going to business school and knows more than he does. The attention that Michael is paying to Ryan makes Dwight very jealous, and we all want to know, how did the fire start?
Yeah, who started the fire?
The episode begins with a famous Pam line. Dunder Mifflin, this is Pam.
Oh, yes!
Who's calling? Who's calling, everybody? It's Katie.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, Pam has to transfer Katie.
So, Jenna, I have written here, what does that say?
Pam sass.
There is some serious Pam sass in this episode, and it comes right out of the gate when you say, you can just give her your extension.
Yeah.
Oh, so much sass. You are ticked off that Katie is calling.
I mean, just give her your direct line. Why do I have to answer?
Yeah, why do I have to take your
I have to
messages?
deal with that.
I'm not your secretary. Wait, I know this is like backing us up a little bit, but right at 14 seconds, there is something that brought such a big smile to my face. There is a yellow duck stuffed animal laying under Jim's computer screen. Yes. And you guys, in seasons later, my daughter was born season 5, and she would come to the set all the time, and she would come on set to my desk area. She was obsessed with that little yellow duck, and she would grab it and squeeze it and be like, quack, 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 quack. And then they got a monkey she would squeeze that would be like, wah, wah. I'm sure it drove everyone crazy, but she would go around set, little tiny Isabel looking for the duck and the monkey. So
I'll never forget that.
I have pictures of her holding that duck on set. Okay, back to the Pam sass. She's ticked off at Katie, and here we go.
The next scene is Michael and Ryan in Michael's office. Michael has to do Ryan's evaluation, which turns in to Michael teaching him about business.
He has 10 things he's going to tell him.
Yeah,
But he can only think of one, and he's going to get back to him.
he's going to tell him the rest later in the day.
I have a little screen grab moment, guys. At 3 minutes, 6 seconds, we've talked about this before. I have, that there is a green magic 8-ball on his desk. There's a great shot of it on Michael's desk. It's got a $sign on it. It's not actually the number 8. It's a $sign. And so
This must be some sort of other product. Not a magic 8-ball, like a special money magic 8-ball.
yeah. And I looked online for it last night.
You
I
could find it?
I could not find it.
I just grabbed my phone to Google it.
I know. So I looked up, but yes, he's got a green magic 8-ball that's got the $sign on it. So if anyone knows anything about that, I want you to email me.
Yeah, please. Officeladies@earwolf.com.
Yeah, so if you have a green magic 8-ball with a $sign on it, I want to know.
Angela wants to know. Please email
And I want to
her.
know what it says when you shake it and look at it.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. I know. Listen, I thought your first line out of the gate, you can just give her your extension. That's what she
Ooh, that's
said.
a little bit. That's a little bit. All right, next up, the fire alarm goes off.
Yes.
Both Dwight and Angela start yelling and instructing people. Dwight, everything. He grabs the water bottle. He punches the extinguisher. He grabs Kelly. How did Mindy get through that?
I don't know, but she has a bun. Still.
When will her hair come
when will
down?
she not have a bun?
Angela, what was that scene like when you were shooting that?
It was so much
How much
fun.
of that was improv?
I mean, that scene was scripted, and there were beats we had to hit to get everyone out of the room, and people were reacting off of our cues. My lines were scripted. I think some of Rain's stuff was improvised because I have lines. Clearly, my character has taken some class in being the safety officer because my lines are: "Do not panic. Arms at your side. Find your safety partner." And his are no, panicking is warranted. You should be panicking.
How excited was your character when the fire alarm went off? Your character is one of those people who's so prepared.
Who were the two most excited people?
When the fire alarm went off.
Dwight and Angela.
So when we get down into the parking lot, I noticed something. This is another episode where Jim takes charge, just like Office Olympics. He's the fun guy. He's the guy who's going to keep everything going. And I thought it was interesting that in real life, John was kind of that guy on our set who did that.
He would entertain us when we were stuck somewhere on location or in the conference room.
Definitely in the conference room. Whenever we had conference room scenes and it was hour 5 and we were in a slump, John would rally us.
John would. He would do bits and he would get us laughing. And,
Yeah. So I thought that was a way that he is sort of like his character.
yes, a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I have some time codes really quickly.
Go for it.
First of all, we skipped past this, but at 3 minutes, 34 seconds, Meredith has pink workout weights on her desk. What is Meredith doing? Arm lifts over there? What's she doing?
Gosh, I don't know.
Also, there's a bright red book that looks like a Bible. I'm positive it's not. It's probably some kind of fake accounting book, but it looks like a Bible. And then at 5 minutes, 20 seconds, I have to bring this up. We all walk out of the building, right?
Okay.
I was wearing my own giant chunky loafers that I had bought at Payless for the pilot. So for the first 2 seasons, I had 2 pairs of shoes, basically. I had my chunky Payless loafers and my sash shoes.
How did you decide which ones to wear each day? Did you get to pick or did they pick for you?
They would send them out, I think.
Okay.
But knowing me, I just wore whatever I wanted.
Yeah, so we've been over that.
I did get fancier shoes season 3, everybody. This is very important, Jenna.
Go.
This is the episode of the crappy phone.
Oh,
Oh yeah. First of all, 2 people walk out of the building on their phones. Do you know who they are?
who?
Oscar and Devin. Both are on calls. Oscar's on a call the whole time. Like Dwight and Angela are herding everyone out. He stays on the phone outside, and it looks like a really old flip phone. This is when the show is really dated, is if you look at these phones. Same with Devin. Devin has on like these slick sunglasses.
Oh yeah, those real skinny sunglasses.
He was so smart. I would have loved some sunglasses. And he has a cell phone. And then in the later part of the episode, which I'll wait for, 2 more cell phones make an appearance by 2 other castmates, and they are both equally really old.
I feel like something that really dated the show as well are some of the Desert Island movies.
Okay.
Desert Island movies was a big thing that came up. Should we talk about them?
We should, but you know, I have this card, but now I feel really stupid reading it, you know, because of my waffle ball moment.
You've changed it again. You were calling it waffle ball, like
Waffle.
dog. It's wiffle ball.
Wiffle. Okay.
You just called it waffle.
Well, because I was trying to get it right and I got it wrong again. I went from wiffle ball. Also, I'm Southern, so I think I just said wiffle ball. You want to play wiffle ball? I sort of made an ass of myself with the whole wiffle ball moment. So this is not going to help.
What is
But I
it?
have this written on a note card ready.
All right, you have it written on a photo card.
Yeah, because I ran out of note card. Desert Island. WTF.
What does that mean?
At 6:40, John, as Jim says, Desert Island. It's deserted island. What would you take on a deserted island? It's deserted island. Come on, Sam in the booth. It's deserted island. What would you take on a deserted island? Are you nodding?
Yeah, desert island.
That didn't make sense to me. It's a deserted island.
You're so right.
Thank you.
Desert island.
Oh my God, am I redeemed for wiffle ball?
Is it desert or deserted island?
Why?
It's deserted.
Yes, thank you. So he's like, okay, desert island. I'm like, well, why do I want to go to some arid desert island with other people? No, it's a deserted island, like Castaway.
Right. You're so right, Angela.
Thank you.
I have a fan question
Okay.
about should we call it desert island or deserted island? I don't even know now. Hayden asked, did any of Pam's desert island movies match your personal favorite movies? Pam's movies were Fargo, Edward Scissorhands, Dazed and Confused, Breakfast Club, and Princess Bride.
And then you had your ultimate all-time favorite that you never got to say.
That Jim wouldn't let me say, and a ton of people wrote in and said, what is Pam's favorite movie? I don't know. It wasn't in the script. And I texted BJ and I said, did you have a favorite movie? And he said, no, it was never written. We'll never know.
Right.
I'm so sorry. I tried. I even said to BJ, do you want to just make one up
Take a
now?
stab at
Just
it?
like give us an answer? And he felt that for the integrity of the show, he could not do that.
Oh, BJ's so honorable.
I know. So we will never know her favorite movie. And then as for me, okay, I do like Fargo.
Yes.
But who wants to watch that over and over again on an
I don't
island?
want to see that leg go into the wood chipper over and over
Over and
again.
over. To
Yeah.
me, when I'm thinking about what movies do I take on an island, I'm thinking, what can I stand to watch repeatedly?
Yes, and I love Fargo, but I don't know that I could watch it over and over and over.
Yes, and I would say maybe Princess Bride. I've seen that over and over and over again,
I do love Princess
and that
Bride.
holds up. But still, my list would be different.
Wait, do you have your list?
I did. I made my list.
I have my list too. Let me futz through my paperwork, Jenna.
All right.
Okay. This one, okay. Anyway, you go.
Okay, my list would be The Edge. Do you know that movie? It stars Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin. It's a
Is this the
survival.
one with the bear?
Yes.
Oh, God.
It's a survival movie. I watch it every year. It's so
What?
good. It's written by David Mamet. It has one of my favorite lines. What one man has done, another can do. That gets me through tough times.
Okay.
I think to myself, well, someone else has probably done it. I can do it too.
I love that that message gets to you. I cannot believe in all the years we've been friends, I did not know that you watch The Edge every year as like some motivational thing. I also didn't know you had gossip from, you know, that 70s show. So I don't know what's happening.
Gosh, there's a lot of things you don't know about me.
I guess so. You're a mystery.
All right. I also felt like if I brought The Edge, there might be some like survival techniques that I could learn while on the island.
This is very you.
That
Now,
can help me get off.
That is very you.
So I just thought it would be instructional and entertaining.
Okay.
All right.
That is Dwight. Are you Dwight?
A little bit. Okay, then I would also bring the Three Amigos.
Oh, that's a great one.
I love that. Tootsie,
Oh, I love Tootsie.
Terms of Endearment.
Oh, I love Terms of Endearment, which was written by Larry McMurtry, who's from my hometown of Archer City, Texas.
It's so good. All the performances in that. Deborah Winger made me want to be an actress. Okay, and then my final movie that I'm going to say, I'm a little on the fence about, I'm going to say it. Okay, Parasite. What? The Korean film. Here's the thing. I just saw it and I really want to see it again. So, I mean, I just loved it. I thought it was beautiful and amazing and just so good.
Okay, I need to
Those
see
are my
it.
movies.
I need to see it. I haven't seen it. I don't know why I cited it, except that it sounds stressful to me. And you already have The Edge on your list, which also sounds stressful.
But I've got comedies.
Okay.
I've got a good cry with Terms of Endearment.
Okay.
And I've got some survival and Three Amigos.
Okay. Jenna asked me if I would make my list, and I want you guys all to know the minute I read that from her, she texted me. I did an enormous eye roll.
I knew you'd be stressed. You don't like to make.
I don't like.
You don't like to categorize.
I don't like lists, so I did it, but I didn't like doing it. I love Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
It has an all-time great line too, Jenna, that gets me through things.
What is it?
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
They're so similar. The things that get us through things are so incredibly similar. It's weird.
I love Pride and Prejudice, the one with Keira Knightley. I watch it over and over.
Yes.
I've seen it so many times. I love it. It's also beautiful. I love it. I love Out of Africa with Meryl Streep.
And Robert Redford.
Robert Redford.
He's swoony.
He's 20, but I grew up overseas, and when I came stateside, I said goodbye to people that I'd never see again. And I watched this movie as a kid, and when she had to say goodbye to everyone in Africa, like I was bawling. I love The Matrix.
Oh, that's a good one.
There is no spoon. That gets me through too, Jenna. I don't know, guys. I love The Empire Strikes Back, and then like a wild card, I love Shakespeare in Love. I also loved Elizabeth I with Kate Blanchett. I mean, I did write a term paper on Anne Boleyn, so I kind of love anything to do with like that time period, the age of, the golden age.
I did not know that about you.
Yes.
I mean, I knew that you watched Pride and Prejudice a lot, and I remember because you texted me the first time you showed it to Isabel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I remember that was a big moment. But I did not know that you had such. Do you watch The Crown?
Jenna, how do you not know this about me? You clearly never watch my Insta stories.
Oh, no.
Yes, I watched The Crown. I can't believe it's taking so long for it to come back, and I can't wait. And it's finally here.
Olivia Colman.
Also, I almost put on here none of these movies, just Downton Abbey, because I watched Downton Abbey. I'm already I've made it through twice.
I have another fan question.
Okay.
This is from Michael. Are episodes like this one, where a good portion of the story is outdoors, a pain to shoot because of the need for daylight? Does it make for longer shoots? No.
I thought the heat made it really hard because I felt really bad for the guys. They were in wool blazers and pants. They were so hot.
And by the way, we're complaining, but we had camera operators who were on their feet all day with a giant camera on their shoulder.
Yeah.
And then boom operators who were out in the hot sun.
It was
holding
just
a
hot.
boom above their head.
It was a hot day to work outside.
It was. And my legs and hips were really sore after standing on that concrete for 2 days. I'll never forget that.
Says the 75-year-old.
That's right. I needed some of those SAS shoes.
Oh, yeah.
So we talked about the movies that we would all take to the deserted island.
Yes.
And Angela, then there's that part with the books. And I love your line.
Bible.
The Bible.
A purpose-driven life. And then say, what's your third book? Say it to me.
What's your third book?
No.
But then also, I love that you say you would take the Da Vinci Code so you can burn the Da Vinci Code.
All right.
What a great piece of dialogue.
Such a great piece of dialogue. And people ask me, what are lines that people quote back to you? Like you get Dunder Mifflin, Mrs. Pam. I was at a concert for U2, a U2 concert, and there was a group of young guys in the section next to me, and there was like a whole banister between us, right?
Yeah.
And they leaned over this railing and they yelled, "We did the Da Vinci Code because we burned the Da Vinci Code!" Like that. And I was like, "Hey, fellas." So I actually get that line quoted to me.
I also love Stanley's face during Dwight's description of the book he would bring.
Yeah.
That he would bring a book, but then he would hollow out the book and put a bunch bunch of stuff in it.
A book that would actually be really helpful.
Yes.
It's actually a good book to bring. He's then going to hollow it out.
Exactly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
At 6 minutes, 54 seconds, all of these people are in the parking lot. There's a ton of people
Yeah.
that you don't know, and I have a theory about who I think they are. Who do you think they are?
Well, I'm assuming there are other people who work in the building because Dunder Mifflin isn't the only business.
Right. I think they're Vance Refrigeration.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
what I thought they were.
we know that business is there. I can't remember some of the other businesses that were in there. There's an episode later on where we have the five. They have the meeting of the five.
The five, oh yeah, the 5 business heads.
Yes. But I can't remember what the other businesses are right now. I would need to prepare them, and I would when we discuss that episode.
Oh, well, is that sass to me? That I
No.
brought something up that you're not prepared for?
No, that wasn't sad. That was just I'm just speaking. Why would I speak? Do you think it's sass? I don't understand.
I don't know. You guys listening, some of my favorite lines are when Jenna is just like being Jenna sass instead of Pam sass, where she's like, I am giving you a compliment.
Oh no, you need to know something.
You may speak. You may tell that story now.
After we record these podcasts, we edit these podcasts all together with our engineer Sam and our producer Cody. We sit in a room and we go over the podcast, and we have to listen to ourselves back. And we have honed in on a few lines that now you give me trouble for. Apparently, in an episode, I say, I am giving you a compliment. And now the 3 of them
We
tease
say
me.
it. We say it all the time. I am giving you a compliment. You may speak now.
I did not ever say you may speak now.
You may tell that story now.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh no. All right, I have a fan question. Catherine asked, did anyone actually list their favorite books, or was it all scripted to fit your characters? There are actually a lot of questions like this. Were the movies scripted? Were any of them our real movies? All scripted.
All scripted. I actually was talking to Kate Flannery last night on the phone, and I asked her if any of her movies for her DVDs for the Deserted Island, thank you, were her own. And she said no, they were all scripted. And I asked her because Meredith says My Big Fat Greek Wedding, and in real life, Kate Flannery and Nia Vardalos, who wrote that movie and stars in it, are very, very good friends. So I thought maybe she had improvised that, but nope, they were all scripted.
Oh wow. That was some good little trivia there, Angela.
Was that?
That was good trivia.
Angela,
I'm giving you a compliment.
Angela, you had decent trivia.
I have always loved Rain's reaction to the firefighters.
Yes.
When he punches the air, I remember it on the day. I remember it fondly every time I watch it. And there was a fan question. Both Andrea and Thomas, 2 different people, not together, asked, did you guys recruit an actual fire department for this episode? The answer is yes.
Yes, we did. And their uniforms are the Scranton uniforms, so that they wanted them to look like Scranton firefighters, but they were, in fact, an actual firehouse here in Los Angeles.
From what I understand, our wardrobe department reached out to the Scranton Fire Department, and they sent in photos of their uniforms so they could recreate them.
Yeah.
It's very cool. All right, guys, I think we should take a break, and then we will be back, and then we will finish talking about the episode.
See, this is what she does. Do you hear it? You know what, you guys? You get to have a break now. I am giving you permission to have a break.
I am giving you a break.
Okay, we're back from break, and I do want to tell you guys that our days where we come in and edit are some of my favorite days, because Jenna and I just crack up, and it kind of reminds me of how we were on set.
I agree. I agree.
We just listen to each other, and we're like, oh my God, is that what I sound like?
It is not easy to listen to yourself for long periods of time.
With
though.
your best friend.
It's made me very self-conscious.
Oh wait, Sam is waving at
Sam
us.
is waving from
What, Sam?
maniacally waving.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi,
So it looks
Sam.
like you both have stumbled upon a pretty big internet debate on whether or not it's desert or deserted island.
Oh, tell us more.
It actually looks like both are correct because both stem from the same Latin word, which means abandoned or deserted.
Okay.
So both are technically correct.
Okay, fine, but I also feel affirmed that it's a big debate.
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases where everyone's right.
Yes, it's not a wiffle ball moment.
No, it's not.
not.
It is not.
But maybe
no one agrees on that.
Well, maybe in parts of Texas you play wiffle ball. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's get back to the episode. A big part of this episode happens between Michael and Ryan. So there's almost 2 storylines. There's the Michael Ryan storyline and Dwight being jealous, and then there's the group of us who are all just trying to keep ourselves occupied in the parking lot. So during those scenes, with Michael and Ryan in the car. All of us were just standing in the background for hours and hours. Your ears are getting sunburned. And do you remember that bug?
Jenna, you know I remember that bug. You know I screamed and
Yes.
ruined a take because of that bug.
So, guys, there was this bug.
I looked it up online.
It was as big as a bird.
I said it was as big as a Buick. It was bright green, and I looked it up. They're called green June beetles.
Yeah, look it up because this thing is huge. And it kept buzzing around us in the background. And we would have to pretend like it wasn't there because we didn't want to be flailing in the background and ruin all the shots that, you know, Steve and BJ were working so hard on in the back of that car.
Yes, there was a tree not too far from us, that little tree.
Yeah.
And the dude was hanging out in that tree, but every once in a while he would buzz by, and then literally though you could hear it. It sounded like a hummingbird or like some like toy like flying device, like.
And it would come and land on Angela's head in particular. It really liked Angela.
I think, well, here's the thing. You asked what we did between our break, right?
Yeah.
You went and worked on that 70s show and have gossip you don't want to tell us. I was, you know, very much on a budget. I went back to working at the improv theater I was working at. I needed to, when we were going back to work, I needed to get my hair dyed because my hair, I'm like a sort of a dirty blonde, right? A dishwater blonde. And I decided to dye my hair myself to save the money because it's really expensive.
Yeah.
So I went to the drugstore and I got a
home kit.
A home kit. And so actually I remember people wrote in on the comments section at IMDb, which you should never look at. They wrote in and said, "What happened? Why is your hair so bleach blonde?" My hair is so blonde, and I think that dang bug thought I was a flower. I dyed my hair myself. Look at it. It's like I think I burnt my scalp.
Well, John Krasinski started then doing this bit,
Yeah.
where he was pretending to be the bug, picking you up and carrying you away from all of us, and we'd be like, "Bye, Angela."
And I'd be like, but he would like do this, but he's so tall, first of all. He would like do his arms like, and then like attach to my shoulders and then
then
like
carry
pick
you
me up
away.
and like drop me off. But here's the thing, guys, I do not like people scaring me.
We've discussed this.
I like swat or hit. I also don't like anything near my ears. My ears were already sunburned.
Yeah.
And this thing would buzz by my ears and I would shriek and flail about. And I think I did ruin a take.
And then I remember that John, as a joke, decided to come up right next to your ear and pretend to be the bug.
Make the buzz noise.
And you were so startled, you hit him in the face.
I hit him as hard as I could. I didn't know I was going to be hitting John.
No, you had your thing. You had your reaction. So a lot was going on in the background.
I have a question because at 16 minutes, 12 seconds, you guys, Roy is waving about. Like David Denman is waving his hand back and forth and he kind of jumps up and down. And I couldn't help but wonder if it was the bug.
That's amazing. I have to talk about the talking head where we learned that Michael lost all of his money in a pyramid scheme.
Oh.
And he says it was okay because it taught him more than he could have learned in business school.
Yes.
It was just, I have nothing to say about it except for that I thought it was a great talking head.
I know. Well, Michael has a line in this episode for me that is just one of those lines that sums up Michael. Michael is in Ryan's car in the backseat with Ryan. Ryan feels totally uncomfortable the majority of this episode. But Michael says to Ryan, "I became a salesman because of people. I love making friends." Oh, and I think he probably was a good salesman, but he's horrible in management because he doesn't get to, like, you know, butter up strangers.
Well, we see him be a great salesman in future episodes, so he was very good at that, and then got promoted to manager, and now I think he's lonely. My next fan question has to do with the scene where Dwight is pouting in his car.
Oh, yes, let's do that because I have a card about that.
Great. So Lucy asked, how many takes did it take for the scene where you and John are helping Dwight with his emotions when he's listening to REM in his car? Rain seems to almost break at the end of that scene. Are you and John's reactions authentic or scripted? Well, it took a lot of takes. I'll say that. We spent a lot of time on that scene. I'm sorry you were probably in the background with the bug on that one, Angela.
I was probably fending for my life back there. Me and Roy, apparently.
And yes, I think Rain is almost breaking.
I think rain is almost breaking at the end, but I actually wrote this, and I know my jam people out there are not going to be happy, but I said at 14:22 seconds, I thought Jim and Pam were being mean to Dwight.
I agree.
When
I
I
watched this
it,
episode, I didn't like us.
I didn't like you guys there either. In fact, Jim suggests that he quits.
Yeah.
You know?
I didn't like it.
And
I
then
didn't
you
care
guys
for it.
laugh as you walk away. And here's the thing. I don't mind when you do pranks in the office because Dwight is so ridiculous and he takes himself way too seriously. But in this episode, his feelings have been hurt and he was feeling sad and kind of rejected.
Yeah.
And I thought you guys were doing like jokes at his expense and I didn't like it.
Me either. I thought we crossed a line.
Yep.
You know, something that I like about our show is that we were whole characters. And as people in your whole life, you probably aren't great every moment,
Well, you
right?
have moments you're not proud of that you were like, you know what, I could have been better in that moment.
Yes, and I thought Jim and Pam could have been better in that moment.
Yeah.
I was disappointed in them. Camille also asked, a couple of episodes ago you mentioned that the cars we see your characters drive are sometimes your actual cars. Is the car that Dwight listens to
Everybody hurts?
Yes. Is that Rain's actual car? No. That was a Dwight car.
Yes.
He bought that just for Dwight. And also, Michael Sebring, they rented that just for Michael.
That's right. And we only used our cars in some of those few first episodes. And really after that, I think we got a bigger budget.
Yes, Pam had a Kia, I think, for a while, and they rented that. So they rented all these cars for us. What about the warehouse guys breaking bottles
Yes,
in the background?
I have that on a card. So the warehouse guys look like they're smashing beer bottles. And you know what? It actually even annoys Roy, which is Roy's motivation to come over to you and be like, gosh, you know, those warehouse guys. Like, he actually almost seemed vulnerable to me in that moment. That, like, he didn't want to hang out with them.
And I thought it was sort of weird that he was like, can I hang out with you guys?
Yeah.
Can you hang out with your own girlfriend? I think you can. Fiance. Look, see?
I know. I actually kind of liked seeing Roy like that. I liked seeing him, but then he's so quickly again.
Well, I guess you did like seeing him, Angela, because during the game, who would you do? He says Angela.
I didn't say Roy.
No, but
Nobody
there was
just
a
asked
fan question under construction. Who would Angela's character do? Angela, would it have been Dwight or Roy?
It would have been a toss-up. I would have liked to seen them fight over me and be titillated. And then I would have picked the winner.
Well, all of the women say Jim except for Pam. Pam says Oscar or Toby. Now, she's obviously saying this because she doesn't want to admit Jim. But in a later season, she does say she always thought Toby was cute. So maybe
if Toby had heard that, he would have maybe fainted.
Yeah.
And then the whole time, Kevin is like standing right behind them. Meredith just sort of smiles like with this crazy eye look and nods her head at every single name.
No, I did not.
Yes, but did you notice that when they said, who would you do? Both Oscar and Kevin said Pam?
Oh.
At the same time.
Wow.
Oscar says Pam.
A lot of desire for Pam.
And then, of course, everyone is saying who they would do. Jim says Kevin, and it's kind of playful and lighthearted. But then Michael says, I would love to have sex with Ryan. And everyone's like, Michael, you just took a turn.
That's not, when you put it that way, when you're playing these games, it's like, no, you don't say, I would have sex with Toby. Like, no.
You try, yeah.
It's just, who would you do?
Who would you do? I have some time codes, Jenna, that I want to get to before we come to the end of the episode. I know this takes us way back, but 11 minutes, 20 seconds. Michael has a talking head by the building, and if you watch it, you will see that Steve is squinting so badly. But you guys, when I watched that, I started laughing because I remember it was so bright out because it was so hot that we were all squinting. Like, it was actually hard.
Devin with his sunglasses.
Devin with his, like, super slick sunglasses, but just watching Steve trying to keep his eyes open was so cracking me up. Also, at 14 minutes, 54 seconds, who is that dude sitting on the curb across the street? He's by like a blue hatchback. He's just sitting on the curb watching us. Who is that guy?
He's probably from one of the local businesses.
I think so. I think he probably works at, like, you know, the train yard.
They used to try to shut down the street when our cameras would swing that way. They would shut down the sidewalk or ask people not to walk, but we can't legally make you not.
Also, those guys at the junkyard could give zero
Zero
F's about it.
It's
They were
true.
just like,
He was
we're gonna
having lunch. He's like, I'm gonna sit here and watch what
watch
you're
these
doing.
people swat bugs. Starting at 17 minutes, like 30 seconds, Michael can't find his phone, right?
Oh yeah, and
And so-
Dwight runs back into the building.
Runs back in, and we're like, Dwight. But Ryan the temp is like, what if I call it? You know, right? And he
Yeah.
pulls out his phone, and there's this awkward exchange that like Michael's like, I gave you my number, and he clearly did put it in his phone. But his phone is ridiculously old, and then Michael starts ringing in his pocket, and do you know the song is playing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mambo number 5.
Mambo number 5. And
Our writers were obsessed with that song.
obsessed with it. And then that was like a really old flip phone. So you guys, just a lot of old technology in this episode.
Well, this just goes to show you these were the phones of the time.
Yeah.
I upgraded to a BlackBerry.
Yes, we had
Sometime at
Blackberries.
the end of season 2.
And that was the other thing.
And I was thrilled that I could answer an email from my BlackBerry, but I still couldn't do any like web browsing.
Also, this episode, I think, shows the time it's in because if you had a group of people like this outside, there would not be only Oscar and Devin on a phone. Everybody would have their phones out.
Oh yeah,
That's what it would be now. Isn't that interesting?
that's really interesting.
And this
It's
episode
sort of
wouldn't work.
it wouldn't work because we wouldn't be forced to interact with one another. We'd all just sit
games.
on our phones.
Guys, we gotta get off the phone sometimes.
This is a good point.
And also, remember Phyllis, our burlesque dancer?
Yes.
At 19 minutes, 3 seconds, guess who starts doing a little shimmy, a little dance
I loved
to
it.
Dwight's song? But
Yes.
you know what this song is because guess who started the fire?
Ryan started the fire.
Yeah.
His cheese pita. What is a cheese pita?
I feel like I've had one.
It's a pita with just cheese in it?
Kind of. It kind of reminds me of like a pizza pocket,
Like a hot pocket?
a hot pocket.
Okay. I thought it was a weird thing to a cheese pita. I don't know. All right.
I wonder if the writers ate them in the writers' room.
They must have.
Right?
I have a fan question. The name of the person is one of those Marvel nerds. So one of those Marvel nerds asked,
okay.
yeah, did Ryan started the fire get stuck in your heads throughout filming this episode? Yes.
Yes.
For days later. And every time I watch the episode, it gets stuck in my head for a whole rest of the day. So yes. Now I need to address something that I have some strong feelings about with this episode.
Okay.
We addressed one of my strong feelings, which is where I thought that Jim and Pam, we both agreed they behaved poorly with Dwight. Okay, now I have to say
I'm really wondering if this is going to be what's. I'm hiding my last card for
Yeah.
I have one card left.
and I have one sheet of paper left.
Okay,
Here it is. Katie arrives.
Mhm.
She says that her Desert Island movies are Legally Blonde,
That's all she gets out.
yes, and Jim cuts her off. And remember earlier,
Meredith had said it.
Pam said, I really like that movie, and Jim gave her trouble about it. And then
Yeah.
she takes it back.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, which by the way, I don't like that. I don't like it that Pam took it back, that she changed herself.
Yeah, she edited.
She edited herself
Uh-huh.
to look good in front of Jim.
Uh-huh.
That bums me out. I don't like how Pam then snarkily laughs at Katie.
When she says it.
I don't like it. I thought it was catty. I thought it was competitive. And I know that she's jealous of Katie, but Pam likes Legally Blonde.
So
And
why can't she just say that to Jim?
I know she doesn't stand up for herself, and then she shames Katie for it because she's trying to look cool for Jim, and I think it's a flaw. I do, and I like it because I think it shows Pam being human and complex, but it does make me cringe.
I remember dating a guy in college. Oh my God, he loved the show Bassmasters. Guys, I don't give a crap about. Sorry, I don't. Here's the thing. I appreciate that you want to get out in nature. I don't need to watch you fish. No offense to the Bassmaster people, but I would watch hours of Bassmaster with this guy in college because I liked him. And I'm like,
No,
oh
I
my
think
God.
that's different.
Well,
I dated a
edited
guy.
herself. I think Pam, not Jenna, edited herself for Jim because she likes him. But what I don't like is that it was at the expense of Meredith. You, like, Jim judged Meredith's picks, and then he judged you,
And then I
you judged Katie.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the sort of behavior that I didn't like. I dated a lot of people where I took on their interests because I like them. I think that's love. You know, I think, you know, I will get up in the middle of the night and watch the World Cup with my husband because he loves it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's cool. But anyway, after all of this happens, Pam kisses Roy in front of Jim.
Mm-hmm. You want to see what I wrote?
What?
First of all, I said at 19 minutes 52 seconds, we have some serious Pam sass happening. She laughs when Katie also says Legally Blonde, and then she says, "What an adorable car," which is basically Pam's moment of looks like someone took the slow train to Philly. This is Pam's moment. Like, she is being so snarky.
I know.
And then I put, and then Pam smooches Roy in front of everyone. Tacky.
Oh, you wrote tacky because I wrote, okay, I would do that.
Tacky.
I wouldn't throw like someone else's opinions under the bus and change all my way I think to impress a man, but I would try to make him jealous by kissing someone else.
Well,
that I would do.
I said tacky.
And I want to say 2 fans wrote in about this as well. Macy said, can we all agree that in this episode, Jim is completely wrong about Legally Blonde? It's a great movie. Everyone was right to pick it. And Chubby Bookworm said, why is Jim so opposed to a movie about a girl who is strong enough to go for what she wants and along the way finds herself and encourages others and upbuilds them and is capable and inspiring? I agree. I think Legally Blonde is a great movie. It has a positive message.
You
Jim
heard it
is
here.
wrong.
You heard it here, Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon, in case you were worried that the
love
movie didn't
Legally
land.
Blonde.
It landed. We loved it. And everyone, that is the fire.
I want to leave you with this final moment. When Rain as Dwight sings the song in the conference room, he's holding up the charred cheese pita, whatever. You can tell when Rain gets through the whole thing, he's so happy. I want to know. I want to text Rain and ask him how many takes did he have to do. Because when he hits that final, Ryan started the fire, he's like alive. Because I took a few takes to get it.
I bet you're probably right. All right, next week, everybody, we are going to be talking about Halloween with special guest.
Yes, my neighbor and the delightful Creed Bratton.
So be sure to join us for that, and we'll see you soon. Okay, bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes Candy Bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
I love it.
Creed is here. Creed is here.
Creed is here.
Creed is in the house.
Yeah! This is so amazing. Creed's going to be with us for the whole episode, guys.
Okay, Creed, you are our first in-house visitor, right? I mean, we've had people call in, but you're our first in-house guest.
I'm the first one. I might have a bathroom break or something. I'll be with the whole in and out.
We can provide you with a
That'd be
bathroom.
good.
We can
I'm
take
old.
bathroom
I'm
breaks.
old school. Well, I'm old, so that's part of it.
I need everybody to know that I've already teared up twice since Creed has been here. You've said 2 touching, well, first of all, just seeing you
Oh.
almost burst into tears, but then you've said like 5 amazing things that have touched my heart
Well, as soon
already.
as I get together. It's just back. Go back on the set.
I know.
This-
Creed lives down the street from me.
Yes.
I think everybody who knows
the
me
world
knows this.
that. Don't give my address.
I won't. Creed's address is. His hidden key is. Yes, we are neighbors, and it's one of the joys of my life that we're neighbors. I love that you're right around the corner. I love that we have.
We see each other walking.
We see each other
hiking
walking.
down the street. We do.
Yeah.
Hey.
You were walking. Was it your daughter's
My-
dog? Your son's
My
dog.
son's little Yorkie. Yeah.
Little Yorkie, and I hear, "Hey, pumpkin!" And I turn around, it's Creed. And we've also maybe had some adult beverage in red
We
Solo
may
cups.
have. We may have.
We like to do a little bit of what we call the sauce trail and walk around having a glass of wine.
And watching documentaries.
Oh yeah, Creed loves anything where like animals go crazy, like Planet Earth.
Yes, all that stuff.
All right, well we are really excited to have you here. We are discussing the Halloween episode.
Yes.
Right.
Season 2, episode 5. This was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Paul Feig, and it is the first episode that Creed speaks.
Well, I actually
remember?
Diversity Day. And Diversity Day,
I
had
told her.
with Phyllis.
Yes, I
And they
told her.
paid me afterwards. The first day, they were
Yeah.
first season. She thought it was more the chemistry at the time. So she came over little hands and she said, "Now you and Phyllis just start talking." Phyllis said, "Wait," I said, "Never mind. It's okay." Never mind.
Phyllis was gonna out you.
Phyllis was gonna out me. So never mind, it's fine. And so we started, and I started talking about, sacrificing goats or something,
Of course you did.
trying to tell her
Wait,
what was on her head.
Your improv was sacrificing goats.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So you can hear me in the background. And later, they said, "Wait a minute, Creed's talking in the background." And I said, "Oh, shoot, how did that happen?"
Yeah, how'd that happen,
And
Creed?
so they paid me inside. We can't. I said, "That's fine. It's fine." And then not off camera, then also the voice for the ride.
Yes, for the mining
For
ride.
the mining ride,
You were
I think
so
they
funny.
paid attention to that.
Yeah, you were so funny as the voice of the mining ride.
Yeah.
And Isabel was watching that episode with me, and she said, "Mom, I know that voice. I know that voice." And I was like, "Wait, oh my gosh!" She was like, "I think it's Creed."
She?
Oh yeah.
Certainly she.
She is. I mean, I didn't catch it, and then I looked it up, and I'm like, "Isabel, we do know that voice. It's Creed."
Yeah. But anyway, this is the first time where I actually had some serious lines. It was 6.5 pages of my kids going up through the script down. I said, "Okay, here it is. This is your moment."
Wow.
And I had memorized it forwards and backwards and set a timer at night, subliminally 2 and 3 in the morning, to then go off and play the lines. Go to sleep. I had it backwards, and no joke, I had it
Wow.
backwards. I knew this was the Rubicon. This is the place. My intuition said this is it. And then, of course, we walked in the office, and our great Rabbi came in and said, "By the way, we made changes, of course, to the lines. We reversed them around and had some stuff. You okay? Yeah, fine."
Because they used to do that to us
All
all the
the time.
time. Oh, we would come in and you just get new pages
Yep.
and then shoot the scene 5 minutes later.
Yeah, they would hand you the pages, and sometimes we talked about this. The pages would be hot because
Right
they
off
just
the
came
copier.
Right off the copier.
And we drop them, so we go,
Yeah,
"Ow, ow, ow, ow."
now change your lines that you have learned, and you've been having a tape recorder play at 3 a.m. to you.
You remember the backdrop right off of where my desk and Kate's desk was?
Yeah.
The square was. You could walk, you could sneak around the back to the green room from behind it.
Yeah.
That's set up like that. I walked back like that. They told me this is my hands up to me. Here it is. I said, "I come this way. Do this." And once we started over steam, it was like in the back. And there was some improvisation on that. So I was nervous. My place because I was desperate.
Well, you knocked it out of the park, Creed.
Yeah.
Well, Creed, you started out as a musician
Yep.
in a very long, successful career as a musician. How did you even end up on the show in the first place as our stand-in / background person?
person. I was working on Bernie Mac, and Ken Wampus came out to direct the episode. They'd been using me for all these little vignettes. If you ever watch old Bernie Mac, you'll see me all the time in the background, mugging up.
I want to see that.
I wanna go
I'm
back.
always in the background doing some stupid stuff, but they didn't allow me because I made Bernie laugh. I made him laugh. And so Ken was talking about this guy's funny. He heard from Joe Moore, the first AD. I was on the grassroots. So he sent to Amoeba for some albums for me to sign because it's a big grassroots thing. And we started talking. We talked about music. He was very knowledgeable. And then I found out that he was doing the Office of American Workplace, and I was a big fan of the so he gave me his number. I never ever called him. I called him as my first agent. She said, "This is for you."
And Ken would not have given me his number. I feel like he was so discerning.
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
if he didn't mean call me.
Yeah. So he did, and so he talked to Greg, and then I talked to Ken later. And so I talked to Greg. I told him you were very interesting and funny guy. He said, "Well, what we'll do," and this is his words, Greg's words, "we'll put him in the background and see if we can work him into the mix." And then that first time, that was working in the mix. That's all I need to hear. That's why I took the liberties, just kind of like pretending that I was part of the group, and that paid off. Yes.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that is awesome. What's next?
Should we do a summary? Jenna, do you have one?
I do. Yes. So in this episode, Halloween, Michael is told that he must fire someone during the month of October due to cutbacks at Dunder Mifflin. But in true Michael fashion, he waits until the very last day of October, which also happens to be Halloween. He also has no idea who to fire. He has not made a decision. He spends the entire episode trying to figure out what to do while the rest of us are dressed in our costumes for the Halloween party.
I love that. I love that. I love the juxtaposition that someone's going to get fired while wearing a ridiculous costume.
Yeah.
They're going to have to go home fired in that outfit.
Well, I have a fast fact about this episode. Fast fact number 1. Greg Daniels wrote this episode, and he told me that the inspiration for this episode was that he had always wanted to do a story about someone being fired, but from the point of view of the boss rather than the employee. He felt like we always see stories of people being fired and how they're wrestling with having been fired, but he was like, we never see what it does to the boss. That's the genius of Greg Daniels right there.
Absolutely.
Well, the problem with this plot presented for Greg was that he was going to have to fire someone on the show. He was going to have to pick a Dunder Mifflin employee to be part of the plot.
Yes.
Well, he couldn't fire any of the series regular characters because we all have contracts, and he didn't want to fire any of the supporting cast, even though at this point you guys still did not have your full-time contracts,
No,
right?
we didn't become series regulars till Booze Cruise. So listen, we were all on the chopping block.
Were you a little worried?
Oh, maybe.
Well, Greg didn't have any intention of losing them. He didn't want to lose anyone in the warehouse. But he also told me he didn't want to hire someone new that you'd never seen on the show just to fire them. He felt like those stakes would feel very manufactured. So he turned to our 2 background actors, Creed and Devin. And he was like, well, these guys are very well established on the show at this point. And this is where I'd like to know what happened, because I know the end of this story, which is that Greg found out that Devin had a theater contract coming up, that he was going to go on tour with a play. And so
That's what Devin said.
Yeah.
At the time, though, they told us, one of you guys have to go.
Oh, man.
And we don't know yet. We're just going to shoot you both and see how it works out.
Oh, my God.
Wait, they're going to shoot the scene 2 ways?
They know that we're going to shoot the thing because they could have gone back and changed it. Sure.
Oh, because Michael could have said, you know what? I said
Yeah.
it was Creed and it's Creed. You can't change my mind.
But it was going to be one of us. They said it was going to be one of us. And I remember being a little nervous.
Yeah.
And Adele and I were friends. We became friends about this.
Well, sure.
And by the way, on the finale, jumping ahead a lot. I don't know if I can kind of jump in.
You can.
When Greg brought me to the office to find out what I wanted to do for the Creed character, I said, well, one thing I'd like to do is sing the song. But I myself, I also think we should have Devin. And but I could get together something. I was feeling nervous because I couldn't feel bad that I might have to go, but also that Devin had to go. So mixed blessings and all that stuff.
All right, fast fact number 2. This is the first time we see Pam's hair down instead of her usual half up, half down hair clip.
That to me is so important.
Oh,
Yeah.
well then, Creed. Creed, you're gonna love some of my note cards.
Yeah, okay.
If that's important,
Yeah.
buckle in.
But this was a huge deal. Kim Ferry, our hairstylist, and me, and Greg, and Paul Feig, we all had a meeting about Pam's hair and if we could let her hair down. And it was, I mean, it must have been 30 minutes. We talked about it. There was a lot of concern that she might look too pretty with her hair down. And I can't remember how we got permission. Kim was delighted. I mean, Kim had been putting my hair in a hair clip now for like 12 episodes or something. She was so thrilled to be able to scrunch it,
Do something different.
anything different. And it was kind of a big deal. So
Well, they were playing down both your beauties all the time. They dressed you.
that's right. Did everyone hear that?
Did you fight? No.
Creed
That's
M
true.
says they
It's
played
true.
down our beauty.
But it's true. Toward the end, did you guys lobby? Come on, let us show you.
I remember really wanting lip gloss.
Yeah, something.
So what's funny to me is that was a 30-minute meeting about your hair. Meanwhile, I go to hair and makeup and they put on full, enormous purple fake eyelashes on me. If you look at me as this cat, I have big purple eyelashes. They were so huge, I had a hard time like even navigating them. Like when I watched the episode, I looked a little sleepy. I think it's because I couldn't open my eyes.
No meeting.
No meeting. They just I was like, are you sure? They just put them on me. And then one of the writers walked up to me, I can't remember who, and was like, do you have purple? It's probably Mindy. She's like, do you have purple lashes on? I'm like,
She might have been jealous.
yeah.
She would want those purple lashes.
No one said anything. Why is Angela Martin putting on purple fake eyelashes?
Everyone was too busy meeting about my hair.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, fast fact number 3. Creed, I don't know if you remember this. Angela, I think maybe you do. The week we shot the Halloween episode, Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant visited one day. I know this because I have a photograph with them
In your cat
in my cat outfit, and Jim is 3-hole punch Jim, but you can't really see the holes because he's got his arm around someone. So it's a whole picture of our producers and Ricky and Steven and me and John, and I am the only person wearing a costume. I like to imagine that they came to see me in a play where I played a cat or
Your
something,
one-act play?
because we look like we're standing like backstage.
You're the cats, yeah.
You're the only one in a costume.
Yeah, this is how I know this because I only have 2 pictures of myself with Ricky and Steven, and one of them is me in a cat costume.
I remember that they were there. They're still working. I strolled to Ricky Gervais, the laugh.
That's such a good impression.
He laughed, everything.
He was so
Like some
good-natured.
coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, please. And just a joy.
All right, those are my fast facts. That's our summary.
Those are
Maybe
good.
we should. Do we need that bathroom break? Let's do a bathroom break.
Let's do a bathroom
I
break.
could use one.
By the way, I just want to say I just love these fast facts.
Oh, well then if you
Oh,
love the
great,
fast
thank
facts,
you.
get ready for the note cards. Great.
Oh, I can't wait. It's still my throbbing heart.
Okay. It sounded a little weird when you said it like
Started
that.
to be weird, and then I drifted away.
Okay. Go to the bathroom.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is out. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, let's get into some note cards, can we?
Yes.
All right.
Let's get into the episode.
Let's do it. I have a note card from the cold open.
Oh, what is the cold open of this?
Okay, so the cold open is you say that Jan called. He's like, yes, and Mike has to go in because he knows he has to fire someone.
Right.
And so he calls Jan, and her assistant Sherry answers the phone.
Yes.
And Sherry has so much good sense. She's like, okay, but who are you gonna fire? He goes, well, I'm not really sure. She's like, we just need the name.
Jan needs the name.
Jan needs the name. And then he said, would you fire? And she's like, just give me the name. And then he thinks he's hung up, and he's like, fire you. And she's still here, right?
He's like, I wish I could fire Sherry.
I mean, I want to know who Sherry is. Who is Sherry?
Yes, I thought the same thing. So the first thing I did, I went to IMDb, Internet Movie Database.
I did too.
I looked up this episode uncredited.
Who is Sherry?
Who is Sherry? I reached out to Dave Rogers. He was the editor for this episode.
You guys, he knows everything about The Office.
He didn't know.
That is saying something because he is like
He knows
the walking
everything.
Bible of the show.
He's an encyclopedia.
No one knows. Listen to what Dave did. Dave reached out to Allison Jones, our casting director, who went to her storage facility.
Oh my Lord.
Found the contracts for this episode, looked it up.
Wow.
Allison, thank you.
Oh my gosh, Allison, you're like an episode of The Pelican Brief.
It is. This is
the movie.
CSI The Office.
You're like CSI The Office.
It is Lisa Malone.
Okay.
And by the way, this was shot on September 13th, 2005.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Lisa, you were fantastic as Sherry.
You killed it as Sherry.
Oh man, and Allison, thank you. Thank you for being our CSI The Office.
I want to go back, Angela, because I have a note that precedes your note card.
Is it at 5 seconds?
Is it the shot of Devin and Creed at their
The
desks?
establishing shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed it too. The second shot of this episode is Creed and Devin at their desks. I have to imagine this was not an accident. And they wanted to drive home Devin and Creed, since we know that one of you.
Well placed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Phyllis putting on makeup, and then it goes to Debbie creating their dress.
Well, the scene with Michael and Pam. Do you guys remember how he's wearing the second head?
Yes.
Yes.
And Pam goes in his office and he tells her that he needs to fire someone, and then he sort of implies maybe it could be her.
Oh, I have 2 cards from this scene.
And so Pam decides to quickly start flattering him
She pivots hard.
about his costume, and then she just gets out of the room as quickly as possible. I could not get through that scene. Listen, Steve is funny enough on his own, but Steve with that extra Steve on his shoulder, it was too much, and it wobbled in a sort of
He
weird
was
way.
wobbling it on
He loved
purpose.
it. He loved wobbling that.
He loved it.
Anytime you give
That's
him
what she said.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. That wasn't great. That's what she said. Come on.
He loves wobbling things.
He loved wobbling that thing.
Oh, that's what she said.
Hey!
We got it
You
back.
got it.
Got it
you got it.
back. Creed, what did I write? At 3 minutes, 12 seconds.
Oh my God, Pam's diabolical. Her turn to flattery when she realizes Michael would fire her.
Diabolical.
I'm seeing a real devious streak in Pam.
I want to see this comment. Hey,
Please.
the brilliance of Steve Carell. Dying. He's absolutely dying. He's not acting. He's not to me. He looks like a man just suffering for some reason.
And you know,
Yeah.
it's interesting you bring that up, Creed, because we've talked a lot about how Michael wants to be popular, he wants to be friends with people, he wants to be the life of the party, but I think this episode goes beyond that. That it isn't just that he knows that it's going to be, he's going to not be well liked by the person he fires. I think it really, like, I think it touches on something. He really doesn't want to hurt someone else.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Yeah.
So it's deeper than that, just unpopularity.
I was moved by it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
I get more pictures at Halloween of Pam as a cat and Jim as 3-hole punch. I think that is the most popular Halloween costume that I get sent to me.
I get myself, Angela Martin in an Argyle sweater, like with a turtleneck and a headband holding a stuffed animal cat next to some guy in a mustard shirt and a tie
Yes.
and his hair parted down the middle. What about you, Creed?
I get the Joker.
The Joker.
The Joker.
Oh.
And then when Brian, eat that one, Creed, and he hit checks you. No, that's a later episode.
Later.
Yeah,
So
that
I
you
go
guys
flying.
are both
But she
dressed in
almost
the same
knocks
costume.
you over.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
I
that-
howl.
That's a recurring thing.
Angela, I want to talk to you about your costume.
Please.
Okay, Michael comes over to accounting. You're dressed as a cat. There's 3 cats. Phyllis is
Phyllis.
a cat. I'm a cat. You're a cat.
Yes, actually, we can do really quickly the rundown of costumes. Kelly is Dorothy. Phyllis, Pam, and Angela are cats. Dwight is a Sith Lord. Kevin is the Dunder Mifflin superhero. Creed is a vampire. Oscar is a lady.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's a character lady or just a lady.
I think he's a lady.
She's just a lady. Jim is 3-hole punch Jim. Stanley, no costume. Ryan the Temp, no costume. And of course, Michael has 2 hands.
And
And
Devin.
Devin was a tramp.
And Devin was a hobo. Yes.
Yeah. Angela, why does your cat only have 2 lines for whiskers and not 3?
Jenna, I don't know, why does my cat have purple fake eyelashes?
Why does your cat have weird cat ears? I mean, I just want to say that as the resident cat lady of the office,
Yeah.
I think you have the worst cat costume.
Why do I have a fuzzy white skirt
Why?
with a giant tail that was almost impossible to sit in? It was so, and the skirt didn't quite fit me, and it kept like heading south. I had to keep like grabbing it and yanking it up.
It almost ruined the whole episode.
I think now there was such a big meeting about your hair that my cat costume was just like, just put this on her.
But you ended up wearing that costume like 2
For
more
years,
times.
for years.
And it's the worst one. It really is. I have a vague memory, a very, very vague memory of being in makeup and having them discuss how they were going to differentiate the 3 different cats. And it was decided that Phyllis and I would have 3 whiskers on each cheek, and you would only have 2.
My cat was maimed.
I feel like that happened. I don't know if we can ask Laverne. Laverne was our makeup artist.
I don't know.
But I mean, right? I just think you
If you
had.
were smaller, then you deserve 3.
they decided to give me less. I have to while we're talking.
Height reference.
Yeah. While we're talking about this scene in accounting, I have to point out that we don't often, our camera guys didn't often do like a full character slow pan, you know? And they do such a hilarious one. They start at Kevin's feet and then go all the way to his head while he's smiling to get him in full red leotard
With his socks all this
and like
bulging in wrong areas.
Oh my gosh.
It's great. It's great.
there's a great slow pan of Kevin.
We should say we loved dressing up in these Halloween costumes because our outfits normally were pretty boilerplate. It's almost like we wore uniforms in a way.
And our wardrobe people loved, the wardrobe crew loved getting to dress us because it's just a great turtleneck.
Angela, give us a note card.
All right, at 5 minutes, 23 seconds. Reed, this is a runner. This is a reference to a runner, but this is a really big deal.
What?
Kelly has braided like pigtails. Oh, her hair is down.
Her hair is
Her
down.
hair is down. It's not in a
I
bun.
remember.
Mindy had a bun for like the whole first season, and then about, I guess
It was like a twist, a French twist, I think.
I mean, her character really changes her look. And then she starts having her hair down. She gets a little sassy, but this has been a big thing. We've been wondering when they change her hair. This is the beginning.
I don't think this counts because it's a Halloween costume.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry to say.
I agree. I have to say, I think so.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I like you here, Creed. All of a sudden, I have someone
Oh, well,
to veto. She
sorry.
gets one. Oh, fart. Well, I got pretty excited because her hair was down.
Well, but it was a costume. Every day, it's a character thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Am I talking to Jenna or Creed? I don't know anymore.
Apply.
All right.
You know the scene where Pam and Jim set up a resume for Dwight to get a job someplace else? I have a fan question about that. RCJH asked, what were you typing on the computer when you and Jim were working on Dwight's resume? I was typing what we were saying.
Of course you were, Jenna. Of course you were. Because you're so method.
I was very method.
You're like,
And
I am a
You
responsible
would type out your
person.
lines.
Yeah,
While you were
because Jim would say, like, I would say, what should we say here? And then he would say what we should say, and I would type it. And here's the thing. I'm very proud of my typing skills.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
Creed, do we know or do we know? I mean,
We really know.
you
No,
guys-
I'm back on your side, Angela.
thank you,
no.
Creed.
Just
This how it feels?
Yes.
How it feels?
Yeah, we
You
know.
walk in this thing with your fingers, we'd be talking about stuff at pressure, your fingers would be going like you're typing.
Oh, now that is not
It
true.
was too much. Too much.
Tone it down. And then you would tell us about your typing speed and your level of accuracy.
Well, you should know I was typing for actual lines
Well, I
because
think
I
that's pretty
could.
great, though.
Because I
Because she
can.
could, and I can, and I will.
And you're fast, too.
That's
She's
right.
very fast.
Michael's scene with Dwight, when he calls Dwight into his office and he tells Dwight that he has to fire someone, and Dwight starts naming all the people he should fire. But then Michael implies maybe it should be Dwight. And then Michael's second head starts talking to Dwight. Do you remember Steve and Rain laughing during that scene? Because I do. I remember they could not get through that scene. I'm sitting out at reception in the background, and they were cracking themselves up in there.
Rain was literally doubling over.
Yeah.
So he was like kind of leaning forward, and he would just kind of collapse into himself. He was laughing so hard.
There must be deleted scenes of that scene.
Oh man, I would
I
love,
would
to
love
see
to see
those.
that.
Yeah.
That is a fun scene.
Well, Paul Feig called in when we did Office Olympics, and he said one of the things he loved about directing episodes of our shows is that you could really find a shot that was cool, and you would have the support of Greg to just kind of go with it. And he sort of found that shot where Dwight is the sick lord, has his like hood kind of like, it looks like it's straight out of the movie, you know?
Yes.
And they just loved
And shot
that.
from the side, right?
Yeah, shot from the side. And they sort of just found that and went with it. And Greg was totally supportive of it. And Paul was talking about like how fun that was to have that creative freedom and find those little nuggets, and it's so cool looking.
We had a lot of shots like that. Just cookie cutter stereotype shots.
Yeah,
You know,
Camera.
and something that we haven't talked about on the show yet is the idea of actor marks. So usually on a television show, so that they can get these shots, they put a little piece of tape on the ground, and if you, for example, if Jim had to walk up to Pam's desk, there would be a little mark on the ground, and he would have to stand exactly on that mark. And it's really hard to do. I mean, you guys find it hard to do. I feel like I'm always looking down for the tape, and then I get to my spot and I look up. It's like a hard thing to manage. Well, on our show, we did not have that. They would just let us wander. They would say, just walk up in this general area, and the camera will find you. Yeah, it was so loosey-goosey. So amazing.
Didn't you say you were in a band called Loosey Goosey?
I was in a band called Loosey Goosey.
What?
I was in a band
You were not.
with Peter White. We used to play with Al Stewart. He may probably still does. We had a band, Dave Camp on sax. They played the rap party. At the beach house, at the Waiters' house. Loosey Goosey played up there and dance.
Oh my
Goosey.
gosh.
Yeah.
We just need you to just sit here and tell us about all your
Creed, you have literally the most interesting life. I have a fan question
I'm a
for you.
fascinating character.
You are.
And humble too.
This is a fan question from Todd Myers, and this feels like a good place to ask it. Who is the biggest rock star you ever partied with during your touring days?
Oh,
It maybe doesn't have to be the biggest. It can just
No.
what's the most interesting.
yeah.
I lived for a while at the Cameras States, and Linda Ronstein, Nero was there. Jackson Brown used to there was a lot of people playing in this place who lived there, and they were very interested to hear the Highland States. And Butch Trucks from Almond Brothers was there one night. Butch came over.
Wait. I'm so sorry. You all live together?
No, we lived at this estate in little bungalows. You could rent these bungalows in the Cameras Highland States. Now it's been fixed up a little bit. It's right next to the Veterans Foreign War place. Right on Highland Boulevard, right off the freeways right there.
And like a lot of artists.
A lot of artists were there. So Butch Trucks from the Allen Brothers came up one night, and with Brett and Jesse Ed Davis, who's with John Lennon, came over one night and we jammed for hours. There was a lot of heavyweight guitar players. I remember Butch wanted me to go back to Alabama to be released some cowboy. That never happened.
Creed, your life is amazing.
Jenna, I don't know that we would have been hip enough to hang out there.
We would not.
Well, I have a card right here.
Tell me.
7 minutes, 44 seconds. Creed, we have some PPC rivalry.
Oh, I got it down.
Pam versus Angela.
Angela Sass?
Angela Sass, but also same category. Same category.
What?
I get this. So my character says, "What, you brought brownies? Like, what did you bring?" And you're like, "I brought brownies." I'm like, "But I brought cookies." Same category.
Yeah.
Same category. You should have brought something savory. You know,
Is that
Angela.
what you say in the thing? Same category?
I say same category.
I remember that.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a backstory missing here. Did you assign me something other than
I'm
brownies?
sure I did.
That's your implication.
Yes.
You're implying
And then-
that I went rogue and brought brownies
You
instead of chips
clearly
and
did.
dip.
I clearly at some
Don't
party
you
planning-
say, where's the chips and dip or
Yes,
something?
I clearly at some party planning committee meeting said, "All right, I will make sugar cookies. Why don't you bring the dip and chips?" And then you show up with these freaking brownies. How dare you? Wait, Sam, can we see that? Those aren't chips and dip. No, I made brownies. What? I'm just trying to figure out why you're sabotaging cookies. I made brownies. I made cookies. Same category.
All right, after watching that clip, I will admit I think Pam did go. Clearly, you assigned me chips and dip.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, same category.
yeah, same category.
All right, I needed to hear that because I think, Jenna, if it was your house and you were having a party you would be like, hey, come on.
Yeah. All right. Guys, I think we should go to a break and then we'll come back and finish the episode.
All right.
Great, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
Oh my God, I love having you here.
I do too. And we are back with my delightful neighbor and an office favorite, Greg.
Yes. Great, we're going to make you come back on this podcast all the time. I hope you're ready.
Yeah. You know what? We could carpool. I could swing by and pick you up. You're like, oh my God, Angela, lurking. These office ladies.
You guys, do you remember the scene where Jim takes a phone call from a potential employer for Dwight, and he does a Michael Scott impression? It's really good. John does a very good job.
It's at 8 minutes, 34 seconds.
Oh, you've got the time code. Guys, is this when we find out that Michael's middle name is Gary?
Oh, is this the first time it's said?
Because he says Michael G. Scott, Michael Gary Scott. I don't know.
Because later it was when we had the scene where he showed the boy. That's later, right?
Yeah.
That was Gary. That might be.
I don't know. I'm putting it out there. Our fans will know.
Yeah.
Our fans will let us know for sure. I loved the scene. I just thought that John rushed it as Michael Scott. And it also had the Jim and Pam air.
The first air high five.
Yes.
Oh.
Creed's getting misty eyes.
I literally, when I saw it, I think I audibly said out loud to no one, oh.
Yeah, super cute.
Okay, so I have a question about the air high five.
Say it.
So I was trying to do the air high five with my daughter Isabel. Now, granted, she's 11, I'm 48. Maybe our timing's off. We couldn't get it.
It's difficult.
You guys did it perfectly.
Yeah. And you know what? We kind of did it perfectly the first time. It was meant to be. That speaks to our chemistry, I believe. So shortly after this momentous air high five, very sadly, Pam tells Jim he should go for the job at Cumberland Mills. But the job is in Maryland, and he is so hurt.
This happens a lot with you guys.
Yeah.
Looking more on John did right?
It is because he's, later he's going to go off to the ranch.
And then later to New York. Then stuff with
Well,
sports thing, right? But that never kept happening.
and then you go to art camp or school.
Art camp. I went to a university. Thank you very much.
And then she
Art
goes
camp.
Plaster of Paris making this place.
Jeez.
But yes, they constantly are being pushed together and pulled apart, right?
Yeah, they are always. Yeah,
It's
always.
true. But sometimes just through a comment. We're seeing in this second season, in each episode, there seems to be a really sweet moment with Jim and Pam, and then a moment where someone gets their feelings hurt a bit.
So many feelings.
So many feelings. But then at the end, Jim admits that if it weren't for Pam, he would take the job at Cumberland Mills because the pay is twice as much, it's a better job, yada yada.
So why is he staying? He just basically admitted why he stays at this job.
Yes.
What was the one where he admitted that crabs was his favorite food?
Maryland.
Was that Maryland? But that was
Yeah.
that was the crab.
Yeah.
That was the crab thing.
Yeah.
Soft shell crab
Soft-shell
are
crabs.
apparently one of his favorites.
Yes.
Who knew? Well,
that.
he eats that tuna sandwich
You
every day
didn't
for
know that.
lunch, so he is a seafood fan.
So he just stinks all the time.
I guess
Jim
so.
kind of
And you could have called him crab.
so crabby.
Jim eats tuna sandwiches and Pam eats sour cream and onion chips.
They're a match made.
Wow.
And I eat mung beans.
Wow, what is there? The smells in this office.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh dear. All right, so finally Michael asks for Jim's help, and he wants to do some role play where he tries to fire someone, and that is just a delicious scene.
Oh,
Did you enjoy that one?
how did John get through it? Is what
I
I
don't
want to know. When like Steve is Michael is like, why are you going?
I'm gonna kill myself, and he's like, "Wait, is this you as you, or who are you right now?
What is happening?
John has to check in." And this brings us to the big squeeze.
Oh,
This
here
is
we
it.
are.
After that scene, he calls you in and tell us, break it down for us. What was it like to sit in that chair and now you're going to launch into 5 pages with Steve Carell?
Right.
I mean, I've never had 5 pages with Steve Carell, or 6.5. You said 6.5.
6.5. Originally, they may have cut it down.
Yeah.
It took a long hours.
Yeah.
To get to it.
And I mean, I never had more than a few lines with him one-on-one. So yeah, let's hear about it.
Well, first of all, the scene where I slowly take out the teeth, and I resolve. I said, I heard, and this is stand up.
Are these some of your notes that you wrote in your script for intention?
Yes.
This is just a storytelling, Jenna.
It's a story.
It's a storytelling.
I'm into the story right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you march in.
So I march in, and then I remember I sit back like this, I could cross my line. I try to touch the line, I got my arms crossed because I'm protecting myself.
You're the hardest person to fire ever.
No, really. I'm very happy here. I just great. I got to fire somebody. Well, then fire Kevin. You know, he's horrible at his job. You know, I'm so much better at my job. I'm doing the voice. And I just finally and we kept doing it over. It's so great. It's like you've all done scene. It's so hard to get through the scene.
Yeah.
Working with Steve
Yeah.
He's a very giving person, you know, and when you're in scenes with him, he's so eager for you to get the laugh. He doesn't. Some actors, guys out there, they want to get the laugh. They want that.
Yeah.
And Steve is so eager to share it, and really just what makes the scene work is what he focuses on.
When Dave Rogers said he's made him laugh. No, you're doing a good job.
I love that.
Waiting my finger up, and all that stuff was just off the top of
Yeah,
the head.
when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, that is Creed. That is classic. That is just Creed being Creed.
Yeah, that is actually.
Yeah. Because I feel like you've left me voicemails where you're like, hey, pumpkin, what you doing?
I was just stuttering.
But you were doing a bit.
I was doing a bit, yeah. But still, I look at them with fond memories. And I thank Steve so much for being so gracious.
So after that scene, Michael does fire Devin.
Right.
In a much shorter scene. Devin gets so angry, he announces to the office, if anyone wants to join me at Poor Richard's Bar. Poor Richard's Bar, is this the first mention of Poor Richard's Bar?
Well, he says he gives him a chili. She says,
Michael gives him a Chili's coupon.
Which is a nice nod back to the Dundies.
Yes.
He rips it up.
He rips it up, yeah.
But because we end up mentioning Poor Richard's Bar over and over again, and we go there eventually, but have we mentioned it yet? Oh, in the basketball episode. I think Daryl suggests that we all get drinks at Poor Richard's.
Okay, in that scene though, where Devin invites everyone to Poor Richard's, there's 3 people he does not invite.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He lists a bunch of names.
It's very personal. It's personal.
Who are they?
He does not invite Michael. He does not invite Dwight. He does not invite Angela.
He doesn't invite you?
Why?
No.
There's nothing. It's an arbitrary.
I'm sure I've been, bitchy to him at some point. He didn't go, I'm sure.
Or maybe he just knew you wouldn't go.
Maybe so.
Well, a crush on him too.
Oh, come on.
So he leaves and he smashes a pumpkin
There we go.
on Michael's car. And when we go downstairs, we see Hank, the security guy at the security desk, who was played by Hugh Dane.
God rest his
Yes,
Yes.
who passed away a couple of years ago.
He was so nice.
Yeah.
Just a sweetheart. And so great as Hank. His delivery was always perfect.
Is this the first time we see Hank at the security desk?
I think so.
Has to.
You guys leave, for to go to the dojo.
Yeah, I don't think we saw him.
You don't see him, no.
Well, it's brilliant because there he is and he's sitting there, and it's another example of introducing a character in an episode where they don't speak, but they will eventually.
Yeah.
They will come back. He did that with so many people. He did that with Greg in the warehouse and the Alliance. You just see him in the background watching Dwight pop out of the box. Creed, of course, you were in the background forever. And then now Hugh Dane in the background as the security officer.
Just so thoughtful. And this thing that I love about our show when we talked about Creed is that Greg had the audience just start in the middle. He doesn't explain things to you. You discover it as you go. It's not spoon-fed information. Yes, I love that. Well, I don't think we could end this episode without talking about Michael's list of home costumes.
Oh, please list them.
Okay, he's really, really bummed the camera crew wasn't there the Halloween before when he was Janet Jackson's boo. Very topical. He's really bummed you guys missed it when he was Monica Lewinsky's dress. Yeah, twice. And then he was Monica Lewinsky the year before.
Yes.
And then before that, he was O.J. Simpson. So very topical. Great costumes that he was really sad the camera crew missed. I know you're going to want to talk about the very end with Michael and the trick-or-treaters because it's just such a touching moment. All right,
cry.
Yeah.
Every time
I
watch
do too.
it.
I do too.
Every time.
I was loving the show, and then when I got to that episode, I was just killed. It's like, one of the great ones.
Yes. At the end of the episode, Michael goes home and you see him sitting alone, very lonely on the couch. And then the doorbell rings and there are trick-or-treaters at the door. And there was a big debate on set about how exactly this scene should play out, about whether or not the kids should be nice to Michael or if they should be annoyed by Michael, how Michael should be with the kids, should he be off-putting, should he be kind? And the writers and producers they also discussed if he should be happy or sad while handing out the candy. And they decided that they were going to start on that spy shot of Michael looking sad and lonely, all alone on Halloween night. But when he gets to the door, I'm going to cry saying it. He lights up. He makes his silly jokes. The kids laugh. The kids love him.
They love him.
And it ends on him making a connection. I just think it is the most kind and heartbreaking, wonderful scene. I think it's much like this that makes The Office so special. We just spend an entire episode kind of laughing at Michael Scott or finding him annoying, but then in the end, he just breaks your heart with his vulnerability.
Take them all. Don't they drop them? Don't worry. Take them all.
Take them all. And they all yours. And
that's the first time we saw him just look so loving. Really? Don't you think so? At that moment, we saw his heart. We saw his heart.
Yeah. Well, and we
tore me up.
And you have to think that Michael is sitting here being a great dad. Yeah, he's a great dad. And I wish we could see that. That's the one thing when we talk about a reunion. Obviously, we don't want to tread on hallowed ground that is The Office, and we don't want to mess with anything that everyone loves so much. But boy, I would love to see where some of these people are, and I would love to see Michael as a dad.
Yes.
Do you agree that when you watch that scene, I think more than any other scene I can recall, I see Steve?
Yes,
that is
No,
Steve
absolutely,
handing out
absolutely.
candy.
Yes.
That's the kind of just kind-hearted gentleman
Sweet,
that he is.
sweet.
And I think that's part of the reason too why it hits you that hard, because we see our friend. And it's true. The kind person he is gets to shine through, which often as Michael Scott does not.
No.
This is true.
Well, I have one little final piece of trivia. All right. In the credits at the end, as it rolls, over the Deedle-Dee logo, which Deedle-Dee is Greg's company, his daughter Haley actually drew the picture that says Deedle-Dee when she was little. You hear, and it's the only time it ever happens, Dwight's voice say, "Quiet, you."
Oh, really?
Yes.
Angela!
Do we know why that happened?
I think they loved it. They pulled it from earlier in the episode when Dwight is the Sith Lord.
Is that the only time?
It's the only time there's dialogue over Deedle-Dee.
Wow.
No.
That's kind of cool, right? Yeah. Quiet, you.
We did it, guys.
We did it!
That was the Halloween episode, Creed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. But before you go, will you tell us what are you up to now? What are you doing? You have an album and you're touring.
I'm touring. I was UK, Scandinavia, seven chairs. Great. I'm off to Australia, New Zealand.
And then you did the whole East Coast too,
Then
because I was texting you.
Then I
and
did.
you were like,
Then I did the
yeah.
East Coast. Had a great tour there.
Yeah.
and the fans. And I want to thank all the Office fans and supporting my character. It truly means a lot. I had my second child doing this.
Well,
And by the way, I have a surprise for you.
what?
I brought, which I think maybe the signal from a little snippet, if you like.
Yes,
of
please.
Of the album. Can we do this in there? Can I play it right now for you?
And you guys, before he plays the song, I just want to encourage you. If Creed is coming to a town near you, go see his show. It is fantastic, and apparently he also makes fun of me during it.
Quite a bit.
And we are trying to figure out one of your locations where I can come on stage and give it to you right back.
Where can people find the schedule?
CreedRat.com.
We love you, Creed. All right, let's hear it.
Here we go. And the ride. All right, that's that song. There it is, gang. What do you think?
Well, Angela's sobbing.
I just started crying. The song is so beautiful, Creed, but also, and I totally am emotional, but I was like, well, you know what? It just, do you ever have just like a wave hit you where you're like, you know, you're in a special moment? Yeah.
Yes.
And it just hit me.
Well, I like today.
Yeah.
Really special.
It just felt really special and like something I'll always remember. Facing my best friend, who's now my boss lady business partner, I'm so proud of us and this journey we've taken together. And then I just love you. You're like, you know,
well, now I'm
family. And
well, I the last album I did as no, and I one of the first people I ever played for was your house. She started.
I started crying.
I know I had a winner then.
Well, Creed, some of my favorite memories on the set were at lunchtime when you would play guitar and Ed would play banjo. Ed's trailer was next to mine. You'd go in his trailer and the two of you would play through my lunch. And
You guys would tell you
Yeah,
and listen.
we'd come over and hang out for years. My alarm clock is banjo music because it would make me think of you guys. And sometimes, especially when I was pregnant, if we had a little break, I might take a cat nap and I'd wake up to banjo music. And it was like so pleasing that I made my alarm clock banjo because I thought, oh, maybe I won't wake up grumpy.
And
Oh yeah, you guys were great together. Well, thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Creed, can we end with the final fan question?
Yes.
This is from Tim Blair. Tim asked, do you have a favorite Creed line on the show?
Which question, ma'am?
Yes.
Gosh, I don't know. It probably would be someone making soup. But I think actually it would have to be. In the 60s, I made love to many, many women, often outdoors. But it's possible a man slipped in. There'd be no way of knowing.
Yes. Applause from the booth. And that is how you end an episode, my friend.
Thank you,
Creed. Oh, everyone, please join us next week when we will be talking about the fight.
The fight.
Yeah.
We'll miss you, Creed. You have to come back.
Oh, I'd love to come.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. We were just rocking out to our own intro.
We were actually dancing and miming the words.
Hello, everyone. Today we are going to be talking about The Fight. Season 2, Episode 6, written by Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg, known to us as Gene and Lee. They're a duo.
They're funny fellas.
This episode was directed by Ken Kwapis. We love Ken Kwapis.
We love Ken Kwapis.
I don't even know if it's possible for people to understand our love of Ken Kwapis. There are some directors that just are in our hearts. Ken Kwapis, Paul Feig, Charles McDougall. Yelling action
For a
at us.
different way, though. Like, Ken Kwapis is like a cozy blanket. Paul Feig, you want to hang out with all day.
And drink martinis.
Charles McDougall, you kind of want to get drunk in a pub with. Yell at people.
It's so true. We'll talk about Charles McDougall when we get to him. We haven't really had a chance to talk about him, but that was a little preview. We have a special treat today. Our summary of this episode is going to be read by a fan.
Dun, dun, dun.
So here we go. Alexis is describing The Fight.
Dwight becomes assistant to the sensei at his dojo and spends the day bragging and telling everyone how tough he is. Michael has a lot of papers to sign. Jim and Pam use the opportunity to trick Michael by saying they think Dwight is stronger than Michael is, so Michael agrees to duel Dwight at the dojo to prove his manliness and procrastinate from his work.
I thought that was very good.
That was really good.
I feel like she covered it.
She was very concise.
I feel like maybe she wrote it down and read it, which is what I would do. So, Alexis, I'm with you.
You've made a friend.
That's right. All right, let's get into the fast facts for The Fight. Fast fact number 1. This is the first episode from our new writing team of Gene and Lee. I emailed with Lee Eisenberg, okay, and he told me that before getting hired on The Office, Gene was a part-time nanny, and Lee was an assistant to a director. This was their first staff writing job. They were over the moon, and they were particularly excited about the free lunches. And
I can really relate to that.
I can too.
When I interned on Conan O'Brien, I got free food, and I was so excited.
Every time I got a job as an actor, when I was a struggling actor, I got excited about the free meals, the free food at work.
It's a big deal.
I kind of still get excited about it, I have to be honest.
I mean,
snack tables.
I hate to break it to everyone at Earwolf, but I hit up that fruit bowl hard every morning when I'm up here.
Yeah,
Like apple, banana.
Earwolf has a basket of chips that's really good too. Yeah. When I worked in offices in real life, I used to get really excited to go in the break room and like someone would bring in some Danish or some muffins, some cookies.
I don't know. If you're anything like me, I would eat ramen noodles because you can buy 9 for $1.
Oh yeah, man. You know, ramen noodles are really a great meal for like family meals with kids. You can spruce it up. You can saute some ground chicken and put a bunch of veggies in with the noodles.
You can also not cook them at all and crunch them up and put them in a salad instead of a cartoon.
This has turned into a different show.
Okay. That's like you can make a Chinese chicken salad. You can use ramen noodles as your crunchies.
Wow.
There you go.
Some more information from Lee about this being his first episode. He said they were terrified because remember we talked about how they break down the episodes as a group and then writers get assigned to write the episode. He said that since their episode was episode 6, they had very little in their outline. He said they had fleshed out the other episodes much more than this one, and he thought that they were being set up to fail. Like,
We're being tested.
yes, exactly. Because he was like, how do you give the staff writers with the least amount of experience
The least worked on outline.
Yes, exactly. He said after they turned in their script and they had to get their notes on their script, Greg had pneumonia and they had to go to Greg's house in order to get their notes. And he said the thing that really stood out to him was that he explained the idea of the Jim Pam subtext to Gene and Lee. They had written a really on-the-nose Jim Pam scene, and Greg said, sometimes just a look is enough. And he said it kind of blew their minds, and that Greg completely brought that idea to them. And in the episode, something I remember is when Pam is reading Jim's palm. That was a big deal. It was how there was always this discussion: how can Jim and Pam physically touch without it being
Inappropriate.
right?
Well, lady, I think that was very intimate. I even looked up online about hand touching, and it is considered physical intimacy. That was some major flirting. That's a note card I have for later.
All right. Should we move on to fast fact number 2?
Let's do it.
All right. Fast fact number 2. Sensei Ira was played by Lance Crawl.
Is it Sansei or Sensei?
Oh my gosh.
Sensei Ira was played by Lance Crawl, who's a friend of mine. And I have 5 note cards on him because he and I talked on the phone yesterday.
Oh, you know that I was very starstruck by him. Oh, when he was on our episode.
I know. He even said, I think Jenna watched a lot of Joe Schmo.
Yes, that cracks me up that he said that. Because I did corner him at lunch one day, and I made him tell me everything about the Joe Schmo show. If you guys have not seen this, please go look it up. The Joe Schmo show was a fake reality show contest where everybody on the show were actors except for one person.
The Joe Schmo guy
Yes.
was a real person, and everyone around him was acting like they were in a reality show.
Yes, and they were locked in this house, and they had to do competitions and vote each other off at the end. By the way, Kristen Wiig is on that show with Lance.
A lot of great comedians and improvisers that I knew were on that show.
I auditioned for that. It was cast by Allison Jones, and I was devastated when I did not get it because I thought, what an amazing acting experience to like live in a house and have to play this character 24/7. And by the way, the show is brilliant. So yes, I am starstruck by Lance. I can't believe you know him. I can't believe I didn't know that you knew him.
So I emailed him yesterday, and I was like, Lance, we're going to be talking about the fight. Where are you? Can you hop on the phone? And he's like, I'm actually in Atlanta. He has moved to Atlanta, and he set up his own production company because he's really talented. He's an actor, comedian, writer.
Yeah.
And he has a production company in Atlanta called Picture It Productions. How about that? You can check it out at pictureitproductions.com. All right, Lance. So we met so long ago, and I said, Lance, did we meet doing improv? I can't remember exactly how we met. And he remembered exactly, and it made me laugh so hard.
What?
Okay, so he was friends. We had mutual friends, and I went into an editing bay where a friend of ours worked, and they were helping me with my acting reel.
Okay.
And I said, Lance, was this before The Office? He said, no, Angela. It was like after the pilot, but you really didn't think the show was going to go. So you were trying to put some of your Office like scene with Kevin in accounting in your reel.
Should we say what a reel is?
Yes.
So just for people who don't know, like, you know, actors have a headshot and on the back is their resume and you give that at auditions, but you also would send a link to clips of various performances you had been on, and that's your acting reel. It helps you get jobs. So
Yeah.
Angela, you were putting together your acting reel.
Right, and
With
this
some clips from The
some
Office.
clips, and this really dates me and our show because it was all on VHS.
Oh my gosh.
And-
there was a guy actually editing.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
brought in like a box of all of my footage, and they were putting together a montage of my scenes. And Lance said, Angela, it was so cute and charming because you turned to me and you said, hey, will you watch this? What do you think of my reel? And he said, Ange, it was every second you've ever been on screen. He said it was so long, and also in some of it you didn't even have dialogue, you just walked by.
That is hilarious.
There was like a commercial like I did for Chrysler where I walked by and I just went and like did thumbs up at someone. I was like, oh my gosh, Lance, that's so embarrassing. But that's the first time we met. So it was after the pilot when I thought The Office wasn't going to go, and I was trying to figure out how to get more work.
That's very funny that then he ends up being on the show.
I know. And then he told me, he said, Ange, did you know I tested for the role of Jim? He tested for Jim.
What? So I must have done scenes with him.
He said you weren't in his group on his test day.
Okay.
He had a different group, and Bob Odenkirk was in his group for Michael Scott.
Oh, yes, that's right. I was in the Steve Carell test group. Well, you know something that's funny about Bob Odenkirk since you brought him up? I knew Bob Odenkirk when I was auditioning for The Office, and we were both called. I was called to do Pam, and he was called to do Michael. So we got together and we practiced together.
Aww.
But then I wasn't in his test group, and I had thought, darn it, we worked a bunch of bits together. We were so excited to show them off. But he did this very funny audition where he brought in his guitar and he sang a song to Pam, and we had worked it all out. We were going to ask if we could do it if we were paired together, but we never were.
So Lance told me this great story that the day that he was screen testing, he's in the lobby waiting. They were all kind of giddy that Bob Odenkirk was in their group. They were all really big fans of Bob's. And Bob walked over to Lance and was like, hey, you run lines with me? And Lance was like, sure. And he said it was really cool. And they sort of went out in this lobby and ran lines like 3 or 4 times, like the scenes all the way through. He just thought it was a really cool moment. So Lance said when he read for Jim, he was like, I really felt like I just tried too hard. And he said then when he got called back, once the show was up and going for the fight, he read that it was like a martial arts guy, and he goes, oh my gosh, Lance's background is actually martial arts. He was in the martial arts community for 15 years. He has a 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo. He was the 6th in the nation in his weight category in 1992. He trained junior Olympic gold medalists.
Did they know this about him?
I
think they didn't.
I don't know, but he said when he saw who the character was, he was like, oh my gosh. He said, I am not going to try to go for the joke at all. I'm just going to go in as if I'm working with one of my students and teaching a class. And that's what he did. He put no pizzazz on it. He went in and played it really straight, and they loved it.
They always loved that. Those are the people they always cast, were the people who played it real. This leads me to my 3rd fast fact, Angela. I know you might have more to say about Lance.
No, go.
But this is a fan question. Is anyone on the cast trained in martial arts? That's from Will. So yes, Lance and also Rainn Wilson studied karate his sophomore year in college and is a yellow belt.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and I asked Rainn if the writers knew that, and he said no. Isn't that what a weird coincidence that they wrote this whole karate-themed episode and Rainn is a yellow belt and Lance was a black belt?
Yes, that is so wild. Okay.
Do you have more Lance stuff? Because I interrupted your Lance cards with my fast fact.
He actually had a really funny thing that made me laugh. He said that when they got to the actual fight and the choreography of the fight, he said he was so surprised because there was no choreography. There was no stunt guy. He said literally it was like, okay guys, just 2 idiots try to hit each other.
This was very early on. We did not have a budget.
That's what I told him.
These kinds of
I
things.
told him, I said, Lance, this does not surprise me because they put Phil Shea, our prop guy, in a box for hours.
Yeah.
There was no stunt person.
In the early years of The Office, I always felt like it was a show we were making in our garage for our neighborhood.
I always felt like it was a one-act play we were doing, in someone's garage.
As a kid, I used to do that. I used to put on plays in my garage, and the garage door was the curtain.
Yeah.
And I would, put chairs out on my driveway for the neighborhood kids to come see my show. It was like a puppet show or variety show. That's what The Office always felt like to me, just like a bunch of us making a show in our garage.
Yeah, so this won't be the last time you see Sensei Ira. He does come back in season 9 in the episode Junior Salesman.
He does?
Yes.
What does he do in that episode?
He was actually there to interview for a job.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, Dwight brings in a bunch of his old friends and weirdos to interview.
Like family members.
Yes.
Lance emailed me a great behind-the-scenes photo of him and the other people interviewing for jobs in the conference room. And he has his karate outfit on over a business suit. So his tie is like poking out. It's like so odd. But yeah, he was on season 1 and then on season 9. So he sort of had this great perspective of being on the bookends of the show.
What a very, very cool thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lance, for taking time out of your schedule in Atlanta to chat me up. And we're going to call you again come Junior Salesman.
Yeah, I love it. All right, let's take a break and we'll be back to break down the fight. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the lime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
And we are back.
Hello.
This episode begins with a prank. Jim pranks Dwight by putting his desk in the bathroom.
Oh, poor Dwight.
This was a good one.
This was a good prank.
I like this one. You have to look for Kevin in the background at the end when he leaves one of the stalls. He has a lit candle and a newspaper. And for all of you Office geeks, this was the moment that led to Kevin's line in Office Olympics about the bathroom candle smelling like cookies.
Also, remember that in the Dundies, he did win the "Don't Go In There After Me" award.
Yes. We see why.
Also, though, guys, who is lighting candles inside the stall? like he doesn't come out and light the candle. He exits the stall
With the
holding
candle.
a candle, a
Yes.
lit candle.
Yes. And that candle really did smell like cookies. I want to say that. Did you notice that there is another door by the urinal? Angela, where does it go?
We don't know. I like to think
What is
maybe.
that door? Is it a utility
I think
closet?
that's what I think. I think there's like a mop in there or something. That's my guess.
Yeah. Those bathrooms did not work.
Nope.
It was very deceiving. We would have people come visit us on the set, like guests, family members, and they would go in there thinking that they were real bathrooms, and they weren't.
No.
In the next scene, Dwight calls his sensei. Jim asks if he's talking to his mother. I love that. I think John is really good in that scene. And then there is his whole talking head about being a sensei, an assistant to the sensei. What is it?
So yeah, Dwight says he's the senpai, which is basically like the assistant to the sensei.
Yeah,
Although
not assistant sensei.
right, and then, but also actually it's not him. It's like the girl, remember? Because later in the episode, Sensei Ira is like, "There's my senpai." So we learn that it's actually not Dwight.
Oh my gosh, I missed that.
Yeah, the girl that walks through the scene
Yeah.
is actually the senpai.
Oh, I totally missed that. All right, so next we have Pam's talking head. And this is when we find out that the day that Michael has to sign time cards and expense reports, that they're all due at the end of the day, and that happens a couple times a year, and he always procrastinates wildly on these days. As a former secretary, I really relate to the dynamic between Pam and Michael in this episode, because during one of my early secretarial jobs, I had a boss that would take so long to do his end of the month report that I would have to drive to the airport because the FedEx at the airport had the latest drop time. I'm saying LAX airport, which anyone who lives in Los Angeles, if I go to LAX now, it's about a 2-hour drive. So I would have to drive to the airport for like the 7 p.m. It might have even been 9 p.m.
Also,
FedEx
there's
drop.
nowhere to park,
Nowhere to
and
park.
people are blowing whistles at you.
Yes.
It's like, move out of the way. It's like
Yes.
chaos. I do love that Pam calls it the perfect storm.
I do too.
Also, though, Michael isn't having even to do any work. It's not like he's having to put together a report. All he has to do is sign them.
No, that's right. It's just his signature.
It could take him like 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and he'd be done.
This is why I would get so mad at my boss who couldn't manage to get his report done, because I would think to myself, it's not new information, it's a boilerplate report that you have to do every month. It wasn't a special project that sneaked up on us.
Yeah.
Time management, dude. You can see
You're still
I'm still a
annoyed.
little angry about it.
Well, if I had to drive to the airport to mail something, I'd be ticked off for a long time.
All right, so next up, in Michael's attempt to procrastinate, he tells Ryan to update the emergency contacts. So I enter that scene where Michael is telling Ryan to do the emergency contact list. I was so concentrated on not laughing at Steve, who was being so funny in that scene. It took everything I had. That when BJ would look at me and say the line, updating emergency contacts, I lost it. It became, in the scenes where you can't stop laughing and you have a trigger. Yeah, it was BJ turning to me and very sadly saying, updating emergency contacts. I think I only got through one scene, and I did it by not looking at BJ in the eye, like I stared at his forehead.
I spent 9 years looking at Steve Carell's forehead because if I made eye contact with Steve, I used to say he would just like suck out your soul if you made eye contact with him through comedy. I could not lock eyes with him or I would start laughing. So I would look at his forehead. Every conference room scene,
I would have to do that, or look at someone's ear,
yes,
or their eyebrows.
yeah, their neck,
Yeah, not in the eyes.
not in the eyes. Well, I thought that was a major Pam Sass moment I think you have two really good Pam Sass moments in this episode, and one of them is where you just walk out while he's talking. And he's like, "Gosh, she just left it. Finished talking."
I was really channeling my real life experience working for that crazy guy. Michael gets Ryan's phone number in this episode.
Oh,
He's
man.
so delighted. He keeps calling him and doing voices. And Angela, flip phone.
Flip phone, outdated phone, is very featured in this episode. As is my favorite thing is when Steve is Michael Scott cracks himself up. It's like one of my favorite things.
Yes. We talked about this a little bit in the opening. Pam reading Jim's palm.
Yeah. That's a note card I'm going to reach for. 6 minutes, 11 seconds, you guys. Major Pam and Jim flirt happening. So touching someone's hand is actually like that, like how you were tracing his hand,
Yeah.
is a sign of physical intimacy. Yeah. I know. So that was like, I was like, what is happening?
Did you notice on my computer?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw that's like your decoy though. That's your way in. Listen,
Yeah.
these are two people who shouldn't be flirting, but so desperately want to be flirting. So they have to find ways around it. So listen out there, if you see someone at work who's like trying to read your palm,
Oh, they might have a crush on
they
you.
might have a crush on you.
But I thought it was really cool that the set deck people put the palm reading website on my computer.
Well, they had to justify why Pam was doing it.
Yeah.
So here she is, bored at front reception. She says, "Jim, let me read your palm." Flirty flirt, sneaky flirt.
Now, I see a note card that you have that is my next topic. Do you want to say it?
Oh wait, do you like that this note card only has one word?
Yeah.
What's that word, Jenna?
Stacy. Stacy.
6 minutes, 17 seconds. Oh my gosh, Brian, you would crack me up every time you said Stacy.
It's only one word, but it goes through like 4 octaves. And we used to, that was a bit on
We
the
would
set.
tease him. We'd be like,
Stacy.
At 6 minutes, 49 seconds, there's this whole scene with Jim and Dwight where they're talking, and Jim is talking to Dwight about humans versus robots.
Yeah.
All right, in the background, Phyllis is at her desk. Stanley is not. Where's Stanley? Where is Stanley? Stanley never leaves his desk.
He was never missing.
Never missing.
Ever.
He's actually one of the characters that is probably the most featured at his desk.
We used to joke about this. We would say, why do we all have to be at our desks in the background of all the scenes? Do none of us ever go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Do we never leave to go downstairs?
Anything.
For a reason?
Yeah.
None of us left our desks, but in particular, Stanley was always at his desk. He had to sit in the background of everyone's talking heads.
He was always at his desk, but then you see as they pull back the camera that Stanley's at the file cabinet.
Oh.
But he never filed anything. To me, that was crazy. That's how I knew it was early on in the show, because after that, I think Leslie was probably like, "Yeah, no, I'm not filing.
I'm sitting down.
I'm sitting down." At 7 minutes 40 seconds, Jenna, it's one of my favorite Pam Sass moments.
What is it?
Okay, so Michael has a piece of paper and he's just like practicing his signature.
Oh, yeah.
And Pam taps on the glass and goes, "You can practice on the forms." I mean, that is some really good Pam Sass.
Pam it's such a great relationship between Pam and Michael because she is his subordinate, yet also his parent
Yes.
in many ways.
Oh, yeah.
She has to corral him, kind of like a sheepdog might corral the sheep.
Okay, at 8 minutes, 28 seconds. Oh man, this made me laugh so hard. We learned that Toby's emergency contact was still his ex-wife, even though her new last name is now Becker.
And he says, please don't put X.
No, you don't need to put X. You don't need to put X. Okay, I have a screen grab I'm going to show you. I took it with my phone.
Oh,
At 9 minutes, 42 seconds, when Jim is saying, "You know a ton of 14-year-old girls," to Michael, there is a brown object in the top left corner. At first I thought, "Oh, it's a boom," and I froze the frame. I don't know if it's a boom or like an elbow. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna show you a picture of it.
all right. She's getting out her phone, folks.
Okay. All right. Tell me what the heck this is. And guys, I want you to look at it because it is what?
We'll put this on officeladies.com.
Oh, okay. Now and then I zoomed in. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Now look at it close up. What is that? And it's only in that frame.
Is it Michael's shoulder or elbow or something.
No,
He's not there yet.
Michael is standing here. See his eyeline? This is here. Michael's right here.
I don't know. It's a brown orb, everyone.
It's a brown orb, and I am perplexed. Okay,
We've
sorry.
presented a mystery with no
I need
solution.
no. That's part of my superpower. I'll notice things. I won't give you answers. We have to talk about what happens at 9 minutes 14 seconds. We
What
have to.
happens? What happens?
We learned that Michael and Dwight spent New Year's Eve
Oh.
together.
Yes.
And that they watch. Oh, they rented. That even dates the show.
Yes.
They rented Armageddon.
Yes, and that Dwight cried at the end.
Yes.
Oh,
And I
but
actually.
it was because, why did Dwight cry at the end? It's such brilliant writing. It's because it wasn't just the movie, it was that it began to snow
Yes, it began to snow.
at precisely midnight.
And it was like the perfect moment. I actually saw Armageddon with my dad because my dad's a drilling engineer. And so he was like, oh, this has drilling engineers in it. And we went and saw it, and all like throughout the movie, anytime it was anything drilling related, my dad was like, nope, that's not how you do it. Never happened. That's not, nope, not up to code. That never happened. I was like, okay, Dad. But I went down the rabbit hole last night, like I do sometimes. Like I went looking for the Joe Schmo show. I looked up Armageddon last night, and I found a few different synopsises of what the movie was about, and it's too good to not read, Jenna. It's so classic. 1998, Michael Bay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
When an asteroid the size of Texas threatens to collide with Earth in under a month, by the way, NASA honcho Dan Truman, played by Billy Bob Thornton, determines the only way to stop it is to drill its surface and detonate a nuclear bomb inside the asteroid. This leads him to renowned driller Harry Stamper, played by Bruce Willis, who agrees to helm the dangerous space mission, provided he can bring along his own ragtag crew. Among them is Cocksure AJ, played by Ben Affleck, who Harry thinks isn't good enough for his daughter, Liv Tyler, until the mission proves otherwise.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
come on.
So your dad was Bruce Willis,
My dad was Bruce Willis.
the driller, the drilling expert.
Yeah.
And he felt that everything Bruce Willis's character had to say was inaccurate.
Yeah, I would say the two movies my dad got really mouthy about were Armageddon and Twister.
Twister, the tornado movie.
Yeah, because we live in Tornado Alley, and like they were like driving up in this tornado, and like a truck flies in the air, like a giant semi truck flies in the air. Cows are flying in the air, and the guy goes, I think it's Bill Paxton, goes, "We've got some debris," and my dad goes, "Debris my ass." I don't know. Anyway, we have to discuss the fact that Pam wants French onion chips.
I love French onion chips.
Gross. Was that?
What?
I have a question for you. Was that your personal pick, or was that scripted?
I don't know, but I feel like it could have been my personal pick because a lot of times
If you have to eat something, they ask you.
they do. They ask you if you have any food allergies. The props person will call you at home and say, "We're doing a dinner scene. Is there anything you can't eat?"
Yeah, I feel like Phil Shea would have been like, Jenna, what bag of chips would you want in case you have to open them up and eat them?
Yeah.
So you said French onion chips.
Yeah.
This means you wouldn't have been flirting with anyone the rest of the day because your breath would be disgusting.
Well, that's a good point. I didn't really think of that. I also like a barbecue chip.
I love a barbecue chip.
Can I tell you a little bit of information about the chips?
Yeah.
Okay, they are Hers chips, Herrs, and this is a local Pennsylvania company, the Hers chip. I'm flipping my papers because I was going to talk about this later.
Maybe you should have written down a note card.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm just saying. Look how easy it is for me to see my information.
A little bit of Angela sass, everyone. All right, here it is. I found it.
Okay.
The Hers chips are also what we put in our vending machine. So you can spy them in there. And I just think it's cool that we used local stuff to fill out the world. And it's kind of a cool story, the story of Hers chips. I went down a rabbit hole, Angela.
Well, listen, if I just read you the synopsis of Armageddon, you better tell me about Hers.
Guys, James Herr broke with his family's history of chicken farming. And in 1946, he bought a potato chip company. He was only 21 years old, and he bought it for $1,750. Yeah.
Wow.
And now it's a huge, successful company, and you can even go there and tour it.
You would love
You
that.
can tour the facility.
You love a factory tour.
You know I love a factory tour. Angela, we've been invited to tour the SAS factory in San Antonio.
They said they would send us some shoes.
I want them.
I know.
I want some
I'm
SAS
really
shoes.
excited about that. And then, I mean, listen, if we're talking factory tours, Jenna, I don't even know how to tell you this. You're going to be so jealous. But next week, I am going to the Tough Shed factory.
For your, that's what she said.
That's what she said. I'm going to the Tough Shed factory. I'm so excited.
You guys, this is a weird thing that happens to us. I went and bought some tile. I needed some tile because I was doing a renovation outside. And I went to this tile showroom. It's called Arto Tile in Los Angeles, and they geeked out and they recognized me and they gave me a factory tour. This is a really cool perk. Yes, if you like to see how things are made.
I love to see how things are made.
I do too.
I loved that show. How it's made.
How it's made.
It's so good.
I know. And so I've gone on quite a few factory tours as a result of my fame in the office.
You have. This is my first factory tour. Tough Shed's my first one, and I'm very excited, Jenna.
All right. I wish I could go with you. So something I have to talk about, Angela, before we go to break, is the scene at Michael and Jim's desk when Michael talks about being in the Damn Rascals. Yeah, his street gang. This is the same scene where they talk about Armageddon.
Yeah.
But when Dwight punches Michael in the stomach, he does the double punch, and Steve gets hit, and he's like, that was John's weak spot.
Yes.
John would laugh so hard, and I think that's why in that scene there's not a single shot of John's face. If you watch it after he punches Michael in the stomach, you never see John's face because
Yes.
he couldn't get through
Couldn't
that.
get through that.
He loved whenever Steve couldn't get a word out.
Yeah, especially in pain. Like, yeah, there's a scene later we'll talk about, but you know, Kevin sits on Michael's lap when he's Santa.
Oh yes.
And Steve let out like a painful moan, and I didn't think John was going to be able to get back from that.
So this reminds me of that bit that Steve did on the Dana Carvey show, The Nauseous Waiter.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You guys have to look it up. Steve did it for us one time when we were in the conference room together, and this is John couldn't. I thought John was gonna die.
I thought John was gonna die, but we were weeping. We were, you know, when you start laughing, where all you do is shake and make no noise.
Yes.
Because Steve would do this thing. So the waiter, he's a waiter, but food makes him nauseous. So he would walk up to a table and have to give the specials of the day. So he'd be like, "So ask me, Jenna, what are the specials of the day?"
What are the specials of the day?
Well, we have broccoli. And like he would like start to puke as he listed off the specials.
Yes. We'd be like, we have a delicious chicken. Cream sauce. Cream sauce.
It was so hilarious.
It's so good. We are not doing it justice.
We are not doing justice.
Oh my gosh. If Steve ever comes on our podcast.
Do you think he would do that?
Yes.
Oh,
I think he would.
Him to do it.
Oh, Steve, come on and do Nauseous Waiter for us.
Yes.
We would make him do that. We love that. Angela, I think we should go to a break.
I think we should.
I would like to go eat some chips. Maybe some sour cream and onion chips from the basket.
Clearly, you just want to be the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes. All right. We'll see you in a second. We're back from break. Angela.
Yes.
I have a time code.
What?
Yeah. I have 3 time codes.
Jenna, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I almost wrote them on note cards and brought in 3 note cards, but I didn't want to infringe on your note card thing.
First of all, I don't own note cards. I encourage you. I love it. Use it. I mean, Jenna, you don't own the list. I hate to break it to you. I might come in someday with a list. I think that's fantastic. What is your time code?
I was very excited. It's 11 minutes, 50 seconds, And it is the scene where Pam and Jim are walking to the kitchen. John is snapping his fingers like he's from West Side Story. And we got tons of questions about these finger snaps, which I think is why I felt compelled to write down the time code. The question was this scripted or improvised? I remember it as being improvised, and I remember being so tickled by it because I'm a huge movie musical fan. And I asked Lee Eisenberg, and he thinks it was also improvised. He does not remember it.
I think it was improvised because it's just like John kind of playing around. Because earlier in the show, he had mentioned, like a jet, and Michael, I think, thinks he's a jet. He's like, you're a jet.
That was the name of your actual gang.
Yeah, so I think John is just playing off of that reference.
It was so fun. So then they go into the kitchen, and I have to say, this scene in the kitchen between Michael and Dwight when they face off might be one of my favorite scenes from the entire second season of The Office. In the kitchen, John and I almost started laughing about a million times, and if you notice, if you look at Mindy, she is constantly turning her back to the scene and looking into the annex.
I could see you and John almost break. When I watched this, knowing you guys, I was like, they were about to lose it.
But seriously, watch Mindy through this because she cannot face the scene. It's amazing.
Well, when Rain grabs her and is like, all right, now from behind, she's like, wait, what?
Amazing.
I don't know how she got through that.
And there's all these great things in this. This is the misuse of common phrases like catch-22,
tit for tit.
That's your favorite.
My favorite. This is the second time he has said it.
Tit for tit. Also, 2 hits, me punching you and you hitting the floor. This is so good. It was just so good. This leads me into my second time code, Angela.
Okay.
13 minutes, 27 seconds.
Well, I have one at 13:25.
All right, what's yours? Let's see.
Well, this is at 13:25. You see who actually goes to the dojo because you see everyone pile into the elevator.
Yeah.
And it is Phyllis, Pam, Meredith, Oscar, Creed, Kevin, Jim, Michael, and Dwight. And who does not go to the dojo? Angela, Stanley, Toby, Kelly, and Ryan.
Is that true? So you did not go to? Did you not film that day when
I had the day off?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was decadent.
My goodness. So when I talk about being at the dojo, you're going to hear what you missed out on.
Yeah, I have no idea. And, the thinking was that Angela and Stanley would not participate in this, that this is like shenanigans, and they are literally there to do work and clock in and clock out.
Yes.
And so Angela and Stanley are really two of the big bah humbugs of the office. Toby and Kelly wouldn't go, or Ryan, because as you know and I know, they were writers, and they needed to be in the writer's room, and this was an opportunity for them to get some work done.
Yes, it's so true. Well, when we all pile in the elevator, I don't know why I'm so tickled by it, but at 13 minutes and 27 seconds, just watch Kevin's face as the elevator doors close.
Okay.
It just makes me laugh.
All right.
He's got this little mischievous look on his face. Like he's very excited to see what's going to happen. Totally like a little kid who got to leave school.
Oh, that's so cute.
I love it. All right. Well, Angela, I'm going to tell you some stuff. The day that we shot at the dojo, it was really hot.
I was going to say, were you guys all hot and sweaty?
Yes, and the air conditioning in our trailers wasn't working.
Oh.
So remember on the Dundies when they had ants? This time they had no air conditioning and they're metal. So it was kind of like changing your clothes in a sauna. And we were just super sweaty, all of us, and gross. And I had to wear a sweater, because we'd established my beige sweater earlier in the office. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I am so sweaty and stinky, and John has to pick me up. This is a thing that I think people don't think about. Anytime I would have a scene where I would have to whisper at someone or you'd have to kiss, I would brush my teeth like 3 times and chew gum and eat a mint before. And anytime when you have to be close to someone, I would be very aware of my potential body odor.
Yeah. At least our show wasn't a show with a bunch of close talkers. Because, you watch an episode of, The Sopranos, they get in each other's faces. They're like, listen here. And they're, right up to each other's face. At least we didn't have that.
That's true.
But when I watch those scenes, because we're actors and we know, I think, oh, my God, there's no way they don't know what they had for lunch. Because that is some close talking.
Well, when Jim lifts Pam up at the dojo
At 14 minutes, 11 seconds.
we got a lot of questions about this scene.
I have questions, so go.
Well, in Office Olympics, Angela has her bit about Pam Pong.
Yes.
And that's kind of the first time that Pam is made aware that someone else is aware.
People are noticing.
Yes. And now, in this scene, Meredith clocks the interaction between Pam and Jim, and that is what freaks out Pam.
Also, your shirt came up and you can see your belly. Now, I remember as your friend, that week, you saying to me, oh my gosh, people are going to see my belly. Because it said, it picks up and your shirt kind of comes up and you're nervous about it.
Yeah, that was a fan question. Anthony asked, was it meant for your shirt to pull up when Jim lifted you, or did it happen on accident and you went with it? It was in the script that my shirt would come up a little bit, and that was all to make it even more of a vulnerable thing for Pam, that she was literally exposed.
Yeah, something that you were really embarrassed about.
Yes, and wow, I wish my stomach looked like that today. I watched that scene. I was like, why was I not wearing midriff tops every day when I looked like that?
I know. I knew you were going to say that because I mean, listen, we've had babies and everything changes after that. And you look phenomenal today, Jenna. You look phenomenal then. But I remember our bellies before babies. I remember.
Well, I am kind of glad that it was scripted, that you see my belly, because I've got it on film now, that at one time in my life, I had a cute little belly and belly button. So thank you, Gina Lee, for that. At 13 minutes, 56 seconds, that's my third time code, Angela, there is a poster in the background of this interaction between Jim and Pam. So we're all watching Jim and Pam, but in the background, there is a poster on the wall. And it is one of my favorite things. It was like a favorite thing of all of us when we got to the dojo. This was a set decoration poster that Gene and Lee wrote, that set decoration had printed and put on the wall. It is the 10 rules of karate.
Okay.
All right. According to this dojo. And I'm going to read them to you.
Okay.
They're amazing. Number 1, obey your parents.
Okay.
Number 2, no junk food. Number 3, do your homework. Number 4, keep your room clean. Number 5, maintain an indomitable spirit. Number 6, don't fight with your siblings. 7, practice, practice, practice. 8, treat others the way you would like to be treated. 9, be loyal to your country. And 10, have fun. So Lee told me he still has this poster. He asked to have it. He said they spent way too long writing these rules.
I bet they spent like hours,
they did,
cracking themselves up.
It's amazing to me because I feel like it is this little detail that really hammers home that Dwight takes classes in a studio meant for children.
Do your homework.
These are kid-based rules.
Yeah.
And of course you see that. You see that he's in a class with a bunch of 11-year-olds, but I just think that is brilliant. Brilliant writing, that poster.
Okay, so that was their version of the rules of karate, right? There's this thread on Reddit where people go back and forth. They were like, but Dwight says karate, and then there's taekwondo this, and there's this and this. So a little bit that the martial arts didn't quite line up in that dojo.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too. I mean, Dwight is not maybe studying a pure form of any one martial art.
Right. I have to talk about the fact that at 14 minutes, 11 seconds, I think that Pam is sending Jim mixed signals.
Of course she is.
And I totally judged her a little bit.
I know.
Because she was being really flirty.
Yeah.
And then when Meredith noticed, it wasn't until Meredith noticed
That's right.
that then she pushed Jim away. And then the look on John's face, he does such a fantastic job of looking wounded and confused.
Yeah.
Not really, he was so happy, but now he's like, now what happened?
Yeah.
He did such a great job because Pam is sending him mixed signals.
She really is. But I mean, that's complicated, unrequited love for you.
I know.
What are you going to do? She's conflicted.
She's conflicted.
When Michael pins down Dwight at the dojo and is winning the fight, our director of photography, Randall Einhorn, who used to work on Survivor, so I want to say literally nothing surprises this man. He is a total pro. He never broke. He lost it. He lost it. He was laughing so hard that he had to take the camera off his shoulder and hold it out with his arm so that it wouldn't shake. He had tears like streaming down his face.
Now,
It's the hardest I've ever seen him laugh.
yeah, that's saying something because he was like a statue. Him and Oscar Nunez never break.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Lance, when I was speaking to him, said to his knowledge the fight was not choreographed and that he really believed that the stuff that Steve was doing to Rain as Dwight, like holding him down and trying to spit on him and all of that Steve improvised that.
I asked Lee about that. His memory is that they did bring in a stunt coordinator to work with them on set one day during a break.
Yeah, so Lance wouldn't have been there for that.
That's right. And so
But that person did not go to the dojo.
did not go to the
The day
dojo.
that you actually did it, they were not present.
And so on the day, he said they just, like Steve and Rain and Ken Pappas just came up with a bunch of stuff like the typewriter stuff. And just, he said, he doesn't remember how many takes they did, but it was a lot. But he said it was also really hot and those guys got really tired doing fake fighting.
You can tell because they're winded when they're speaking to each other.
They are. It's true. Did you clock Phyllis's disposable camera in the scene where
yes.
she's taking pictures
Yes.
and it's a disposable
Don't
camera?
you wish we had those pictures? Who
Yes,
has those?
someone must.
Yeah.
Phil Shea?
Phil Shea.
I don't know. All right, so after this humiliating defeat, we go back to the office and we see a scene from Michael's office that goes down into the parking lot and he tries to call Ryan on his cell phone. That was a different office than the usual Michael's office.
You totally, like, it's completely different.
Yes, so we had two Michael's offices. We had one Michael's office that was on our set, and it had just like a scrim backdrop behind the window that was kind of blurry, and it was just like an old-fashioned fake out the window kind of thing.
Yes.
But whenever we had to shoot a scene where Michael was actually looking out of his window into the parking lot, we would move over to the writers' offices.
And they literally would shoot in a writer's office.
Yes, and I was trying to remember, was it Mike Schur's office or Paul Lieberstein's office? One of the two of them worked in Michael's office, and it was loosely decorated as Michael's office. And then when it was time to shoot, they would get kicked out of their office, and set dressing would come in and zhuzh it up, and then they would have to use that to shoot, and they couldn't write in their office that day.
But the walls are like kind of a green color.
Yes, that was always true.
That don't match. Like, I was like, guys, the walls are not the same.
Well, it's funny too because all the other writers could decorate their offices.
Oh, Mindy's office was so decorated.
Oh, for sure, of course. Yeah, of course. But you could have like personal photos up and posters on the wall, but they couldn't do it.
It was Paul's.
I think it was Paul's as well.
Because I remember,
that's my memory.
If it wasn't Paul's, then Paul just really didn't make a lot of effort to decorate. I remember his office being pretty bare.
So next up, Michael tells the rest of us to sign the forms. He's given up.
For sure. At the end of the show, the people who actually sign the reports are Toby, Stanley, Angela, and Pam.
And we were all grouped together at the reception desk, and I loved shooting that scene because everyone else had gone home for the day,
except for Dwight.
That's right.
Who was at his desk.
But most of the office was gone, and that group of us, we were very rarely in little scenes together, just us. And I have very fond memories of shooting that.
Me too. Me too.
That was really, really fun.
I have one thing that is a time code that was right before the end there. At 17 minutes, 57 seconds, people are packing up for the day. Guess who's sitting across from Meredith?
Who?
Ryan.
Yeah, that was his desk.
But where was Creed?
Creed didn't really have a desk yet. I don't know.
When does Creed take over Ryan's desk? And when does Ryan move back to the annex?
These are good questions.
I know.
Did Ryan, well, eventually, remember, we turned that closet in the hallway into Ryan's office.
Yeah, for a little bit.
That desk was kind of a catch-all, right? I feel like I've seen Devin there, I've seen Ryan there, I've seen Creed there. When does it become Creed's desk.
Also in this episode, at the end, when people are filing out, we see an appearance of Luann.
Oh, there's Luann.
Luann,
Luann was one of our stand-ins / extras.
who would normally sit in the annex, and
Yes.
people always say, "Who is that?" So Luann walks by.
That's right. I feel like the two things I want to tell you guys we're going to be dedicated to tracking in this rewatch is Mindy's hair and when does Creed get his desk. Okay, so just know that.
Someone out there probably already knows. They're going to write in and say, "You guys, Creed sits there in episode.
Tell us. Solve this mystery. Okay, Michael takes Dwight into the conference room here at the end, and he says he's been testing him all day, and he promotes Dwight to assistant regional manager. He gets no announcement, no raise, and no new office, but Dwight is so happy. He whites out to on all of his business cards. It's so pure and sweet.
I know. It's so sweet, although Michael's like, it's not really a real thing, but it doesn't.
Dwight isn't hearing
Dwight
that
doesn't
part.
care.
He doesn't hear any words except assistant regional manager. And then this leads us to the famous Michael talking headline, would I rather be feared or loved? Easy. Both. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. I have seen that stitched on pillows. I have seen that on shirts. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. Good writers. Such
Yes.
good writing.
And that was the fight.
That was the fight. So next week, we will be back with The Client. This is maybe my favorite season 2 episode. Although there's also the injury. I love the injury.
You
but
love the injury,
I
Jenna.
know.
You wore a shirt like that you bought online of the injury.
I bought a shirt from Etsy
Yeah.
of a grilled foot
Yeah, that you
for
would
a
wear.
long time.
You would wear it a lot. It was like one of your favorite
Jeez,
shirts.
did it bother you?
It
Did
didn't.
I wear it too often?
No, it didn't, but it just made me laugh. There was a day that you showed up in your shirt with the grilled foot, and I had a shirt that was like an inside joke on our show of Creed as an action figure in Hong Kong.
Uh-huh.
And we
Did we realize we were maybe too big a fans?
we were like, what are we doing? We're just walking around in shirts from our show.
So next week we will be talking about not the injury, but the client.
We'll see you then.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of the show and our bonus episodes candy bag, go to StitcherPremium.com.
For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Season 2, Episode 7, The Client.
The Client!
Welcome to Office Ladies, everyone.
I am still putting my note cards on the table.
This is more note cards than I've ever seen you have, ever.
Jenna, I take my job very seriously. I am keeper of the note cards. Most of my name. Keeper don't, Jenna. I'm keeper of the note cards.
Angela, no, I don't know that show.
I'm going to quote it at you. You were the
You
most of my
quoted
life.
me.
Okay, where are we at? Let's get started.
This episode was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Greg Daniels. You have nothing to say to that? You've got a gazillion note cards, but nothing to say to that.
I mean, listen, sometimes you say things that are just facts. That's just a fact. I don't know what to do with that. So, like, yes, that is true, Jenna. That is a true statement. That is who wrote this and who directed this. Next.
Okay, well, I guess next I usually do a summary.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do it today. Why? Because I don't like that you're not responding to me today. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not going to do the summary today because I got someone else to do the summary.
Who?
I don't know. Somebody.
Your husband, please.
It's not my husband Lee. I'm going to let you listen. All right, hit play, Sam.
In The Client, Michael heads to Chili's with Jan to try and close a deal with a major client. While Michael is gone, Pam discovers a screenplay Michael has been writing called Threat Level Midnight, an action movie about an FBI agent named Michael Scarn, who is married to yours truly, Catherine Zeta-Jones. The star divides up the roles and reads the script aloud. Also in this episode, Jim and Pam shared grilled cheese sandwiches on the rooftop of Dunder Mifflin, and Michael and Jan share a kiss.
Oh my God! Holy crap, balls! Is that Catherine Zeta-Jones?
That is Catherine Zeta-Jones.
You are freaking kidding me!
I'm not.
What the hell? What the hell? What is going on?
Yes, should I explain?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I've never met her. I should start with that.
What?
Did you not know that? We've never met.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
In my mind, you're like, you have this whole friendship with like a big movie star, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, Jenna, I guess, whatever.
Well, I'd like to say I would love to be friends with her. Yeah. She has a love of movie musicals, like traditional movie musicals. She's so good herself.
She's so fantastic.
But I also have that love, so I have daydreams of us watching like old movie musicals together and then tap dancing a little bit and then maybe having a cocktail or some tea.
Reenacting scenes from Chicago.
Yeah, this is what I imagine my friendship with Catherine Zeta-Jones is like. But I did do a movie with Michael Douglas. I played his daughter in a movie called Solitary Man. He's so good in it. It stars him and Jesse Eisenberg. In that movie, I did my first New York City walking tour. Do you know those movies you see that are shot in New York?
Yeah.
And they're just people that are just walking and talking. And I, from the time I was little, I would see this in movies, and that to me was like you're a movie star. Doing a walk. If you do a walk and talk on the streets of New York, you've made it, kid. So I'm shooting this scene with Michael Douglas, and I turned to him and I said, Michael, this is my first New York City walk and talk. And he turned to me, he got it. He goes, what? You gotta be kidding me. This is fantastic. I'm your first New York City walk and talk. Congrats. Like it was everything I wanted the moment to be. Well, so flash forward to I'm on The Office and they write this joke in this episode that Michael Scarn's wife is Catherine Zeta-Jones. Cut even more forward, their kids are now, I think, big fans of The Office. And she started posting about The Office. So I got up the courage to DM her on Insta.
You slid into Catherine Zeta-Jones' DM.
I did. And we've had a nice little DM relationship ever since. And then I became brave enough to ask her if she would please record our summary. And that brings us to now.
Okay, well, Catherine, I don't know you, but that was fantastic. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Now can I go into Fast Facts?
Please go into your Fast Facts.
Fast Fact number 1. Big news, everybody. Big news. At 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Mindy's hair is down.
Why
it is down.
Why do you want to freaking steal one of my big note cards? Damn it, Jenna. My running bit about Mindy's hair.
Your running bit?
My running bit.
It's not our running bit.
It's mine.
Oh. I have to admit,
Okay.
it is kind of yours. You started it.
Okay, yes. It's half up, half down.
But it's very flowy.
Very flowy. We are starting our transition to all down. This is half up, half down. Because in Halloween, there were these braided, but you said it didn't count because it's a costume.
That's right. And I also claimed that I thought the first time we were going to see her hair down was casino night. So I stand corrected. It is 2 minutes, 50 seconds, the client.
The client.
Also in that scene, I think we're getting closer to the Kelly Kapoor we will all love.
Oh, she was giggly. She was like, say it's not your fiance.
Yes, right, giggly, yes. No more morose French twist. Kelly
So
Kapoor.
for those of you who've been listening to the podcast here, you know why this fast fact was so big for Jenna and I. Kelly's hair is almost all the way down.
We've been tracking her transformation.
When will she become Mindy? We're almost there.
Speaking of hair, what is up with John's hair in this episode? Did you notice?
Well, it's like it kind of like is flipping out a little.
No, the front, like the bangs that are usually kind of like floppy and really cute.
They're like shellacked a little bit.
Well, it looks like someone just took a pair of scissors and just did a real blunt horizontal cut.
Well, I have said I feel like he has a bowl haircut. for a
Yeah,
long
this is
time.
the most bowl I've ever seen. So guys, you can check that out.
Yeah.
Fast fact number 2, Tim Meadows. Guest stars in this episode as the Lackawanna County Representative Christian. I feel like, we had this rule where we weren't going to do any stunt casting, and this is the first time we kind of broke that rule, but we had to because it was so good.
He's so good. And actually, Jenna and I both know Tim, and I was able to connect with him this week, and we hopped on the phone and talked about this episode. He was so delightful. So I have some fun Tim tidbits for this episode, and I'll get to those here in a minute.
Well, I didn't work the day that they shot the scenes with Tim, but I was such a big SNL fan that I went up to the set just to meet him, and I had lunch with him. I totally fangirled. And eventually we would end up doing the movie Walk Hard together. And so I actually got to work with him, talk about fangirl.
I did a pilot with Tim Meadows for Fox called The Gabriels, and Rob Riggle was in it, and we had so much fun. He is so hilarious. He's amazing. But I just think he's a great reminder. Why don't you give us a fast fact?
Fast fact number 3. This episode was inspired by an idea that they had in the writer's room early on, that Jim and Pam would go on a date without really being on a date. So that was the card that they put up on the wall. How can we get Jim and Pam on a date without really being on a date? But then they also wanted to do the same thing with Michael and Jan. They thought it would be really fun to have both of these couples have this romantic evening.
Right. So to
Unknowingly.
have a convention within the workday that they would somehow end up on.
They also had the end of this episode written first, and then they wrote toward that ending. So that look that you see between Jim and Michael at the very end of the episode, where they both kind of shrug together, like,
right.
"Ugh,
The
women."
ladies in our lives.
They knew that that would be the ending, and then they tracked it back.
Interesting.
Because another thing that they wanted was this moment where Jim and Michael relate and bond over something. So that's what they decided to do. Those are my fast facts.
Okay. Can I start my note?
I think we have to take a break. What is with you today? What is with you? What's going on? We are taping this like 2 days before the Christmas holiday week.
I am in check it off the list mode. It is pretty funny though, because you're saying something and then I'm just looking at you and you're like, that's it? You got nothing?
I know, you're just staring at me or nodding, and I'm like, it's an audio show. You have to give some audio cue that you've heard me.
You done? Okay.
All right, we're going to a break.
I did it!
Nothing.
I did it! I did it! Hey, we have a pretty special guest in this episode.
We do. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk to Laura Hardin.
Who plays Jan?
Yeah, we had to talk to her because we were not at the Chili's.
No.
So we had no firsthand knowledge of the Chili's, of the kissing.
That smooch.
We had to go straight to the source. So when we get back from the break, we're going to talk to Laura.
Yay.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then fine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, Ange, let's call Laura.
Let's call her. Sam, call Laura.
Hello.
Laura! Hello!
Hi, guys.
Hi!
How are you?
Oh, man, we're great. It's so great to hear your voice.
Nice to hear yours, too. It's been a long time.
Well, Laura, thank you so much for agreeing to do this. The fans are going to go crazy. Let's get started by asking you, how did you end up on The Office?
That's hilarious. Well, I got called last minute. It was sort of a last minute, come in and read for this, which I did. And I remember that, I went in and, literally looked at the side right there before I went in because it was that last minute.
Wow.
It was like Ken Cloppus was in the room, and so was Greg Daniels, and I could feel everybody was kind of excited, and Allison Jones, our casting director, you can always feel that as an actor, right? When it goes well and people are responding to what you're doing.
Sure.
And then the next day, I was testing for a pilot, and Allison Jones was casting as well. She came out the hallway, and I was about to go in for my test, and I was like, oh, that was really fun yesterday. I really like that, the sides. And she's like, yeah. And I said, maybe I'll get a vote, because that was the character of Jan at the time for the pilot was a guest star, possibly recurring character. But this one that I was testing for was the lead character, regular in a pilot. for an actor, you want to get the pilot because, you know, when you're the regular or one of the stars of the show, because it's better money and, you know, just seems better. And she's like, well, I really want you to get that one, meaning The Office. She really wanted me to get The Office. Anyway, I went in and I did the pilot test. I didn't get the pilot test, but I did get The Office.
Wow. Well, The Client is a very big episode for Michael and Jan.
Oh yeah.
You know, this
It is.
is where you have your smooch in the parking lot. And we have a fan who wrote in. His name is Ryan, and he asked, how far in advance did you know about Michael and Jan's relationship?
Well, when we were filming the pilot, I remember sitting at the tables having lunch with Greg Daniels and Steve Carell. We were all laughing at how kind of weirdly interesting Jan and Michael were together. Like we sort of, and we were like, oh yeah, that's funny. You know, if we get a pickup and we get an opportunity to do this more of the show than just this, you know, the 6 that we're doing, which is our first season, then, you know, it'll be fun. We should have them hook up.
Wow.
Because we kind of felt like there was a little spark between them, and we kind of conjured it on the pilot.
Well, you guys had fantastic chemistry, and I think they were all picking up on that and seeing the possibilities. Because you and Steve in scenes together were just amazing.
You know what else is like? Everybody is so perfectly cast in this show. I mean, that's one of the things I think that makes the show, besides the writing, which is unbelievable, but also just every single person is perfectly cast. There's not one person that you look at and go, well, you know, I mean, everybody's just absolutely spot on.
I agree. Jinx.
Okay, well, Malor, can we ask you a little bit about what it was like filming those scenes in that Chili's? I mean, how did you get through those scenes? I was dying laughing.
Oh, it is ridiculous. I will say that the stuff that Steve and
Tim Meadows.
He's actually a friend of ours. He was so great in that.
He is so freaking funny, and the stuff that they did and the improv that they did, and it just flattened me. I mean, and I swear, last night when I was watching it, I watched it with my husband, and you know, I was just like, I kept going, oh my god, it was so hard to keep my straight. Oh my god, it was so hard to keep I was so amazed at how incredibly straight faced I was, because I'm telling you, every time we cut, I was just burst into laughter. And I had to look so irritated and so, you know, so like just completely put off by all the stuff they were doing. But in reality, it was tough.
So do you remember anything in particular that those guys improvised? Like, was the Baby Back Ribs song, was that improvised?
Yes, I think that was. That whole little section there was really, I think that really was just spur of the moment, the way that they kind of went back and forth.
Well, I have to move us along.
Yes, we have another fan question that I'm actually dying.
Yeah, what the fuck happened here?
needs to show yourself. And you're not yourself.
So instead, we form a relationship with all my time. I can make these things in my life, and then I don't have to miss you about
I always tell them that you dedicate time to my you wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
I do all the time.
Well, somebody's trying to say hello.
I got time
It's the frequency of the vibration. Our human frequency is kind of connecting to the frequency. You're able to take it and I don't like to see nothing else in it. I don't like to know. Don't seem like it doesn't work.
I hope that happens to you. I hope that eventually one day, I hope that happens to people and I want you to know that I have a physical alignment in the sky that looks like silver, and it was the alignment of the three planets and then there was one on top and one on the bottom. And it formed this really beautiful alignment. It was like a perfect alignment in the sky. And it was just a place I wanted to go and let the go after the way and look at it. And it was so bright. And I noticed at first that this is so bright, even though there's a light in the sky. Did you feel it? Like several years ago, about 4 years ago.
When I said getting like whether it's a goosebumps or vibration or my head is so vibrating and something just actually gets done because they're not.
I've been talking about that.
That's your brain. That's 3:30. That's absolutely scary for me. It's true because it's 3:30 and my heart feeling is indifferent. He was the one that protected you when you were at the hospital. And so at 3:30 in the morning, I got so much. And usually they just I'm here and acknowledging what you're doing. So from my neck to my waist around my arm, it's like all of a sudden there was a thing I was doing like that. So it's free, it's vibrating, and you're sitting there going, look at me. And you think it's no, and you should take that and go, what is it? Thank you very much. So, when you finish it, I need to put my speech up there. Okay, so let's see the 3:30. I need to put my speech up. I need to figure out what you I think it's not easy to communicate with that.
Can you attach controls to animals? Because I have this. Oh my goodness. I take that in perfect. Every time I think I leave or move, so in your way, it comes in my face, and around my face, grabbing my shoulder, and nudge my head, and I am freaking her. And she did it just 3 to 4 times, and that was amazing.
I've been over a long duality. I was usually waiting and saying I think of this as a going down the first form of the children who were in sleep and exactly where you're afraid of anything again. And I reached out a few days after and I was doing and usually the time starts to make the call.
It's just personality. The energy is still present around you. Even more so if it was a sudden death and they're not really sure where they are. If they're lost or confused. It's a beautiful house. You know, you are handicapped. Oh, we miss their voice, we miss their touch. But it's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing this could come with some force treatment. The people who love them the most force them into treatment. If you're a politician in LA and you love the homeless so much, why are you letting them kill themselves? The judges declined to immediately approve Cher's conservatorship request over the son. The judge ruled Friday that Cher's legal team didn't give Elijah Lee Almond or his attorneys enough time to review the documents that they filed. The court also approved Almond's request to choose which attorneys he wants to represent him. Granting her title to use the full conservative role of her son, alleging severe mental health and substance abuse issues, made Almond unable to manage his financial affairs. The next hearing for the petition is scheduled for January 29th. Lenders and KFI 20% chance of rain this morning, lows in the 30s and 40s. Coming later, highs in the 50s and 60s, and as indecisive, rain getting back to 7 o'clock p.m. Right now, 52 winds and winds 50, Irvine, Compton at 51, and high 47. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour news grid. I'm Jeff Clark. At Mattress once a year sale is here. You can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, free adjustable bed and qualifying purchases. Choose the total space in 2024 hours. The right mattress matters. And Mattress Day will find yours. Are you like me, struggling with back pain, suffering from herniated and bulging discs, neck pain, sciatica, tingling and numbness down the leg? I didn't want back surgery, so I discovered Spinality Spine and Deep Center. That's going to be your solution as well. Maybe you're driving around right now and you can't get comfortable in that seat. Then you have another hour and a half until you get home. Not that this hurts, and when you have back pain, there's nothing else in the world you can do. No. She's better to go to Spinality Spine and Deep Center. They use cutting-edge, non-invasive technology called non-surgical spinal decompression. It can even treat the most difficult and severe causes of back pain. Spinality knows how to get rid of your pain. That's what they do. No surgery, no opioids, no injection. Call up and make an appointment today. Stop with the pain. Call 844-640-PAIN. 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 Or SpinalityCenters.com. It's SpinalityCenters.com. When my husband and I first started going out, you should hire a way and it's not who you are, but you have a time to be interested in the things that you want. We wouldn't do that in your mid-20s that you talk about and I should never done. Because then you're stuck sitting through 3 meetings or more of a ring at the time that you're interested. Do that. Your husband either wouldn't be a major Learning the 5 years and walk out to secure location where you are guaranteed to be satisfied 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who standardize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to recap next one. What do you think? Huh, George? Good. If you know the name of the side, it will be my grandma and boyfriend was in the Howard in her 70s.
They don't? Where do you go? So the route's up by fucking cold water. Any other route but that one.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
No, they have a slasher. Yeah, but then
There's traffic.
yeah,
Most deals.
no,
Fuck
they
yeah.
don't have to be open. You can't go. You know,
That's right.
yeah.
So,
Vineland and across the street from the barbecue place. No. That opposite. No, that's where the Jackie's box is or something. Yeah, there's a cross street. Yeah, that's where you go. It's a subway thing. That's why you know why that is. That's why cocksucker. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. No, you can't go to that. There's only one by the too. Underground parking. Very nice. Book yourself. Yeah. You go to the worst. No, there's a worse one. There's one on World Canyon and Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. I was there once.
Used to be John's.
Is it? Oh, I live near that too.
John's. Scary. All Russian. Food for less? Oh, yeah. I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking, get a bunch of newspapers like they're about to get shanked in the yard. Oh, my God. Right.
He's a fucking.
How is spoons? I'm missing.
Just shot a CD.
It's so good. It's fucking funny, man.
He's a great guy. He's a great podcast.
I gotta get it.
It's my brother Solid Bob. We like to get in here and do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
What do you told you? Everything told you. This podcast is so busy. So, that's what we should do.
I know.
I just had really
Man, Joe's doing it big, man. Fuck yeah.
Josh Smith was in the he's
I like Keys. Keys in
In
the house.
oh my god. Keeps in the house, oh my god.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Which had the
Oh, man.
that whole neighborhood was rocking.
Dude, I just hung out with Dougie. He came to stay with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopcock. And they all came and hung out at my house. Fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my god. Yeah, if anybody out there is in entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird, and they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. Google "Washing My Big Old Pussy." Okay, yeah, that's a real song. And they passed one of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up Facebooked it like, hey, something wrong with your lipstick, let me touch it up. He had his little pinky out. He's awesome.
FX has to see straight. But basically, you have 3 networks. You have pay doing HBO show. Step aside yourself. I'm not even talking about myself. Rolling Stevens. You were there. You know about Brody. Yeah, who's killing it on all this internet shit with them. It's basically they don't have to pay for it. All they have to do is sit tight and go, this guy's moving, Ralphie May over here. Boom, give him some money. Let's see what we can take this time. He's doing fucking Periscope. You know,
oh, yeah. Oh, this is so goddamn funny. It's so funny.
So, your phone.
Therefore, you're not trying to bring what you want to get from it. So the influencing is to do things that they want to do.
Oh, yeah. Brody be great.
Think about it. How bad can it be? This podcast. And you still fun. You know, still very lovely. You're still
Yeah. Oh my god. And I think what I always ask me what I've learned. I think what I've seen, and everyone on this like sports radio, sports podcasts, news podcasts, they're not yet. But they're not. They don't have personality and entertainment. And I think the big people like ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to a degree, but not really. Because comedians have taken over politics. It's not even close. It's not, and some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones, but the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is good. He's a comedian. He's entertaining. And there's people on those sports talk shows that you're talking about that are just awful, and they don't have any ESPN voice. Annoying to listen to. So it's like almost like the athletes when they have those athlete interviews and like, oh, we're just on to the next team, whatever. They're not really saying anything.
What would it cost me to ESPN? What would it cost ESPN to put Lee and Lawrence on board?
Do you feel like you're someone else talking to you?
Well, you can have Ian Edwards from soccer. Like, there's a lot of comedians who have.
It's just my.
It's incredible. It's just a waste of talent. Yeah, no.
Oh my God. And I love all that shit at night. Watch that shit. There's one show last night. Unwatchable. You know, I'm telling you, they don't have nothing for the Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers on the show. Wrestling. Show behind them.